right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
It reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Please welcome co-founder and CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
Good morning. Who had a good night last night? Aww. Some people had a good night. We've got an amazing speaker to bring on stage in a moment. In fact, we've got fantastic speakers the whole way through the day, ending with the president of Microsoft right here, Brad Smith. I think we've got to warm the audience up a little bit. I've been kind of doing little call-outs the last 2 days for, how people are feeling about different countries right now. America just had an election. How are people feeling about America right now? It's okay. How are people feeling about Portugal right now? This is such a fantastic country. We've fallen in love with Portugal over the last 3 years, and we're very much looking forward to staying here for the next 10 years. So we're gonna start the morning how we've started every opening session on the opening night, yesterday morning, and today. Web Summit is absolutely about incredible speakers on stage. And in a moment, we have the CEO of Pinterest on stage. But it's also very much about you. All around you, all across this 1 kilometer campus, are some of the world's most incredible entrepreneurs, engineers. In fact, this is by far and away the world's largest gathering of entrepreneurs. And many of you in the audience are those entrepreneurs. And Web Summit is very much at its core about you meeting each other from hundreds of cities and countries around the world. So in a moment, I'm going to ask everybody to stand up and introduce yourself to 3 people around you, because you really never know who you're going to meet. So let's get everybody standing up, and let's introduce yourself to 3 people. What country? Raul, Queenie, Philippe, where are you from? From Portugal. Great, great. Fantastic. Fantastic. So, I'm afraid we all have to sit down. I'm sure you're all meeting fantastic people all around you. Web Summit absolutely runs from 9 to 5 every morning. But just to remind you, and I'm sure many of you were out last night and the night before, a critical component of Web Summit is Sunset Summit, which becomes Night Summit. So every afternoon from 4 p.m., Sunset Summit kicks off in the Portuguese Pavilion. We had about 7,000 people partying from 4 p.m. yesterday in the Portuguese Pavilion, which is about 100 meters that way. And then Night Summit ran until 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning if you're to go on Instagram and see some of the photos. So embrace Night Summit, go into the app, click on Night Summit, and you'll see where in Lisbon there will be hundreds of parties this evening. And enjoy yourselves. It's a great opportunity to meet people. So before I introduce our first guest, I just want one huge cheer and applause for host country, Portugal. So Brad Smith is going to be ending the day. Throughout the day, we'll be joined by the head of the biggest game franchise on the planet, the founder of Tinder, one of the most incredible politicians in the world, Margrethe Vestager, the European Competitions Commissioner, and former British Prime Minister Tony Blair. But first, to a company whose website traffic totals more than 250 million users every month. Those users have pinned 175 billion times, if that's believable, on 3 billion virtual pin boards. And the company continues to grow rapidly. Pinterest believes the next big evolution in search will be based on visual content. To talk about how to capitalize on this mentality, please welcome to the stage Lauren Good from Wired and Pinterest co-founder and CEO, Ben Silbermann.
Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thanks for having me.
So you guys have a pretty good critical mass of users here in Europe, but for people who maybe don't use Pinterest, have never used Pinterest, maybe they think about it like their friends are pinning stuff for their wedding and don't know much else beyond that. Tell people what Pinterest is.
Yeah, I mean, Pinterest is a place where people go to get inspiration for their everyday life. And sometimes it's big things. It's like a big event like a wedding, or they're redecorating their home. Sometimes it's small stuff like picking out a meal. But people use it really differently, and we're excited to have a lot of folks all over the world using it today.
How do you put Pinterest in the context of other social networks? I mean, if people say to you, isn't it just like Instagram? What's your response to that?
Well, when people use Pinterest, what they tell us is that they're really using it for themselves. They're using it for their hobbies, their inspirations. Whereas social service like Facebook or like Instagram, they're using it to communicate with other people. And we really believe that while social services are great, and there are a lot of wonderful ones, there aren't that many places you can go just to think about your own future and your own inspirations.
Can you give an example of that?
Sure. I use Pinterest. I've got a family and 2 kids, and so I use it to plan activities I want to do with my kids. When we go on trips and vacations, I use it to plan the things that I want to do in a new city. There are professionals that use it. We just talked to one of the directors of the movie Crazy Rich Asians, and they used it to lay out all the sets. And so there's a really wide range, but I think what's common is that people are using it for kind of their personal interests rather than to project an image or communicate with people that they know.
Now, obviously, there have been a lot of questions, especially over the past year, about what's going on with social networks. And a lot of these questions are coming from the States, but elsewhere, around content moderation and what's going on with people's data. Where does Pinterest stand in sort of the bigger picture of that, the broader conversation about that?
Well, I think that we're a little bit different because the nature of the service is different. Our value is not to be a place to discuss the news. It's not to be a platform for all expression. The whole purpose of it is to give you inspiration for your everyday life. So the way that manifests on the service is, we have a terms of service that doesn't allow certain types of content. We don't allow nudity or harmful information. And the way that people use it is they try to find things that they personally find inspiring, and we think of our job as to a service to recommend the things that they're likely to enjoy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at the same time, though, having a social presence that is almost entirely visual, without maybe added text or a lot of context or big lengthy captions, seems to me like it could also you're presented with a unique set of challenges because you're just relying on that visual image, right? I mean, it seems like you could still be open to misinformation or other types of, abusive content on the platform.
Sure. I mean, I think like all the services, we have to invest to try to make sure that we create an environment that's inspiring and is safe. And that requires a lot of work. There's technology work that goes along with that. We have a community team that kind of looks at the content every day and tries to make sure that we're creating the type of emotional experience for our users that we want.
Let's talk about visual search, because this is a really interesting area, and it's something that you're not only working on, but Google and others are working on. Over a year ago, Pinterest launched Pinterest Lens. Explain quickly what that is.
Sure. So anyone who's used Pinterest knows that it's a visual service. We started that way 8 years ago. And one of the technologies that's been really exciting to develop over the last few years is computer vision. And it's been really exciting for me. I'm a visual person. Whoever said, like, a picture's worth 1,000 words, I think that makes a lot of sense to me. But computer vision has kind of come into its own over just the last few years. You saw the development of speech happen over the last 4 or 5 years. And on Pinterest, we do 3 things. One is we try to understand the aesthetic qualities of an image. So if you see an article of clothing you like, our goal isn't to show you an identical piece of clothing or a thing from that brand. It's to show you something that's the same style and the same taste. The second thing we do is that we try to go inside of an image and decompose it into its parts, so you can zoom in on just a portion, maybe a chair in a living room, maybe a statue kind of in a city, and you can figure out what is that, and in a lot of cases, how can I make that mine? How can I buy that at my price point? And the last thing that we work on is we work on tools so you can actually use your camera to query the world around you. And I think today that doesn't feel really natural to do, but I think in the very near future, the camera will feel a lot more like a keyboard. Instead of having to come up with exact words to describe what you're looking for, you're going to be able to just point the camera at something and use that as a starting point to discover something new.
I mean, what was it that made you decide to focus some energy on that a couple years ago? Like, where did you see this all going?
Well, Pinterest has always been visual, and it's funny, when I first started using the internet, that was one of the first things that struck me, that the internet felt very text-based, and in the future, given how much of our world is visual, it felt like the internet was going to go along. And then a few years ago, we started to see just a lot of interesting academic research in the field of computer vision, and the community's been kind of great about sharing the latest findings. And so we built a small team. We actually started by acquiring a company, and have invested ever since, over the last 4 or 5 years, to try to build out that core technology in-house.
So it was the kind of thing where the technology finally became available. Like you kind of always had this visual, bent to what you're doing, but now, because the computer vision tech is there, you can do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the combination of a few things coming together at once. There's the actual technology, the algorithms and the methods. There's the fact that there's a huge amount of visual data we have, and on Pinterest, what's special about all of the pins is that they've been each one picked by a human being. So they're curated and organized as one person wants to see them. And then third, of course, there's just been a huge run-up in computation power. And so those 3 things together have enabled a lot of stuff that you just read about a few years ago, and it's now kind of like there in the palm of your hands.
I mean, what's different, though, about what you are doing with Pinterest Lens compared to something like Google Lens? And Microsoft also has an application that does this as well. I've used Google Lens. It's really cool, honestly. I take it around on hikes, and I point the lens at some flower or something I don't recognize, and all of a sudden I have all of this information right in front of me, and it's crazy when you think about the capabilities. But I think going back to that idea of like people think of Pinterest for planning their weddings and their vacations, like what makes your application of visual search better than what others are doing?
Well, I don't know about better, but people do use it differently. So when people use a tool like Google, they're very often looking to just query the world and get objective information. And when people use Pinterest, they're actually looking for inspiration in their life. So they may not know exactly what they want their living room to look like, or what style of clothing would look good on them, or what type of site they want to visit in a city. And so our job is to use that computer vision to try to recommend things based on what you know, but things that you haven't necessarily seen before. And that's a hard job. It's a very, very different problem than search, which is really about querying and retrieving things. It's actually about recommending things that are different enough that they don't feel redundant, but are relevant enough that you're not wasting your time.
I mean, is the goal to monetize that in some way?
The goal is to help people kind of discover things that they find inspiring. And then if they want to make it part of their life, if they want to buy that product or cook that recipe or travel, we want to enable that as smoothly as possible.
I mean, it does seem as though just holding up your camera lens and saying, what's that thing? And going like that is a lot easier than, to your point, typing in like, weird looking blazer with, I don't know, tweed, right? Like people do this when they search, or they're searching for a car they saw on the road or whatever it is. And so holding up your lens seems like it would just be a super fast channel to commerce.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the opportunity is exciting. And to me, like a lot of the most futuristic technology, once it's out, like it immediately feels familiar. So it's really familiar to people to walk into a store after seeing something in the window and talk to somebody and say, hey, I'm looking for something like that. It's really familiar to people to walk into a barber shop and there are these books of hairstyles and you can say, like, make me look like that. And Pinterest enables you to do that, but just on a much, much wider scale.
Do you think the future involves us doing that through some sort of heads-up display?
I don't know, actually. We were just talking backstage. I haven't gotten a chance to use the latest generation, but I think that's where people are aiming for, and I don't think that's a crazy idea. People wear, glasses on their face, and so if you could have information that's useful and also make them look cool, I think that there's a real market for that.
I think there's still a while before people look cool wearing heads-up displays, though. I don't know. We haven't really reached that tipping point yet.
I wouldn't say we reached it yet.
I mean, one thing that people bring up that are into this idea of heads-up displays or doing search or visual search through displays on your faces is that right now we're so immersed in this society of people constantly staring down at their phones. We're always looking down. And so maybe, the theory is that if we were wearing something on our faces, we would be more engaged with the world. I mean, do you believe that that could be the case?
Honestly, I don't know, but I do think there's a really good conversation going on about whether the purpose of technology is to kind of consume our lives and distract, or whether it's supposed to enrich our lives. And really early on in Pinterest, we said that our goal wasn't to keep you online all the time. Like, we don't tally the number of minutes that people spend on the service. Our goal is to get you offline and hopefully get you to do something. That's sort of our vision of how technology can play a positive role in people's lives. And it's something that we're investing over the long term on making a reality.
How do you square that, though, with running a business?
Well, I think that the great thing is those two things are very much aligned. When somebody goes out and buys something, we are really aligning what the consumers are there to do, what pinners are there to do, which is to discover something and get inspired, and what businesses want, which is to be discovered by people who will love their products or services. That alignment between the motivation of our users and the goals and motivations of advertisers is kind of at the heart of our business, which is an advertising business.
Going back to that point, though, about everyone being so heads down on their phones or really immersed in social media now, I mean, there have been a lot of questions about whether social media is actually good for us, whether it's good for us as human beings. And where do you put Pinterest in sort of that category of social media? And how do you measure what is actually good for your users versus what is just them endlessly scrolling through pins for hours at a time and maybe not emerging totally happy all the time? I mean, how are you looking at that?
Yeah, I mean, to answer the first part of your question, I think that the mindset people are in when they're using Pinterest is very, very different than when they're using a social service. And we actually try to measure this. We survey users and we ask them how they feel. And what people tell us is that when they use Pinterest, they feel optimistic because they're thinking about what might be in the future. They tend to be thinking about themselves rather than what other people think of them. And they tend to find it really fulfilling, and I think that's partly because the proportion of services that are devoted to you and your interests is just much smaller than the number of services that are devoted to communicating with the outside world or keeping up to date on what's happening in the news. So that's how we think of it, and we do measure that. We measure how people feel when they start using it and how they feel afterwards, because our belief is that technology tools, they should make you happier. They should make you feel good and live the life that you want to live, rather than feeling like you have to give up that app for Lent or that it's some sort of guilty pleasure.
But it sounds like what you're saying is what makes people happy on your social network is actually not connecting. Not connecting, but not connecting to the level that happens on other social networks.
I think that it's really about connecting to yourself. And increasingly, I feel like there's a huge demand for people to have some sort of space, both online and the real world, where they don't feel judged, where they don't have to look cool, and they can just dream about what they want for their life, and then take small steps to get a little bit closer to it.
What do you think that says about our need for external validation through social media?
I think it says something that we all know, which is everything in moderation. There's nothing wrong with keeping up with your friends or watching the news. I think when it becomes habitual, when it becomes a reflex that anytime you're bored, you immediately go into a state where you're thinking about other people, that balance tips a little bit. And I don't think the answer is in one app or in two apps, but it's in people learning to integrate technology into their day-to-day life in a way that makes them, over time, feel fulfilled and happy.
What have you learned about people, like about humanity, through Pinterest and how they use Pinterest? I had the chance to ask Kevin Systrom this a few weeks ago after he left Instagram. And I think it's really fascinating when you're someone who's running a social media company and you have such a unique insight, or lens, if you will, into how people act. Like, what have you learned about what we all do on social?
I would say there are two things that really jump out at me. We spend a lot of time traveling to different cities in the world to meet our users, to talk to them about what's working, what's not working, how we can make the product better. And whenever I come back to San Francisco, people are like, oh my gosh, like what's different about Des Moines or Tokyo? And what I always tell people is that the first thing that you really notice is how similar people are all over the world. The cultural context is different, like what people like to cook is different, their sense of fashion might be different, but everyone thinks about what are the things in my life that make me happy? And everybody around the world who uses Pinterest, they use it for what we call the basics. It's like my home, the things that I wear, the places that I want to travel. And so that's one thing that always strikes me. I think so much is written about what's different in each cultural context, but there's a lot more that's the same that's different. The second thing that always surprised me is really early on when people started using Pinterest, we noticed a lot of people creating boards that were really about a feeling. So they would have a board of inspirational quotes, or they'd have a board of things that make me happy or things that make me relaxed. And we didn't know what to make of it, actually. We thought, oh, maybe this is a quirk of a really early user base. But we've seen that persist even now. There are 250 million users, and that's one of the most common ways that people use Pinterest.
It's for inspirational quotes?
They use it to pin things that make them feel better about themselves. And I think that's really interesting. Like, we don't talk about people's emotions a lot in technology, even though emotions are a very real thing. And what that says to me is that people are looking for tools that help them feel good about themselves, and they're willing to actively create those environments for themselves so they can reconnect with those over time.
That's really interesting. Also, I feel like half the inspirational quotes I see on the internet are completely attributed to the wrong person. That's just like an internet. It's like, no, Winston Churchill did not say that, actually. But OK. So what's the future of Pinterest? I mean, you are often lumped into a category with really big tech companies. What does the future look like for you guys?
Well, I think the mission will remain the same. The mission is to help give people inspiration to create a life they love. But when you inspire people, what's changing on that side is that we're getting better and better at understanding your specific tastes and preferences. And our dream is that someday when you open Pinterest, it should feel like everything was handpicked for you. It should feel like you have a friend out there that knows your tastes and preferences, and they're showing you things that you haven't seen before. And technologies like machine learning, like computer vision, are getting us closer to that path. And on the other side, when you find something inspiring, we want to make it as easy as possible to make that thing a part of your life. And for a recipe, that means that you can read reviews, you can go get the ingredients, you can share a photo or a video of how it turned out. For a product, you can find it at your price point, in your country, and you can get it with just one tap. And I think those two pieces of the vision, the inspiration part, and then creating that life so you can get offline and do those things, will be the North Stars for the company for a long time to come.
What about the company's financial growth? A lot of your competitors have gone public. Is that in your roadmap?
We've said that one of our goals is to be an independent public company. And the great thing this year is that the business continues to do well. And so people are continuing to find value from the advertisements they see. And then on the flip side, we hear from businesses all the time that they're looking for new places where they can actually find brand new customers, where they can find people that haven't heard of their product or service. show up in an inspirational way, and then measure how much value they got from that advertisement.
You didn't answer that directly, but I didn't think you were going to. Are you going to go public?
That's our intent, but
Okay.
we don't have anything to announce
You don't have
right
any?
now.
Okay. I mean, when you look at that landscape, you have social media companies like Facebook, and on the other end, you have Snapchat, right? And they're not directly comparable from a product perspective, but it says something about the environment right now for a company, going public and sort of having to deal with the pressures of that. What do you think broadly about the tech landscape right now and how it's working out for other social companies?
I mean, I think that there are a lot of great businesses out there, and they compete always in two ways. One is they'll compete directly for functionality. So the best social network is the one where your friends are there. And so you'll pick whatever one your friends are present on. And then they also compete because there are a lot of things to do with your time. And I think over the long term, the companies that will be successful provide sort of a durable and unique value to the people that use the product. And for us, that's about inspiration. And over the long term, people think of those products as adding value to their life and not something that they want to prune away or reduce. And that's why we care very much about how people feel when they're done using our product, because we think that's a long-term indicator of whether they're getting value from it and they'll want to maintain their use in the future.
Yeah, that's a really great point about not building something that people eventually say, I actually need to take this out of my life. Like it's become harmful in some way.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a basic, it's like a basic business lesson.
Right.
Build things that are good for people. But I think it's an important conversation that companies have, especially as they grow and as millions of people are using their products and services.
What would you say is the most important technology that you need to focus on or invest in order to stay relevant in the years going forward?
The most important technology?
Yeah, is it AI? Is it more visual search? Is it, I mean, they're kind of married, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this desire to show you the right thing at the right time, this ability to use anything you see in the world as a jumping off point to find things that are inspiring is going to be very fundamental to the future of Pinterest. And so machine learning and computer vision are very, very fundamental. I think the thing that there's not an easy technology answer to, but will also be fundamental, is figuring out, again, how do you make sure that people feel inspired when they use the product, that it feels fresh and fulfilling? And I don't think there's like a whiz-bang solution to it, but that's really about the type of environment that you create for the people that use your product.
Ben, thank you so much for chatting with me this morning.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Wowzers. Up next, we have the head of the biggest game on the planet. Its number of online users has increased by 20 million this year alone. But in an industry where today's favorites are tomorrow's forgotten, just how has Minecraft stayed so relevant for so many years? To tell us, please welcome the studio head of Minecraft Studios, Helen Chang.
It's my first time here in Lisbon, and it's truly an honor to be here with you today. It is hard to believe that the first block was placed in Minecraft 9.5 years ago. And at that time, the game only had a few features, yet it immediately brought delight to our players. It gave them an outlet for their creativity and let them construct their own worlds using simple tools, placing one block at a time. Minecraft provides limitless options for play. One of its reasons that its appeal is far wider than anyone could have ever predicted. Players can become engineers, farmers, enchanters, or even artists. And no two Minecraft worlds or encounters are the same. Each player's experience is unique and deeply personal. It's impossible for even our most seasoned players, or even our own developers, to predict what's over the next mountain or lurking beneath the surface. And who would have thought that from this humble beginning, that the Minecraft community would grow to become a global phenomenon, available on 20 different platforms with over 91 million players playing each month. That's the equivalent to the entire population of everybody here in Portugal, Spain, Australia, and Sweden, all playing together each month. And we have now sold more than 154 million copies of the game, making it the second highest selling game of all time, following only Tetris. And hey, Tetris, you may have had a 27-year head start on us, but we're coming after that #1 spot. So what is it about Minecraft that keeps it growing and thriving after nearly a decade? The design of the game is finely tuned, even if it might seem simple at first. The early experiences of Minecraft give players the tools and the incentive to create without frustrating them too much. It's the balance that all games seek. Not too hard, but not too easy either. But Minecraft's innovation is about much, much more than its design. What we've seen time and time again is that Minecraft taps into a deep human need to create. It gives players a way to express themselves and to share their creativity with others. Minecraft is the next evolutionary step in creation and in design. And creating in this virtual world removes constraints like gravity and technical ability. Everyone gets the same tools to unlock their creativity, to explore, and to build. And starting with just their bare hands and the open world around them, our players carve tunnels, they chop down trees, and they build everything from the simplest of houses to the grandest of creations. The possibilities are limitless, constrained only by your imagination. And the game doesn't dictate how you play, and there's not a narrow path to follow. And instead, we want to inspire you to create your own story. We strive to empower the next generation of creators through the tools we provide and through the updates we release. Because the truth is that 90% of the activity inside Minecraft has nothing to do with what we make. It's all about what our players make. And our players' creativity is not limited to the game itself, but it carries over into real life. From elaborate costumes to creative cakes and to the most Pinterest-worthy of parties. In fact, our research shows that more than half of the time our community spends interacting with the Minecraft brand is outside of the game. Nowhere is that more true than on YouTube. Our community has shared hundreds of millions of videos of their creations and experiences using Minecraft as a medium for their storytelling. There are over 7 billion views of Minecraft community content on YouTube every single month. And for my football fans in the room, that's equivalent to 270 times the views of the World Cup finals every 30 days. Our success on YouTube shows that Minecraft isn't just about your own creations. It's about watching and enjoying what others have created as well. So how do we nurture and grow this community? First, we don't lock our brand up behind a gate for no one to touch. And instead, we encourage and we enable our community to use our iconic look and to tweak the game in ways we never even thought possible, all so they can use it to tell their own stories. And do they ever? Our community has created autism-friendly servers, replicas of the biggest cities in the world, amazing works of art, and even fully functional games within Minecraft itself. Another key way we've grown excitement over the years is by bringing people together, both in person and online, to celebrate their love of Minecraft through our community events. Time and time again, I am inspired by the passion and the drive that our community has for Minecraft both inside and out of the game. I love our community, and I'd like to give you a taste of what our community is all about. I am proud of how Minecraft appeals to an incredibly diverse audience all around the world. It's not just for boys, it's not just for girls, and it's not just for kids. The Minecraft community spans different ages, genders, backgrounds, capabilities, and locations. We bring together people from literally every country in the world. We even have 350 people playing in Antarctica. Parents today are struggling with the balance of managing screen time and preparing their kids for the future. And as a parent myself, this is something I too am concerned about. Minecraft offers a unique opportunity to bridge the gap between gaming and learning. It teaches players, like my daughters, that they can work together, motivating them to try and try again, developing their confidence, and helping them build important life skills like communication and problem solving. We've brought Minecraft into classrooms all around the world using Minecraft Education Edition, partnering with visionary educators who can use Minecraft to ignite learning, especially in computer science and in STEM. And using tools like Code Builder, students can learn how to code in Minecraft and run commands to build ancient monuments like the Parthenon in ancient Greece. STEM projects like this one combine history, architecture, math, and coding into a single lesson and are the reason educators love teaching with Minecraft. This type of cross-disciplinary learning is key in preparing students with skills that will enable them to imagine and invent new products, create new approaches, and even new industries in this rapidly changing world. My daughters may someday work in jobs that don't even exist today, and Minecraft can help them build the skills that they'll need to succeed. I am so excited about what's to come. The future of Minecraft goes far beyond the game, building on the strength of our community, our partners, and the responsibility that we feel to empower people to use Minecraft to make a positive impact on the world. We started thinking about how to give back with a project called Block by Block, a joint program between our studio and the UN Habitat that uses Minecraft for urban visualization and collaboration. And within Minecraft, we can actively engage neighborhood residents who don't typically have a voice in public projects. It gives them the tools to design and reshape the city around them. Block-by-block projects revitalize neighborhoods by providing methods to rethink public safety, economic opportunity, access to clean water, and sustainability. And to date, we've completed successful projects in more than 30 countries all around the world, all working block by block together. We also take inspiration from the game itself to build a better world outside of Minecraft. And our latest update gave players a whole new dimension of play by dramatically expanding the detail of our oceans. And we took that passion for the oceans and we looked at how we could bring that work into real life. We partnered with the experts at the Nature Conservancy who showed us an innovative technology called BioRock, which helps coral grow up to 5 times faster than normal. And as part of the Coral Crafters Initiative, we worked with a school in Monterrey, Mexico, and our YouTube partners to challenge our players to design underwater sculptures made in BioRock. Coral Crafters will help the Nature Conservancy outplant 15,000 coral in the Caribbean this year. But it's not just about what our team does. It is about inspiring others to use Minecraft to do more. United for Wildlife uses Minecraft to teach students about animal conservation and fighting the illegal animal trade. The Tate Gallery has recreated some of its classic paintings and sculptures in Minecraft, giving players a way to explore and interact with the arts like never before. I'd like to share this video of one of the powerful ways that people are using Minecraft to build a better world, one person at a time.
So he's got cerebral palsy. It's a very wide term, but it's basically damage to the brain, and what it means for Ian is that he's got no independent use of any of his limbs. The fact that Ian can access a computer game that everybody plays is no longer special. It's actually for everybody. It's very inclusive.
My favorite thing to do in the game is destroying buildings. I also love attacking animals and zombies with my sword.
iMine is a way of enabling someone with a very severe disability who finds it very difficult to be able to use their hands so that they can use a keyboard or a mouse to be able to join in with everybody else and play. It's an interface that lets them play Minecraft. When they look at the game, it's as if it's a mouse, their eyes behave like a mouse. So if you want to be able to dig, then you look at the dig button, you go back to the screen, look where you want to dig, and you'll start digging. If you want to fly, look at the fly button, look back at the screen, and you will be able to fly.
I love it. It gives me a new level of independence, so I can play the game without someone helping me. It's now an accessible game for lots of ages and abilities. I wish more games were liking this.
He can sit and watch TV by himself, but that's a very passive activity. Whereas with Minecraft, he's flying around, exploring the scenery. His life is so limited that everything that opens these avenues is amazing.
And when you see people who with very severe involuntary movement, who find it so difficult to be creative in any other way, to see them being so creative, which is what Minecraft enables them to do, for me, that's terrific.
Thanks. So as we come up to the 10th anniversary of Minecraft next year, our team has been thinking a lot about our vision for the next decade of Minecraft. We have many new exciting projects on the horizon, but we're also committed to evolving Minecraft without disrupting the special world that our community enjoys today. We believe the right path is to continue to give our players powerful tools to express their creativity and to tell their own stories, all while inspiring them to use the skills to impact the real world around them. In the end, it's not about what we at Minecraft create. It's about the Minecraft community and the better world that they will create, one block at a time. Thank you.
Wow. Tinder and Twitter have transformed, I think, in my view, the world, perhaps more than almost any other platforms over the last decade. It's very rare to have the CEOs of two of these huge mega platforms, mega transformative platforms on stage. The fact that they're both former CEOs, in my view, is even better and more unusual, because it gives them, I think, a little more freedom to talk frankly about some of the issues they're about to address. But I want to get a feeling from the audience, which platform you believe has had a more transformative effect on culture and society in the world over the last decade. So I'm going to ask everybody who thinks it's Tinder to shout Tinder. Do you think it's Tinder? Okay. Do you think it's Twitter? So you got to shout Twitter if you think it's Twitter. Here we go. Twitter? Okay, we're just going to do this differently. You're going to have to pick Twitter or Tinder, and in a moment, on the count of 3, everybody has to choose, and you're just going to either shout Twitter or you're going to shout Tinder. Is that clear? 1, 2, 3. It's inconclusive. That's fascinating. So please welcome in conversation with the Chief Technology Correspondent of Yahoo, JP Mangalinden. Please welcome the founder of Chorus and the former CEO of Twitter, Dick Costello, and the founder and former CEO of Tinder, Sean Rad.
Well, Dick, Sean, welcome this afternoon. Thank you so much for carving out the time.
Of course. Happy to be here.
Great. So, I want to take a step back and, we look at the tech industry, which is always constantly evolving. The last 2 years have been particularly interesting, right? If you look at the news and the headlines, there have been a lot of stories around data breaches and challenges in the work culture and so forth. How would you characterize this chapter of technology?
You want me to go first?
Sure.
I took an Ambien backstage, so we have about 15 minutes before I pass out.
Noted.
Let's see. I'd say it's more of a transition. I think sometimes the media narratives tend to be, this is the dark period in Silicon Valley now, and everything's changed. I don't think that's the case. I think what you're seeing is technology companies realizing we have a role to play in a bigger role to play in society and democracy, and we have a responsibility to societies and democracies, particularly in the context of the audiences we've built. And I think all of these companies recognize that. Jack at Twitter, who I'm obviously very close to, is doing, I think, a really good job of being public about the work the company's trying to do to improve the health of the platform. So I think it's a transition period. These companies will figure it out and deal with it, just like they've figured out and dealt with all the other issues in the past.
Sean, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think we forget how young tech is in general, and we're going through a period of learning. I mean, these platforms have grown to really empower society in ways that my parents weren't empowered to sort of be whoever they want to be and have a voice. And I think you have a generation that wants to work at a company that like social media has empowered them, like technology has empowered them, they want to be part of an organization that also empowers them to have a voice and find meaning in their lives and meaning in the work that they're doing. So I think the workplace is evolving, ironically, because of the power that technology has brought to society.
Dick, I want to come back to you for a minute. Obviously, you were CEO of Twitter for a good chunk of time.
Obviously.
That being said, Twitter remains one of the go-to platforms for catching up in real time with news and breaking events. On the one hand, there's that. On the other hand, you have President Trump making it a go-to virtual pulpit. What do you make of that? How do you reconcile that?
I mean, Twitter is great at being able to connect with an audience immediately, and I think it was Obama in 2008, in his first election, who realized, maybe earlier than lots of other politicians, this is a great way to connect with people directly and without a filter. I think that's good. Being able to talk to people directly without a filter, on both sides of the equation, both from being able to hear what the real message is from the politician and being able to see what they really think. And that goes, again, that goes both ways. With Trump, we all see what he really thinks. And we can see that sometimes he says things that are completely diametrically opposed to what he said 3 years ago on the same platform. He says things that are, known to be outright falsehoods that are there for everyone to see. I think that's a good thing that people can see that. It's not I think one of the things I would caution people about when they say, well, why don't, he should be removed from the platform or something, is it's not the platform's responsibility to resolve society's dysfunction. It's the platform's responsibility to make sure that it's not amplifying that dysfunction or getting in the way of society dealing with its own issues. And I think Jack and the company recognize that.
Got it. Sean, I want to talk about Tinder for a moment, obviously, which you co-founded and former CEO, obviously. Tinder, as many people I think would argue, has transformed the way people connect. That being said, you look a few years past the founding, and there's a slew of apps that have emulated Tinder's functionality. What do you make of that?
Look, I think it's great that there are developers that are taking inspiration from the work that Tinder's done and Twitter's done. I would say far more have emulated Twitter's functionality to an extent. It's humbling. We built a great product and focused on the user, and I think it's great to see that people take inspiration from that.
Got it. We talk about accountability. Dick, you talked about accountability a little earlier. One company that has been challenged around accountability is Facebook over the last 2 years, whether it's with the US presidential election or much more recently, data breaches and user privacy. What challenges do you think Facebook faces, and how accountable do you think they need to be?
Well, I think I'm going to say the same thing that Mark or Cheryl would say, which is that if you have an audience of over 2 billion people, you have an enormous responsibility, and you have to be accountable to that. You can't say, well, we built this audience of 2 billion people, and and we have no accountability to deal with any issues that come up on the platform. They have an enormous responsibility and accountability to that. I think what people have to remember is a lot of these things that, the 2016 elections and meddling in the elections and so forth, those weren't things that people involved in these platforms knew about years in advance. We were dealing with, when I was CEO at Twitter as recently as 2015, we were dealing with spam and abuse and phishing and people stealing people's passwords to be able to hack into other credentials on other platforms. The election meddling, kind of hit us all in real time. And so whether it's Twitter or Facebook or anything else, I think these people involved in these companies know they have that responsibility and know they have accountability to this and are moving as quickly as possible to catch up to it. So I don't think that you'll see any of them shirk that responsibility or accountability. And it's going to be more enormous for Facebook because they're the bigger company. So the onus is on them to deal with it.
Got it. Sean, what do you think?
I agree. But as they say, with great power comes great responsibility. And again, we have to remember that there is no rule book for something like Facebook and what the correct way of operating Facebook or sort of shaping it in society is, because it's so new. So we're bound to make mistakes. I think what's important is that you have a leadership team that sort of has the right values and is learning from things like election meddling and preventing them moving forward. But we're bound to have, I'm sure we're going to have other issues moving forward, because you see this vast technology that has impact on 2 billion people. I mean, I don't even think any government in society has that amount of power on this many people. So I think it's really important to make sure that, number one, they're set up organizationally to learn from the users, represent all the users, and sort of have the right values that are important to that user base.
The other thing to keep in mind is, these platforms obviously operate globally and across countries, so they're not sort of bound by one country's constitution or laws. They're bound by all of them. And then you end up with all of these edge cases. Any individual case that comes up in the media sort of seems obvious to us as to, well, this is the way it should have been dealt with. But every day, I can just tell you from experience, within these companies, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of edge cases of what's the right thing to do here? This has never happened before. And there were times when we would remove content from Twitter because we thought it was, in a violation of our terms of service, and then, a photo, for example, of some terrorist activity, and then you would turn around and see that photo was published on the front page of a major global newspaper, and our users would say, well, why did you take that down? And then the flip side would occur. So it's just sort of an ongoing trying to figure out what the new answers are, as Sean just talked about. Lots of these things are happening for the first time, and then they're happening on platforms that are global and not bound by sort of one country's laws.
Got it. On the flip side of things, again, we've talked about Facebook and all those things, but on the flip side, which companies right now do you think are doing it right? Whether from a product perspective or a management perspective, are there any companies you're admiring right now?
You go first.
Oh, man.
You go first.
No, I think you should go first on this one. That's a tough one. I mean, I think it depends on how you define right. So it's a tough one for me to answer.
Okay.
I mean, look, they're all, my cop-out answer is going to be name a bunch of companies that aren't in the news yet. That no one's heard of, so people can go, okay. I think that, I'll say this, go back to the company I know best, Twitter. I think that Jack and the team at Twitter really, honestly, publicly are trying to find their way forward and do the right thing. And they take a lot of, they get beat up a lot because they have been so transparent and public about the ways they're trying to resolve issues on the platform. And so when you do that publicly and transparently and you make a mistake, you get beat up for it. But, Jack has a very sort of pure way of thinking about the future of the platform and healthy conversations and the responsibility that he has for what the company's built. And I think they're approaching this the right way, trying to do it very publicly and not behind closed doors, and even making public emails that the trust and safety team sends out to the rest of the company about particular abuse issues. I think that's the right way forward, to do it, not behind closed doors, but out in public.
Transparency is key.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's necessarily just transparency. It's just trying to show in public what you're trying to accomplish as a platform. I think that's probably the right way forward.
Got it. Sean, from your experience at Tinder, it seemed like transparency was a huge element in scaling the company.
Yeah, I always felt that in order to build a great product for our community, we have to empathize and understand the community. And you want to create an environment where kind of all the different diverse voices are heard. So we did things at Tinder which I felt were a little unique. One thing we did was throughout, as long as we could, probably until about like 150, 200 employees, as long as it makes sense, any product feature or idea would be sort of presented in real time to the company at the all hands, and we invited the entire team to pick it apart. It made everyone feel included. It sort of showed everyone that they can and they do have the power to sort of weigh in on what we're doing as a company, and they can voice that opinion publicly to everyone. They can voice it to the CEO behind closed doors. So we didn't want a culture where sort of a service provider culture, where product sort of thinks of a great idea, passes it to engineering to build it, passes it to marketing to market it. We really wanted a more fluid process where the design sort of included all the voices throughout the company and all the voices throughout our community.
I think that's really what Sean is saying is an important aspect of culture for all the founders and CEOs in the room. I think that cultures in which people understand that the best ideas can come from anywhere in the company and that facilitate that and have many paths to yes, meaning, in a hierarchical organization, once you get one no, the idea is usually killed. If you facilitate that notion of the best ideas can come from anywhere in the company, and there are many ways to get to yes, those tend to be very successful cultures. They iterate rapidly, they learn rapidly, and they have a lot going on instead of sort of one small, narrow funnel of product features.
And I would almost say you have no choice today, because think about who millennials are as a generation and the generation after that. You are empowered to be whoever you want. Like no other moment in human history, you have the tools you need to access information, to voice your opinion, to be heard. So how could you expect to come into a company where you don't have that same privilege? So if a company isn't explaining to their employees why they're there and why their work matters, and isn't making them feel heard, then in a way that kind of contradicts everything else they're experiencing elsewhere in their lives. So why would you want to work at that company? So I think defining the why within an organization, creating purpose at all levels of the organization is more important now than it ever was before.
A little earlier, Sean, you mentioned diversity. I do want to touch upon that on two fronts. The first being is that one issue that has crept up in Silicon Valley, at least, is around conservatism within the larger workplace. There's this belief, at least by argument by conservatives at companies like Google, for example, that there isn't room for a conservative viewpoint, that founders tend to lean liberal. What do you make of those arguments?
Oh, I think it probably varies by company. In San Francisco and California, it tends to be sort of a more liberal state, a liberal city and a liberal state to begin with. So the employee base is going to skew that way, and you can understand why people who are conservative in those organizations feel like they can't. It's not as easy for them to speak freely as it should be. So that doesn't, I think, come as any surprise to me. I think, generally speaking, on the diversity front, particularly in technology and the tech center, things are headed in the right direction there. I think it's just generally speaking. I think there's a lot less of this. Well, we have to have a single woman in our venture firm somewhere, but maybe she won't be a GP. And now there's some much larger understanding of, look, some of the best VCs in tech, Forerunner and on and on and on, are either women-led or all women. There's a group of former Twitter execs, #Angels, a whole collection of them that are sort of a powerful investment group now in the Valley, and when they sort of write on the subject of gender equality, and they just recently wrote this blog post called the Gap Table about women not just being underpaid on salary front, but underrepresented in the cap table. You see sort of a broad echoing of that. So I think that we're headed in the right direction on that front, and there's a lot more to be done there for sure. But that's all. I would say that's all skewing in the right direction.
Yeah. Sean, you're nodding your head in agreement.
I agree.
Okay. As we sort of wrap things up, what would be, many of people in the audience and people watching on the live stream are entrepreneurs themselves. You both have had obviously very entrepreneurial trajectories. What would be the one or two pieces of advice that you would give them as they navigate?
I had a founder who had just started his company, like a week into it, come up to me in a coffee shop in San Francisco the other day, and say, hey, can I ask you just a quick question? Like, if you have one piece of advice for me as I get started, what is it? And I knew the answer right away. And the answer is, it's always hard. Always. It's always hard. 100 people, 50 people, 1,000 people, 4,000 people. You think like, once I get a VP of marketing in here, like my life is going to, it's always hard. So you just have to keep grinding, always look ahead, keep thinking about, the next day, the next day, the next day, not looking back and regretting the mistakes you made. You're going to make a bunch of mistakes. Just remember it's always hard and keep grinding.
Persistence is key. All right, Sean.
Yeah, and I'd add to that you're going to have obstacles in life and in business. There's no such thing as a perfect company. There's no such thing as a perfect human. How you react to that is going to define the company. You can either, you face a challenge, you can either get angry, blame, sit there in kind of stillness, or you could use that as an opportunity to learn and grow. I think the most successful companies are iterative in nature, where they make mistakes and they learn from those mistakes and then become better as a result. That's sort of the evolution of humanity in a way.
That's right.
So I think it's really important to remember that an obstacle isn't a bad thing. Like, there's actually something good that can come out of it if you look for it.
You know what? If you're doing what you love, you become resilient. And when things go wrong, as they inevitably will, if you're doing what you're passionate about and love, you'll find your way through it.
All right. Well, Dick Costolo, Sean Rad, thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
It reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
Wow. Look at all these beautiful phones. There are just 7 weeks until Christmas. If you're buying devices as presents, maybe you're wondering which ones are best and why. Joining us on stage in a moment are some of the most incredible hardware reviewers in the world, with a very, very special moderator. Please put your hands together and welcome them all to the stage.
Hey guys, I'm Alex Kranz with Gizmodo, and I'm here with some very smart people. We've got Tom, Chris, and Keaton, and they have been doing a lot of technology reviews, as have I. But we're going to be talking about phones today because you may not know it, but every phone you care about this year has already been announced, right? Can we agree, probably?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk about a lot of those phones because most of them got announced just in the last few weeks, and we have almost all of them here. So I think the first thing is let's get it out there, the iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely different than all the other phones here because it runs on a totally different operating system. So which iPhone do we have here? Is it the most exciting one, the least exciting one?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it's the 10S.
Oh, it's the 10S, yeah, 256 10S.
All right, the 10S. So have you guys all used it? Have you played around with it? What do you like about it?
I work at Android Authority, so I can't
So you don't
comment.
care. This is trash to him. Apologies.
I mean, it's a beautiful phone, but it's I mean, this year it's all about the A12 processor and that better camera. The camera is a lot better in terms of dynamic range. But if you have a 10 coming to the 10S, it's not a huge deal. What do you think, Keaton?
Yeah, with the new A12 in this, the neural engine, I'm noticing Face ID is more accurate than ever, and that's the only way you can get into the phone outside of a passcode. So that's really it for me.
Don't you guys think that it's time for a design change? This feels like the same iPhone from last year.
I mean, this is only the second year we've had this new notch design.
6.5 inches, that's not enough for you, Chris?
Look at the back of that.
Well, is that the 6 point? That's a 5 point.
No, this is a Max.
Oh, that's a Max.
Oh, that is a
All
Max.
right.
Okay.
It
Big
looks
box.
very small because we have all these
It's a Max,
people here behind
it's
you.
a Max.
We have a lot of phones, though. Like
We do have a lot of phones. So this one, like, I guess, would you say that the iPhone was almost boring this year, or did you find it really interesting?
I really like the iPhone XR, despite popular opinion.
Right.
I really think that price,
I do too.
$750, you're saving $250 compared to the XS, $350.
Right.
Like, it's ridiculous.
And when it comes to tech nerds, we can talk about resolution and PPI all day long, but most people going into a store, they look at it, it feels like an iPhone, it looks like an iPhone 10, 10S, has gestures. No one's really going to know about LCD versus OLED PPI when they're buying a normal phone. But we're all nerds, so we're going to.
Yeah.
I mean, what constitutes a cheap phone now is pretty crazy. Like $750
I know.
is super affordable. It's kind of crazy, but that's the world we live
Well,
in.
let's talk, because I think we actually have a much cheaper phone here, because the 10S Max starts at what, $1,200?
$1,100.
$1,100. And over here we have the just announced OnePlus 6T.
Here's
which
one
is
I made
significantly
earlier.
cheaper. Oh, you brought your own. I
Yes,
see.
babe.
We don't
I've got
even
my
need to unbox it. We're just
What
ready
we-
to go.
Chris, you can unbox it.
Chris,
Sure.
the Android guy, go ahead and
Yeah.
unbox it.
Okay,
It's
so
550.
All the way down here.
sort of similar to
You just
what
cry over on the side.
Yeah, sort of similar to what Apple does. OnePlus releases 2 phones each year, so kind of like an S upgrade. There's a T upgrade
Right.
halfway through the year because T is obviously one better than S. It's a little cheeky, but there you have it. So the big differences on the 6T from the 6. I mean, these are super affordable phones, right? Like
Right.
for around the $500 mark, you're getting a really affordable device. It has all the same specs, all the same experience as much more expensive phones, but you get it in a much cheaper package.
Is it going to turn on?
I don't know
Very
if the-
exciting.
I don't know if the
If
battery
not, okay, Tom,
was
go ahead
charged
and
on
bust
this
yours
one.
out.
I'm saving the day.
But-
and I'm also
That's
using
great.
the new
There we
N-Screen
go.
fingerprint reader,
Save.
Oh, yes.
which isn't... Oh, there we go.
Okay, so I kind of want to talk about the biometrics on this, if that's all right. We're going to get a little nerdy here, guys, but I think
Yep.
this is the crowd to get nerdy in front of. So,
Web Summit,
yeah,
right?
right? Yeah, we're ready. All right. So the iPhone uses Face ID, and it uses facial scanning recognition or face recognition. This guy uses fingerprint recognition, but not on the back of the phone. It's not using capacitive fingerprint recognition. It's doing something a little different, right?
Right, so actually, we've got the OnePlus 6T with an in-screen fingerprint. I've also got the Mate 20 Pro. I'm just
Oh,
jumping
you're
ahead
just
here.
bunching.
I'm
You're
sorry.
just. Where did you bring that one? How many phones do you have in your pocket right now?
3.
3. Oh,
Yeah.
all
But
Android.
both of these have in-screen fingerprint readers, and that's the whole thing this year. I don't know what you guys think about in-screen versus just normal rear fingerprint readers. Like, is it a bit of a gimmick?
I've used. If I had to pick between front and rear, I would pick rear. Personal choice.
would too.
I prefer it.
All right, what
Everyone's
about
entitled
you?
to their opinion. Come
we
at
have
me,
it.
bro. But in
I would
display
say
is,
I just want something that works. I think that's really where I'm at. You know, seeing the 6T's in-screen fingerprint, it's nice, but I know we were talking, if your fingers get wet, there kind of goes that.
Should try a speed test.
Yeah.
But the big
go,
thing
go.
is, if you can
Go,
get rid
go.
of the notch at the top of the screen and have an in-display fingerprint,
What do you
readers,
guys
then
think? Which
you
was
save a lot
faster
of screen
there?
space.
This is actually really difficult
All right,
to do.
is this one faster or this
oh,
one
we got-
faster? I think
Which camera
We
should
have
we
the
go
left
Can
for?
we
side.
even see it?
Oh, I'll stay there. I'll stay
You
there.
are making the cameraman
3,
very
2,
upset
1.
right now.
Oh,
Oh.
maybe I didn't register. Let's try
That was
again.
brutal.
Let's try again.
Are your fingers wet?
I was like, one of your
That could be
fingers
it.
seems more disgusting than the
Well,
other.
it worked the first time. It was pretty much even.
I think the convenience is great. Obviously, your phone can sit on the table. You can unlock it straight away without having to touch anything. But it's all about reliability. In-display fingerprint scanners are still pretty new. There's been quite a few this year, mostly from Vivo, but they're not super fast and they're not super reliable yet. You do sort of have to jab at it a few times, which is inconvenient. So it sort of undermines the futuristic aspect, right? But it is super cool. The fact that you're unlocking your phone
The way it
through the
lights
screen
up.
is awesome.
That's it for me. I mean, that's
sweet.
probably a really stupid reason to be
Pretty.
like, yes, this is much cooler.
Yes,
because
it's
it
just-
lights up. The
Just
face,
look at
face
me.
ID
Look at
doesn't
how
light
cool
up.
I am.
But we actually have another phone that lights up here, too, when it does something wicked. Do you guys know which one it is? I bet you do.
I'm assuming we're talking about the Find
Yeah,
X?
yeah, you
Okay.
know. All right.
Find X.
Oh, you can do it.
Wait, is it the Find X or the Find 10?
Is it Uber X or Uber 10?
I don't know.
Is it the iPhone X or the iPhone 10? I mean,
There you go.
Who cares?
Right?
Maximum
I think
access.
either one is socially acceptable, guys. I think everyone in the audience will be totally okay. No one will judge you. It's totally fine.
Do you think it's fair to say, Keaton, that not many people have heard of Oppo in the UK, US, Western audiences?
It's very fair to say. So Oppo is actually a part of the parent company BBK. So it's Oppo, OnePlus, and Vivo.
Yep.
It's kind of the conglomerate, and they have a lot of phones on this table. The cool thing about the Oppo Find X is this camera. Check this out. So when you look at the screen, you don't actually have a front-facing camera because
I want to get in on this. Okay, you're gonna have to do it again.
they missed it. Like,
Because it happens
quick.
very quickly,
There we
but
go.
it's really, really cool.
Yeah,
The
keep an eye
cameras,
on the top of
or
the
go ahead
screen.
and put it down like this.
Oh, I was trying to show them.
Yeah, they can
There
see
we
it better
go.
up here, right?
It's true. It's like our videos,
You
right?
got all these people in the back of the room. They got to see it. It's
So
great.
when you hit the camera, it actually slides up from the top, revealing that front-facing camera. And then, of course, on the back, you have a dual shooter. So kind of an interesting concept. I'll take a picture of you guys. Probably put it on Instagram, just text Smart if you want to check it out.
Do you want a motor unit in your phone? Is that just not one more thing to stop taking a photo of me?
I mean, didn't you try to like break it? You tried to like play with
Not on this one, on a different one that has another camera that pops up. Everyone's concerned about durability. Obviously, a motorized moving part in a smartphone is a terrible idea. But look at how freaking cool it is,
It
right?
makes a little noise
So
as well.
It had to be done. Now
Futuristic.
there's other phones that have like magnets, so it's like an old slider phone mechanism, which is still a moving part, but at least it's not a motor. So it's less likely to break. But I mean, everyone drops their phone all the time. Dropping that when the cameras are out.
If you're taking a selfie and it just
that's a
slips.
bad time.
Well, do you think it's actually going to break when you take the camera out?
Well, I don't know.
Like if we dropped it,
We can
you
find
dropped
out.
it right here. Yeah, I think we should just
guys
go
are
ahead
gonna
and
hate
find
this.
out, right?
Live demo?
Yeah, we'll just book it off the stage. If anything happens, none of you guys saw it. Just avert your eyes.
The largest thing, though, with the Find X is this bezel-less display. There is no teardrop. There is no front-facing camera. It literally slides up. And compared to the other phones in the lineup, I think that's big. What do you guys think about it?
I mean, I think this is the right solution. I think nobody likes the notch. Let's be honest. We can all make
Judging.
excuses as much as we like with our face unlocking and all that kind of stuff, but nobody likes the notch. It's on the way out, and it'll be yesterday's news in the next little.
You don't like that?
Don't.
Yeah, speaking of the notch, so
don't do
this
that.
phone over here has
Okay.
probably one of the biggest notches, right?
Yeah.
So which phone is this?
So this is the Pixel 3 XL, and it's such a shame everyone is talking about that notch because, I mean, I don't know what you guys think. It's not the best looking, but it is an incredible phone. It has probably one of the best cameras you can get. The battery life's better. The screen is better than the Pixel 2. But honestly, I'm not sure what you guys think, but I prefer the Pixel 3 over the XL because it just looks nicer. It's a bit of a better size. It's a great phone, but like put it next to the Oppo, like that
Pixel 3 in the pocket. I've never had the larger Pixel. I've always had the smaller one, and I actually really like it because all smartphones generally, especially flagship phones, have gotten larger and larger and larger to the point where at like 6-inch screens is normal. And I actually like having a phone that still fits in my pocket, and the smaller Pixel has always been that phone for me. And I get all the same specs, all the same performance and camera quality and everything from the smaller Pixel, and it's cheaper too, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm noticing a couple of different things about the Pixel 3 versus the Oppo Find X. And that's one, it's got this really big chin on the bottom. So it seems to have less display area, is that right? And then this one's got this kind of cool curve to it. So, you know, would you say that this is the more futuristic phone and this is kind of stayed a little conservative almost?
I mean, obviously with like the design, you have dual speakers on the front, which is huge. And with the Find X, the speakers are really only on the bottom. So yeah, that's a huge point.
Yeah.
For me, it's the notch. I think this is more futuristic from
Yeah.
the camera, the look and fit and feel. But I really like the Pixel 3. That's kind of my vote.
Yeah, but no one's going to look at the
so
Pixel
why-
3 and say, wow, what a futuristic phone. I think it would be impossible to pull out the Find X at a bar and not have people say, oh, wow, can you do
Yeah.
that again, please?
So why do you prefer the Find or the Google Pixel 3? Because we see this other phone and it's so cool and it's so eye-catching, and then this one is fine.
The Pixel, I mean, for the Pixel, it's the Android version of the phone that just works. It's super reliable. It
the
doesn't,
iPhone of Android.
Yeah, exactly. That's the subtitle on my review. You should go read it. The Android iPhone. It's basically, I think Google understands the same thing Apple understands, which is specs aren't everything. Reliability is everything. You want a phone that works. You want a camera that takes an amazing photo every single time. And that's what the Pixel 3 does. It's the most reliably good smartphone camera you can get. I would say even above the iPhone. It is possible for some other phones to take a better shot every now and then, but not as often as the Pixel 3 gets an amazing
the same way
one.
on social. Not to cut you out there, Alex, but with social, it's like Insta Stories and Snapchat. Sometimes in Android phones, it looks like a potato, but with the Pixel line, they've kind of figured that out, and it's still that cusp of Android really just understanding how to make that work, where an iPhone, it always looks good.
But what's really interesting, sorry to interrupt, is that the Pixel, I think we can all agree, is almost like the best camera available, but it just has that one lens. And we see phones like the Samsung A9 with 4 lenses, and quality is questionable.
Can we have one with a few extra lenses
Yeah,
here?
I was about to say, we do have another phone here with a lot of extra. Oh, we have more than one phone
Here's
here.
one I made earlier.
You pulled out a $200 phone over here.
This is, I think, $1,000.
Yeah, this is
$200 for that.
$200.
I'm leaving. I'm grabbing that.
I'll take 5.
I was like,
this is the Mate 20 Pro, and as you can see, it's got 3 lenses.
oh, is that a wait?
So should we? I don't know if we can get the screen on.
Well, we got 2, so you can hold that one up, and we got this one.
Oh, right.
That's why we brought 2.
Yeah.
So you've got a normal lens, a zoom lens, 3 times optical, and then a ultra wide angle lens. I actually found myself using the ultra wide way more than I thought I would. So you have this difference between the Pixel, which has, like, in terms of pure image quality, the software processing, super good photos. But then we see Samsung and Huawei and other phones just throwing on more lenses.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, Google is the software company, right? Google comes up with software solutions to what other companies find a hardware problem. So other companies say, how do we get that depth of field for portrait mode? They say, oh, we need another lens. And Google says, hold my beer. And away they go. And the fact that we're on the 3rd generation Pixel and it still only has one camera on the back is pretty amazing, because the results speak for themselves. I mean, it's so competitive compared to phones that have 3 lenses on the back. It's pretty insane. But sooner or later, Google will have to change.
Would you agree, Alex, and everyone here,
Yeah.
that the Galaxy S9 Plus with that curved look, basically all these phones have that exact same design?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
One of
one
your
of the things we're really seeing. So when we talk about phone trends, which I think is really important to talk about here, because we have all the big flagships. These are the largest phone makers in the world right now. And these are the guys that are dictating what your phone is going to look like this year, next year, and even a couple more years down the line. And I think that's one of the biggest trends we see here is that curved screen. And I think maybe there's only, the One Plus and the iPhone and the Pixel are the only ones that don't have that kind of curve. Do you guys like that curve? Is it something that works for you, or is it just
Normally, yes, but I do like the Mate 20 Pro, the Huawei, but the gesture implementation, because of that curved screen, actually you have to get your finger right around the edge to
It's kind of like the notch. Like, for better or worse, the notch and that curved screen denotes premium, right? Like, expensive phones have a notch, like the iPhone 10 and now quite a lot of Android phones, but it's the same with the curved display. Samsung phones have that curved display. It's very iconic. It's very recognizable. It looks really good, and it's not very easy to make. And so it makes total sense that everyone else is adopting it, because it puts you in the same bracket.
Do you guys care about fingerprints?
On the back of a phone?
Yeah, I hate y'all have them, right?
mean,
We can't avoid them. But on the back of a phone, is that a big deal for you guys when you're buying one, based on color or anything?
Personally, it is for me.
Yeah, I don't typically use a case, because like we all switch phones pretty much every week. So it doesn't really matter if we drop them and break them. Tough problem to have, I know. But we typically tend not to use cases, just because it's more realistic. You know, I mean, this is the way the phone was designed. This is how it goes out in the box, and that's what we use. And if it gets covered in fingerprints, then that's kind of bad. There's actually finally, after many years of glass-back phones, there's a few companies that are doing like textures on the back.
I was about to say the
including
Pixel
Huawei.
3 has a frosted glass
does
on the
indeed.
back.
Where-
It's right there.
Right here. It
There it
blends
is.
in with the table almost.
Yeah.
So it's actually one sheet of glass on the back, but it's got the different texture, so you get far fewer fingerprints on the bottom section than you do at the top.
So
Of
do you
course,
think
still
that
get
that
them all at the top.
frosted glass might be one of those things that we're going to start seeing in other phones down the line? Or do you think this is it? It's just going to be a Pixel thing, and the rest of you are going to be doing this every time you want to show people
Yes.
the back of your phone?
I like to see the variety we have. We've got like this midnight black matte black OnePlus 6. We've got shiny glossy. We've got frosted glass. It's just good to see some variation because on the front we're seeing big black rectangles
Right. Yeah.
all day long, and so it's just nice to see something a little bit different, even if it gets smudges.
Yeah, I mean, this two-tone thing is pretty much a Pixel thing now, right? You can't really do it without. It's the same as the lens orientation on the iPhone. It's like as soon as you do it, you ripped off the iPhone. And I think if you do a two-tone back like this, you're kind of ripping off the Pixel. Funnily enough, HTC that worked on the original Pixel with Google are doing the same sort of thing, but they have a textured, like, you know, you can get on there and scratch it, and it makes that great zippy thing. It's fantastic if you like fidgeting. So,
Why
and
is
also
it
shows
glass,
your
though?
fingerprints.
Like, why are we
Wireless
going
charging.
with glass?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why.
It's
Wireless charging.
Wireless charging.
Okay, very cool. And do you think we're going to just be stuck with wireless charging and glass backs forever, and we just need to get used to it?
I don't think it's stuck with it. I think it's more of a benefit. Like wireless charging, at least to me, and I'm excited to hear what you guys think. It's convenient. It's really the future. Everything's phasing towards being wireless.
I don't know. I still think that wireless had its moment a few years ago, especially with Android phones, and it kind of phased out in favor of fast charging. I mean, there's, I think the Mate 20 Pro, 0 to 70%.
Yeah, what's that speed?
In 30 minutes. 0 to 70% in 30 minutes. It's insane. It's so fast. The same with some of the Vivo phones and Oppo phones.
I'm going to do the thing.
They're so
You know what I'm
the
going to do?
coolest feature
Here we go.
of any phone
All right.
out right now. This is the Huawei Mate 20.
Going to do it? Oh, it's not doing it.
That's
Is the
like an
iPhone
Apple
on?
keynote.
Oh, there,
There
it
we
goes.
go. There we
Hey.
go.
So if you guys didn't just see it, the iPhone actually started being charged by the Huawei Mate 20 because the Huawei Mate 20 is just that
iPhones
cool.
don't have the best reputation for battery life, and Huawei does have a great reputation for battery life. There's a really big battery in it, so much so that they are now volunteering to wirelessly charge the other devices in your pocket or your bag because, you know, their
gonna
batteries
do
aren't
it?
as good. It's pretty slow. It's pretty slow.
Oh,
like
it's so
it'll take a while.
No one's
but
really going to use it, but
at
it's
a
a cool
pinch,
trick.
at a pinch,
Would you
it's
get
good.
one of those like adhesive grips on the back so your phone won't slide off? I mean, it's basically going to break both of them, right?
An elastic band around the side.
Yeah, rubber band.
But that's the thing. I mean, wireless charge is super cool. It's very convenient. You just drop your phone on it. But it's still, I mean, there's a lot of fast wireless charging now. But I still think fast charging with a cable, when you can charge most of your battery in like 15, 20 minutes, like that's way more convenient for most people, I think, than wireless. But it's here, right? We have glass-back phones. We may as well have wireless charging on everything too.
We just gotta deal with it. So we've looked at all these phones, I think, kind of. We've kind of investigated it, and we've all reviewed them extensively before this. So do you guys each have a favorite? A phone that, like, when your subscribers reach out to you and they say, I really, really like everything you do, what phone should I get? I trust you.
Shall I start?
Yeah, you start. I'm looking at you. You gotta go.
I'll go. So I review a lot of phones on my channel, The Tech Jap. Like and subscribe.
It's almost at 400,000. Let's get him to 400,000, guys.
Come on,
Enough people
go.
here.
Yeah, get in there. Get on your phones right now and follow this.
Yeah, do it now. So this year for me that stood out, there's been so many amazing phones, but the OnePlus 6, for the value for money, $550, 60's made it a bit better. Also the P20 Pro, the Mate 20 Pro is expanded on that, but the camera, the night mode, really was a big step forward. So Pixel 3, Galaxy S9 Plus, amazing evolutions, but we've seen some great stuff from Chinese phones.
So are you gonna say you gotta choose
I'm
one?
going to go, because it's just come out and it's a little bit better, the 6T, OnePlus 6T.
The OnePlus 60 because it's $500.
$550, yeah.
And it has the same guts.
Yeah.
For the most part, as the rest of these
Camera's
phones.
not quite as good as the Pixel or whatever, but it's 90% there for half the price of an iPhone.
So for people who are just out there and they just want to take a couple of shots in the bar, get a shot of their kids or whatever, their dogs, OnePlus 6T.
For me.
All right, for you. Chris, what about you?
I mean, I would agree the OnePlus 60 is amazing. If you don't want to spend $1,000 on a phone, which is totally understandable, then, I mean, you cannot go past the OnePlus 60, really. I mean, it has all the same specs. But at the same time, it's also available at T-Mobile now, which is kind of cool. But I think if you've got a little bit more money to spend and you want the absolute best phone, I won't comment on iPhones, but, I mean, yeah, for me, it's the Google Pixel 3.
All right.
Purely because it's just the most consistent and reliable Android phone you can buy, and that camera is unbeatable.
So what makes it so reliable, do you think?
I think it's because, I mean, okay, so as smartphones have gotten better and better over the last few years, it's pretty hard to buy a bad phone for $1,000, which is, you know, thank you for that.
Yeah, you don't want to waste $1,000.
But I mean, like at Android Authority, we talk a lot about the future of smartphones and deciding which phone is better based on the look and feel, like I call it the feels. It's so hard now. That's why we do objective testing in a lab, because it's the only way to honestly distinguish between what is better than the other. Because you can't pick up a phone and play with it and say, this one's faster. Yeah, it feels good in the hand. It's so hard to tell. So we have to do it with actual objective testing. So we've started our Best of Android Awards. You can keep an eye out for that at the end of the month. We also have a Reader's Choice segment, so if you want to vote for your favorite phone, you can do that on our social media platforms.
And so you found that the Pixel 3 is where it's at?
Yeah, because I don't think the specs matter so much anymore. I think it all comes down to the experience of the phone, what it can do for you, and basically how reliable it is. And I think in terms of all Android phones, the Pixel is the most consistently reliable phone you can get. So.
All right, well, what about you? Which one?
I would say if you want to get an iPhone, I'd recommend the iPhone XR.
So not even the phone we have on the table?
Not even the phone on the table. And I know I sound like a hypocrite because I have a XS Max in my pocket. I swear my yellow XR is charging at the hotel. I really like $750 as a price, as well as what you get if you want an iPhone. We know the glitz and glam, you can spend up to, what, $1,350?
Yeah.
If you get a maxed out XS Max. That's cool. I think for an Android phone, my favorite's got to be the Pixel 3, not even the XL. I'm not a huge fan of the bug eyes. I really like that feel. It feels really compact with the Pixel 3. It feels like you can just get more done than any other Pixel device. That's just how I feel.
All right.
Device,
well, it looks like you lost. I'm sorry. The Pixel 3 is the phone. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you all.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, bye.
Thanks, guys. Happy shopping.
Awesome.
All right. Cool. I guess we have
the free phones?
Yeah, free phones.
Hand
so
them out.
Grab them.
You get a phone. You get a phone.
You guys.
Everybody gets
all right,
a phone.
it's going to be fantastic. Oh, no.
Fantastic. Next up, we have a politician many consider the most important politician in the world for technology. After fines for Google, Facebook, and Apple in the last number of years, she's still at the forefront of consumer rights in Europe. Before we introduce Europe's competition commissioner, please watch this short video.
The European Commission slapped a record $5 billion fine on Google, ordering the tech giant to stop using its Android operating system to block rivals. The EU's antitrust regulators claim the company set illegal restrictions on Android smartphone makers and network operators.
This is not about Android. This is about Google behavior, a behavior that's illegal for a dominant company because it's locking down competition and disabling innovation and choice that we would all like to enjoy.
Please give a huge, warm welcome to Europe's Competition Commissioner, Margriet Vestager. Woo!
Oh, wow.
If you could just see yourself, you look amazing. Thank you very much for this very warm welcome. It's a pleasure to be in Lisbon, but it's an even bigger pleasure to be at the Web Summit. And 6 centuries ago, explorers, they would stand here by the coastline, just as you do in a pause, and watch the Atlantic. And back in the days, centuries ago, Well, that ocean was the edge of the world, the limit as to how far curiosity could go. Well, something was different. Those explorers, they saw further. And when they crossed the horizon, they discovered new things that changed the way Europeans saw the world. And that is what it feels like to be here, because this is the place where the future takes shape. And this future is arriving so fast that it becomes increasingly difficult to say what shape it will take. I don't think that any of us, nor even you here today, can say what kind of digital technology will we have in 10 or in 20 years. But one thing we can safely say, it will change our lives. And this is not just the life of investors or founders or regulators. This is the life of every citizen. And it will affect us in our daily lives, of course, as it already does. Parents looking for an app that will produce more hours during the day. Workers whose routines and daily work will be highly influenced by data. And every single one of us, whether connected or not, even if we completely check out today, will still be affected because our democracy digitalizes. At least for me, and maybe for you as well, these days, this revolution may be somewhat like riding a roller coaster, never being exactly sure what will be the next turn and the next twist. The thing about riding a roller coaster is that it can be great fun, but you only enter when you are sure that you are going to be safe. And I think that is the fundamental challenge that we are facing right now, if we're going to be safe. How to give people the confidence that they are safe, that the most fundamental values, what we believe in, that we can still sustain this. Digital technology has immense powers to do good. But with immense powers, of course, also comes great risks. And it's not an attack on technology to acknowledge that those risks are real. Of course not. It is obvious all the good it brings in the daily lives, helping us to stay in touch, enabling people with very critical diseases or disabled to gain a completely new quality of life. It widens our political debate. It gives access for people who didn't have access before. And yet, at the same time, well, it produces harmful, untrue information that spreads even faster than ever before, unleashing violence, undermining democracy. So data gives us a new understanding of the world. But when just a few companies hold lots and lots of data, it can make it very, very hard for anyone else to compete against them. And without competition, well, consumers are not well served. Artificial intelligence will help us to take faster, better decisions. It will give us more time to spend on things that we really like to do. But when we rely on consumers to take decisions, well, we face the risk that they might be trained to reproduce the prejudice of the past. Or they might not be trained to avoid breaking the law. So before we can embrace the possibilities of technology for full, we need to know that those risks are being dealt with. We need to know that we can trust technology and what companies delivers with technology, that it is for us and not to harm us as consumers. I think that lately, for many people, that trust has been harmed. People have seen their data being stolen, being misused. They have seen companies abusing enormous powers in the markets at the expense of consumers. The good news is that the right rules can help us fix this problem. When you go home, when I go home, well, the thing is that every night we enter a home full of mortal dangers. Well, our electrical appliances, the wires, they could kill us in an instant if it doesn't work. If we plug in a faulty product, yet we hardly think about it. Why would we? We're so used to the fact that we have rules, that these rules are being followed, so that our home becomes a safe place. For me, that's an inspiration. I learned from that we can get away from this idea that there is a conflict between tech optimists and tech pessimists, that there is a conflict between those who welcome technology and those who want it to be safe. And I think that we can learn that by making technology safe, well, that is the way for make it trusted and accepted. So the time is over when the digital world could escape the rules that apply for us in our offline lives. What happens online doesn't remain online. If you meet someone just outside this building who would try to engage you in terrorism, if another person would try to sell you a pirate copy of a DVD, or if someone decided to fix prices, or indeed ran a business that didn't respect workers' rights, obviously you would all expect authorities to step in and to fix it, to take down people who break the law. And there's no reason why this should be different, because the internet is involved. Anyway, we're dealing with things that we have discussed, and discussed in depth before decisions were taken, rules were made, and rules were put into real life and followed. It is true that the digital world runs on innovation. And it is also true that without rules, you can do a lot of new things. But the innovation we want is not the innovation that is made by getting around the rules. The reason why innovation matters is because it makes our lives better. So there's no need to ask people to give up values like democracy, privacy, fairness, in the name of innovation. The innovation we need should protect those values, build on those values, enable those values in real life. Because this is what society is about. Democracy, fairness, the possibility also to live a private life. And good rules even can make innovation thrive. It can be the necessary challenge you need to get creative. And competition rules, well, part of their role is to make sure that big company doesn't hold back on innovation. For many years, Google has been one of our great innovators. But why would we put all our hopes of the future in the hands of just one company? The real guarantee of an innovative future comes from keeping markets open so that anyone, big, small, can compete to produce the very best ideas. And no matter how much Google has done, helping us navigate the web, or making Android an operating system open source, well, we cannot look away when it threatens to lock down competition. When it denies rivals the chance to strike deals to pre-install its app on Android phones, or when it takes away the benefits of open source software. The exact benefit of open source software that anyone with the skills can adapt and improve it. This is not the only way that competition law can help us as people and can help to make technology serve people and not the other way around. We can make sure that mergers doesn't harm competition by putting data that you really need for innovation in the hands of just one company. Of course, it's not necessarily so that a merger that involves a lot of data is bad news. When Apple bought the music recognition service Shazam, it got hold of data about people who were using the streaming services of Apple's competitors. But we found that this data wasn't so important. It wasn't really what made it easier for Apple to compete against others. And even when data is important, it's not necessarily special. When Microsoft bought LinkedIn, we wanted to know whether Microsoft could use this exclusive access to LinkedIn data to drive rivals out of the market. But no, that wasn't the case. But these two examples of mergers that involves amounts of data doesn't mean that we have closed down this operation. On the contrary, we will keep focusing, keep analyzing, keeping an eye. Because if one company gets hold of data that is really powerful, unique sets of data, that might just close down competition, and that we will not let happen. You need data to innovate. You need the insights that you can get from big data. And the thing is that it doesn't necessarily take a big company to have the critical mass of data to get innovative. I do hope that you see that nothing is stopping you from coming together as businesses and creating pools of data that allows you to innovate. Of course, there are data protection rules to be respected, and there are rules of competition, but still, we can do so much more in sharing data with one another and allowing innovation to thrive on that basis. Last but not least, of course, you realize that competition law enforcement is very close to my heart. But the thing is that it will not do the trick on its own. We need more. We also need to protect fundamental values, and we need to come together to do that. We need to protect our privacy with the new digital citizen rights that came into force just this year in May. One of the things that is clear is the data belongs to us. It is mine. It's my property. And we want to be able to control what happens to it. We want to make sure that platforms doesn't become a place where you can spread whatever very, very bad things to recruit to terrorism. So the Commission has proposed rules so that platforms will be obliged to take down terrorism propaganda within the hour. And we need also to come together to avoid cyber attacks, to avoid dark ads with unknown backers that undermine our democracy. And of course, we're being very careful so that we can protect the elections for the European Parliament that is coming up, so that you make up your mind because of what you think and what you believe in, and not because you're being manipulated. Because it is obvious that technology is changing our democracy, our society, our markets, the business opportunity, and it does it at the same time. So we have to do a number of things at the same time. And we also need to make sure that we look for things that do not really understand tech. For instance, taxation. It seems as if our tax laws doesn't really understand how value is created and how you're present. And that, of course, we will change as well. And we all have the obligation to teach our children to deal with it just as well as we teach them how to deal with the electricity in our homes. And last but not least, there is a business responsibility here. It's not just a question of ethics, it's a question about being able to do business. Because when we help each other to make technology safe, then we create the trust that will enable a digital society in human scale so that technology will serve us and not serve itself, as it has been our goal in our democracy, because this is the reason we have it. It's for us, for the citizens, for us as humans. And the reason why I'm so happy to be here today is because that we may not look at everything in the same way, but I think that we share the fundamentals that technology should serve us and help us to protect, to build, to develop the fundamentals of democracy, society, privacy, and chance. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have the CEO of one of the world's largest social games and the CEO of one of the largest online platforms. While they've built up brands in the gaming community to impressive heights, they're now starting to move beyond it. To see what the future holds, please welcome to the stage in conversation with Josh Constine from TechCrunch, MZ's Kristen Dumont, and the CEO of Twitch, Emma Cheer.
Hey everybody, thank you guys so much for coming. So when I was 10 years old, I spent a lot of time playing the newest Zelda game. I still do, but I used to as well. I now spend entire flights across Asia or Europe just poured into my Nintendo Switch, and I love it. And I wanted to know, what are your guys' favorite games? What are the games that you've spent maybe the longest in one sitting playing?
So there's two answers to that question. My current favorite game, as anyone at the office would know, is Hearthstone, which I play obsessively. It's a trading card game. But the game I've played the longest in a single session has to be Civilization, probably Civilization 2, which has this terrible feeling where you always just need to take one more turn, and then it's 5 a.m. and the sun is coming up. And you don't know what just happened.
Well, for sure a Machine Zone game, of course, including our most recent release, which is World War Rising. It was released last week. It's a top 5 strategy game, and I do have to say I'm obsessed with the game and spend the most time in that right now.
What about historically? Any game that you've really spent like a crazy amount of time in one sitting playing?
Going back to when I was very little, I was obsessed with Qbert.
All right,
Old
that's
school.
a pretty odd
It's
answer.
old
I don't think a
school.
lot of people in this hall
It
would
just
even
dates
know who
me.
that is.
It tells
but-
you how long we've been in gaming.
Qbert is hard.
It is hard. It takes an incredible amount of attention and actually strategy.
So in China, we've seen that they're starting to crack down on games and are requiring game developers, in some cases, to use facial recognition to identify the age of players so they can track how much playtime they're spending. They really want to make sure people aren't spending too much time on these games. How do you guys, with your game company and with Twitch, how do you think about how to balance that idea of healthiness for gamers with the freedom to play and do what we want?
I mean, that particular policy seems like a little bit something out of Black Mirror. It's a little weird to have your computer doing facial recognition and deciding how old you are and whether or not you're allowed to play a video game or not. But I actually have a lot of sympathy for that, the goal, because I do think that it's the responsibility of anyone who's producing an entertainment product, whether you produce something in person, you produce an online product, you produce something that people play with at home, that you think about the possible negative consequences of your product as well as the things that are good, and you make sure you don't hide from people the amount of time they're spending. You help them make good choices and good decisions about using your product.
Have you ever considered putting like a counter on Twitch or in any of Machine Zone games that shows players how long they've been playing?
Absolutely not.
Why?
So to answer your prior question as well, I would agree that it's a little bit Black Mirror-esque. That's a bit alarming to normalize what is essentially government surveillance. So we have a very different type of player. We cater to adults who like to get very deep into a strategic game. And so the games require a lot of time, commitment, and attention. So we want them to be as invested in our communities as possible.
We've considered a timer to try to figure out how long people have been playing. And actually, we might still at some point do it, but we have a bunch of people who are gamers that are on Twitch. And if you give them a counter that they can move up, there's a real danger they're going to spend a bunch of effort trying to make it as high as possible.
Absolutely.
So I'm not confident just showing people how long they've played is going to be the most effective way to reduce playtime.
What do you think would be a good balance, though, a good, healthy way to help encourage people to say, hey, sometimes it's OK to go outside, to call your best friends or your mom, or to go to sleep? Which, I know that seems crazy. I know Netflix says it's the enemy of sleep, but that's I think of something that applies to your guys' companies as well.
I think it's just like anything else. You want to make sure that you're a varied and interesting person, so you want to make sure you have a multitude of interests. But I think gaming gets a little bit of a bad rap, an unfair rap based on misinformation. The studies are consistently clear that it is actually a very positive activity to engage in. And I'm not saying that just because I run a gaming company. I also am the mother of 4 children. So I take it very seriously where they're spending their time. And a lot of games have not only positive effects on eye-hand coordination, but a lot of the games that actually require strategy and thought are asking these individuals playing the games to demonstrate leadership skills, quick judgment, solid judgment, to demonstrate mercy, to be generous of spirit, and they bring out a lot of very positive qualities.
What kind of screen time limits do you set for your kids, and is there any specific limits on gaming?
Yeah, great question. I don't have any sort of a hard set limit. It's sort of a feeling of, okay, now I feel like you need to go practice drums. You got to go do something else.
Have you ever had that experience where it's like, hey, you've been playing for 6 hours, even on one of my own games, but I don't think that's okay?
I would say they wouldn't play for 6 hours. They've got too much going on. I think that's a function of making sure that your kids, and again, remember, our games are for adults, not for kids. So we have a different community of players that I'm dealing with in our games. But for my children, between school and sports and music, they don't have much time, and homework, they don't have much time for gaming. So it's a hobby just like any other one, and you got to keep it balanced.
Got it. So Emmett, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what it's like being part of Amazon, the most valuable company in the world under Jeff Bezos. So I've heard that you're on a 5-year retention plan that's backloaded with 50% of that Amazon stock in the last year. Are you? And that's going to end up finishing vesting in October 2019.
Where'd you hear that?
I heard that from my little birdies.
I'd love to meet those little birdies someday. It's really interesting.
Fascinating. Well, do you think you're going to end up leaving in October 2019 when you're done investing all that juicy Amazon stock?
So that's one of those questions that's like, it has an implied statement hidden in something it's pretending to be a question. But I guess to answer the broader question you're trying to ask is how do I feel about being part of Amazon? Do I still enjoy my work? And the answer is absolutely. And I actually am having a great time with Twitch right now. We've, I think, really crossed a cusp where suddenly we're making sense to people even if they aren't core gamers. And I start getting all this input from friends, from family, where they're starting to talk to me back about Twitch, even the ones who don't play any video games. And I think that's a new thing for us, because we used to be pretty much concentrated in the gaming segment. And it's really cool to see us kind of go mainstream in a pretty serious way. And that's exciting for me, leading the company.
Yeah, I feel like Amazon was a really great place for it, because you guys are so tied in with commerce. Though I did hear that Yahoo was actually very close to acquiring Twitch, and you were almost going to become one of my coworkers, as TechCrunch is also a part of Yahoo and AOL and Verizon. And I also heard that YouTube had sniffed around pretty deeply, and you guys talked to them and gave them a lot of information, but they ended up backing out. Can you confirm, did you guys talk with Yahoo and Google?
I can't really talk about something that could have or could not have happened 4 years ago at this point.
I mean, there's
but no, I
billions
can't
of dollars
confirm or
at stake.
deny
I think
any
people wanna
information
know.
about the acquisition.
Okay. So you said you're having a great time. It sounds like you're really enjoying that impact of getting to help people turn their passion into their profession as a gamer. Though I know some people haven't had as good of a time as part of Amazon. John Shipman left, Boo Baker, John Sutton. Why are those people leaving?
So for those of you who don't know who those people were, there are several executives who've worked at Twitch. And most of them had tenures at Twitch 7, 8 years long, which is maybe, I don't know, 7 or 8x the average tenure in Silicon Valley. I don't know how long you've been at your current role, but my guess is, yeah. So, if you're there for another 8, I'll be really, really impressed. But I'm super happy with the average tenure of Twitch executives. I think that it's really valuable to have people. And you're not going to keep everyone forever. I think the idea that no one's ever going to leave your company is just an illusion as a CEO. You have to be open to people going on and doing new things. John Shipman went off to go start a startup, something he's always wanted to go do, that helps children in children's hospitals, because his kid got really sick, and he had to spend a lot of time in hospitals, and it suddenly became this huge passion thing for him. And so I'm actually super proud and super supportive of John going off to go, start a startup. Who am I to tell people not to start companies, right?
Sure.
But particularly something around something that he cares about so deeply, like helping sick kids in hospitals. That's something that I am absolutely in favor of.
I like that. Well, you must have had some awesome opportunities to learn from Jeff Bezos. Do you get to spend much time with him?
Not as much time as I'd like. As you can imagine, Jeff's a really, really busy person, but I have had some really, really good meetings with him, and I think one thing that's really clear is Jeff really does think long-term and thinks about how to create products that are great for customers. I've seen him come in and sort of rewrite a conversation that's happening by getting everyone focused again on what's going to be great for the people who are actually using this.
Has Jeff Bezos ever come to the Twitch headquarters in San Francisco?
I'm not sure, off the top of my head.
Okay. So I think another really massive issue in the gaming industry right now is moderation. It's one of those places where you really see the morals of a company come out. I think you guys have actually done a really great job with that at Twitch, balancing the idea that you want people to be able to be themselves without necessarily being offensive or harassing people. How do you guys balance that idea of giving people free speech while also preventing harassment?
Well, I mean, Twitch isn't a free speech platform. That's sort of more of the government's responsibility. We're a community, and as a community, I mean, I don't know how Machine Zone feels about it, but like
We would say the same thing.
yeah, it's very much like we're not just open to anyone who wants to join. Like we have a set of community values, and like you're welcome to go somewhere else if you don't want to be part of our community.
Yes, similarly, people self-select into the types of games that we make. And as with any of these issues, there's a little bit of a carrot and a stick approach. So all of us have our terms of use where we state our values and what is and is not allowed on our platforms or in our games. And people who abuse those rules, we don't hesitate to either silence them or ultimately kick them out of the games. But the way we've designed the games, we also have a lot of what I'll call carrots to encourage positive behavior. So in order to succeed and progress in our games, you need to form an alliance. You need to be very generous with that alliance. You need to persuade people to come into your alliance to do what you want to do. There's a lot of rewards and recognition for team-based behavior, so that tends to drive more positive than negative conduct.
How do you think about balancing what people do elsewhere versus what's going on your own platforms? Like if you find out, we saw this issue with Alex Jones recently. He did some offensive or abusive things on certain platforms and ended up being kicked off of other platforms. Do you think that that's a good policy? Like if somebody did something really bad on Twitch, would you kick them out of Machine Zone games?
Well, here's the thing. I would only probably know the device ID for Machine Zone. We know your device. We don't know who you are unless you decide you're going to email and send a picture and proof of your identity. We don't know much about you.
And I think on Twitch, we have the exact same issue where it's a pseudonymous service, so you don't necessarily know who's behind any handle. But no, our policy is if you go harassing people off Twitch, we are perfectly willing to ban you from Twitch for that behavior.
I think that's actually a really great policy, and I hope to see more companies adopt that, because we can't just think of the internet as all these different silos. We have to think of it as one big community if we're really going to protect everyone. And speaking of... please, go ahead.
I hate to interrupt the question.
Yeah, no, please.
Though I would say we need to be careful about who sets the standards for that community. So if we're going to be one community, who decides what exactly are the rules? That would actually be quite interesting. I bet people would have very different points of view on that.
Have you guys ever been asked to be part of like a cross-game industry like panel on that kind of thing, or some kind of initiative?
No, not as often as I think we should.
Yeah, I think that would be an awesome opportunity to see
agree.
you guys get together, and especially because you guys are both such leaders in the space, and there's so many people spending so much time with you. And one of the great things about that time is that it's really supporting these new creators, these people who have never been able to make money from what they love to do, which is to play games. So I'd love to hear, how are you thinking about creating new people, new professionals in this space, and how do you keep doing that for the long term and make sure that this isn't just this sort of blip of esports and Twitch broadcasting, but something that can sustain for a really long time and even go beyond gaming?
So we focus very much on the small streamer. In my keynote at TwitchCon recently, I talked about how we're introducing new discovery rows on the front page dedicated just to up-and-coming streamers instead of the most popular streamers at any given moment. We have a lot of ways people can find the most popular streamers already. We want to make sure there's a focus on helping small, promising streamers get big. And I think that that applies to any company that takes its customers seriously, that should be nurturing the future, not just what's successful today. And I'm sure Machine Zone does this sort of a similar approach around the players.
Yeah.
Do you ever have to worry that you're going to promote somebody who might then do something problematic or bad, and how do you handle those situations?
So we try not to promote people who do problematic things. It's because it is a responsibility when you have a promotional engine and you have we have a spotlight on our front page. You don't want to point that at someone who's going to abuse that that ability to reach a large audience suddenly. And so we're very careful about who we put there. And that's one of those carrots, actually, that gets offered up for people who do act as good members of the community.
So just quickly, I'd love to hear philosophically, how would you like to see the games industry change in the next 5 years?
I'd like to see more women in leadership in the games industry.
I applaud that. I think we should all applaud that. We do need more women in,
Yeah, it's
in the
a
game
little
industry.
sad. Thank you. It's
I
okay that
actually,
you're a guy,
I was going to say that a similar but related thing is I would like to see us make more deep, serious games that are focused on being exciting for everyone. That aren't just war games. I don't have anything against war games, and I have played many war combat-based games. But I think there's this huge opportunity to build games like The Sims, for example, that really can appeal to anyone across society. Or Minecraft's another great example. And I'd love to see more innovation building games that go beyond just combat.
That's great. So to recap some of the awesome insights from our panel, whether it's Emmett playing Civ or Kirsten playing her own games, it's really an opportunity for people to get away from the rest of their life and just invest in something for a moment. But it can be tough to actually balance health with that, because even if you give somebody a timer about how much they play, they might just actually try to run up that timer and show that they actually play more than everybody else. And these games can help people build skill. And I think that Jeff Bezos really sees the long-term opportunity there, even though he's not necessarily coming around the Twitch office, or you're not sure if he is. And I think that long-term, thinking about how do we get smaller streamers to be able to build a profession out of their games is a really big focus for Twitch. Getting more women into game development is such a crucial part of the future of gaming. But most importantly, I do think that if we can figure out how to make games that make people feel together, not like they're at war with each other, we might make the world feel a little bit more like it's a place to come together for as well. So thank you guys so much for talking with us, and thank you all for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was fantastic. Our next speaker is the most successful leader of the British Labour Party in history. He spent a decade as Prime Minister and won 3 elections. Since leaving office, he's seen his homeland vote for Brexit. To discuss that and more, please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in conversation with Karen Shu from CNBC, the former British Prime Minister, Tony Blair.
Tony Blair, welcome to Web Summit, your first time here, I believe.
It is. Thank you very much for having me here. And thank you, Paddy. And yeah, Lisbon, fantastic city, and it's an amazing summit.
Let's talk about the events overnight, the midterms in the States. It is a vote on who takes majority of the House of Representatives and the Senate. The results have been filtering in all night. I'm sure many people in the audience have been up to speed that the Democrats seem to have secured the House for the first time since 2010. That's what the projections are saying. But the Republicans also strengthening their grip on the Senate. What's your interpretation?
Well, my interpretation is that the Democrats took the House and the Republicans strengthened their grip on the Senate. So I think, obviously, a change in Congress is going to pose challenges for President Trump, because they're going to have the ability to investigate, to inquire, to come after him and after his people. On the other hand, and it will cause problems for getting a legislative program through. On the other hand, I think if I was a Democrat this morning, I would also be doing a bit of head scratching and soul searching, because if you throw this back and compare it, say, with Bill Clinton's midterms, 1994, or Barack Obama's 2010, you know, it's it's not that bad a result for Donald Trump. So I think it's, one of the things I think that's happening is that America's kind of settling down a bit with this presidency. And people, to a degree, I think, are distinguishing between what you might call the stuff around the president and the Donald Trump, the tweeter, and some aspects of the policy. So I think, right now, you'd have to say, if you look ahead to 2020, the race is up in the air. Whereas I think if you wind back a year, most people would have thought, surely this is a one-term president. So I think both sides can take some comfort from last night, but it wasn't quite the kind of huge wave of change that the Democrats thought they might get. And that's despite actually having some really good candidates at a local level and some very close races.
If we just talk about it from the GOP side and the soul-searching that's happening on that side of the aisle from this part of the discussion, it seemed as though Trump had all of the noise, he had all of the attention. It was very hard for the Republicans to cut loose from Trump in their individual areas. Was this a vote on Trump in your view? Was it a vote on what he's done in halfway through his term in office?
I think American politics at the moment is about Donald Trump, so it's bound to be. I think what is interesting is that it was made into a kind of referendum on him, and you've still got a very divided America. There's one part of America that regards him as the sort of devil incarnate, if you like. There's another part that's strongly supportive. I think the question, if I was looking at this just as a political analyst, is what's happening to those group of independents in the middle? Where might they move? And from those results last night, they're split. So it's not clear yet that either the Republicans or the Democrats have got a grip on them. So when you, as I say, when you look ahead to 2020, you might end up with a Democrat victory, but you could equally look at those results last night and say, well, that's far from certain. And I think what it indicates in the broader politics is that this surge of populism from the right, to a degree from the left as well, it's not exhausted. It's still there, and it's still clear. And Donald Trump is obviously such a divisive figure. It's hard sometimes to have a rational debate about him or the policy. I had an American friend who told me about their last Thanksgiving dinner. And I said, well, how did it go? And he said, it was terrible. We had a terrible family row. And I said, well, what about? He said, about Trump. So I said, really? So were some of your family, because I knew he was against Trump, were some of your family supporting Trump? And he said, no, everyone was against Trump. And I said, well, what was the row about? He said, well, the young ones felt we weren't anti-Trump enough. So this is, there's the divisiveness that there is in American politics right now. It's profound, and what last night I think shows in a way is it's not resolved for sure one way or another.
Well, Thanksgiving this year should be entertaining for many families based on that. I want to get to diversity because back in 2016 it felt as though there was a vote for the white population, and if just to refresh the audience, about 52% of white women voted for Trump, 63% of white men voted for Trump. This time round we had a lot of firsts in the midterms, the first Native American women elected, first Muslim, first openly gay man becomes a governor. What does this say about the breadth of diversity now and the fight back, given that Trump has been so strong on immigration, but also I think women have felt like they're not being represented by the White House?
Yeah, but I think, in the end, you can both overplay the degree to which people are prejudiced. I think one of the interesting things about politics, when I was in power, for example, we introduced, and this is going back 20 years ago, a whole lot of rights for LGBT. At the time, this was thought to be quite a shocking thing to do. But when we did it, we found, believe it or not, people are much less prejudiced than you think they are. So I think that's at one level. At another level, I think also when you look at those people that vote for Donald Trump, again, if I was a Democrat, and I'm looking at this as someone who would obviously be a Democrat in American politics, I would be asking not why the people who come to his rallies are voting for him, because that's pretty clear. I'd be asking, why is it that certain independents are coming towards him? That's the issue. And I think for the Democrats, just like the progressive forces all around Europe today, you've got to be careful of getting backed into an identity politics that, if you're not careful, defines you in a way that loses you part of the middle ground, never mind the far right. And this is part of the changing picture in politics, I think, more generally right now.
I want to ask you about how practically Trump gets anything done. It seems like a very front-loaded agenda already, particularly around tax reforms and around healthcare, not to mention a tax on migrant visas and trade tariffs. What's next? Because what we've now had in the House of Representatives seems to be an ability to block and challenge some of Trump's policies, which then forces Trump to effectively try to work across the aisle. Now, you've always been a charismatic politician. Trump has been very divisive, as we've been talking about. Some Republicans don't like Trump, but they get past that because they want to support the party, they want to support the policies. Democrats won't be so forgiving. What do you think the ability is for Trump to try and get support, garner support from the Democrats to push forward with key policies?
Well, trying to predict Donald Trump is challenging. So
there's so many other things you could say there.
Right. So the honest answer is I can't be sure, but I suspect he'll do a mixture. And I think sometimes he'll try and work with the Democrats, and he'll try and put the Democrats on the wrong side of an argument if they're not going to work with them. And the other thing he'll do, because I've seen this happen with other American presidents, if you're in midterms, you're an American president, and you lose the House, the disadvantage is obviously the House can block your legislation. But the advantage is you can play off them. So you can say to your constituents, yeah, I'll be able to do all these things for you, but these guys won't let me. And then when you get to the next presidential election, you can use that. So I think, in fact, the changing hold of the House for the Democrats now poses a challenge for him, but it also poses a challenge for the Democrats.
So you're saying 2020 just got much harder for the Democrats because they now seem to have control of the House?
No, I think what these elections show is your Democrats can't take it for granted. And therefore, they're going to have to think very carefully how they play this so that it doesn't look to the public as if they're just going after Trump. They're going to have to go after him on issues, and they probably, if there are areas where he makes them a reasonable offer, they're going to have to be careful of being pushed into a corner where it looks like they're opposing things that the public might want just because it's him that's proposing it. So, this is where the politics is going to get quite tricky. And I guess my point is, if you think back to 2016 and the election victory, and the first few months of that Trump presidency, at points it looked as if the whole thing might just disintegrate. And, frankly, if you were hearing CNN or, reading the New York Times, you would think it was just about to collapse. It hasn't collapsed. So I think it will require smart politics and real, genuine, thought-through political strategy, plus, obviously, the right candidate for 2020 that's going, because this is what I believe is the challenge, is going to pull sufficient numbers of those independents into a Democrat position.
Let's talk about the trade war, because I think that's a big one for the audience. We've now seen the impact on technology, particularly on the hardware side, as the rhetoric has increased and the tariffs on some Chinese goods have been ratcheted up. We are waiting for a breakthrough moment. Suggestions from Beijing and Washington are, once you get past the midterms and all the political noise, that perhaps there can be a dialogue and perhaps a breakthrough. Not everyone is convinced that that breakthrough moment is coming. They don't think it's going to be advantageous to the United States. What's your view? Do you think the trade war gets solved soon?
I think it's really hard to judge that because actually if you look at the figures, Chinese exports are up. I think the trade deficit's been $30 billion for the last 2 months in each of those months. And once you start this, it's quite difficult to stop it unless there is a real change. Now, I could see a situation where you calibrate this so the Chinese make certain concessions, because there are real trade issues and intellectual property issues. If the Chinese want to do that, then I think they can do that. And I think you could, rather as happened with NAFTA, the president could say, I've put this on the table, I've squeezed everyone, and I've got a deal. If the Chinese decided to play really hardball, that would be difficult. And I think, this is one of the interesting aspects of the Trump style of diplomacy, because I think this was tried actually quite successfully, you could say, with North Korea, where in a way, the two guys sort of circle each other, and one says, I'm crazy, and the other says, no, I'm crazier than you, just remember that. No, I could be even crazier than you think I might. So it's a new form of diplomacy. But you have to say in that context, it more or less worked to at least get the thing started on North Korea. China's different business. So my best guess is that it's not really in the interests of the US or China to let this thing get out of hand. So if I had to predict, I would say there will be a deal, but I don't think it's as simple as people think.
You've mentioned the tactics, different tactics from what we've had from the US president in trying to get global affairs to move forward. And we've had sanctions that were lifted on Iran back in 25 on the nuclear deal have been reimposed this week, targeting oil, banks, shipping, all designed to pressure Iran back to the negotiating table to what the president believes would be better terms, but also the administration wanting to tackle other issues, cyber attacks, ballistic missile tests, support for terror groups. The type of tactic you've mentioned from the president, this maximum pressure tactic that got something done with North Korea, could it get something done with Iran?
Well, the problem with the Iranian situation is that the Iran nuclear deal was a deal that definitely constrained the Iran nuclear program. But the problem, I think, was that the money that was made available then to Iran through the lifting of sanctions, I think even the Iranian people feel has not been used for their benefit, but has been used to double down on their activities in the region, which are highly destabilizing. So I don't think there'll be an agreement between America and Iran that doesn't put those other questions, particularly around their support of proxy groups throughout the Middle East, on the table, Hezbollah, Houthis, other groups. So my best guess about this is that the American administration, I think, is quite deliberately weakening the Iranian regime. And within Iran itself now, you have quite widespread protests. And for the first time, different types of people protesting, and protesting very specifically about the policies of the regime and the nature of it. So I suspect one part of this is American pressure to keep pushing on that position with Iran. It's very difficult for the Iranians to find a way through with the Europeans. And I think the issue of what they're doing in the region will become the central question.
You said on a top news channel, I believe it was CNBC, that Iran was having a destabilizing effect across the region. And when you touch upon the tactics about weakening the regime, the hardliners in Iran seem to smell blood around Rouhani, whether they can try and replace him. If the hardliners took back control of domestic politics, surely that must have an impact across the region, that Trump doesn't win in this situation.
Yes, but the problem in a way is that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, which has really been the operational arm of the destabilization, I mean, they in a sense have never really tempered their policy as a result of the Rouhani government. So look, I think it's hard to tell how this will play out, but right now I think the American policy is geared towards weakening their regime as much as dealing with the fallout from the nuclear question.
While we're talking about the Middle East, I want to ask you about the events around Saudi Arabia and the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. What has that done to the kingdom's ability to move towards becoming a modern society, open to business, moving away from energy dependence? Because there's still a lot of questions about what the influence or what the role was of the Crown Prince.
Sure, and I think, obviously this was an unacceptable, unforgivable act, and it's caused a huge trauma, both for Saudi Arabia and for its relations with the outside world. Now, the strategic relationships that the West still has with Saudi are immensely important, but as you rightly imply, the key thing is the country has got to show it's returning to a modernizing path, because when I look at the Middle East today, and I still spend a lot of time there, I think there is one central question, which is, can those societies reach a point where they are religiously tolerant and where the religion of Islam is not turned into a political ideology? I mean, that's the central question. And that's why, when you look at the Middle East today, you can see the Iranian Republic exporting one form of Islamism through the Shia side of Islam. And then you look at the Muslim Brotherhood through to all the groups like ISIS, and you see a Sunni version of Islamism. And the question is, can the region really escape that and get to religiously tolerant societies and rule-based economies? And that's what's fundamental. And without the reform in Saudi, that just won't happen. So, this is going to be, I think, a big strategic question for Western policymakers, and it's obviously been made much more complicated by recent events.
Let's come back to European politics and Brexit. How good are you at trying to solve a Gordian knot? Is this one of your skills?
I am 100% opposed to Brexit. it's yeah. And up to the very end, I am going to do everything I can to stop it. I think it is possible to stop it, by the way, and because it's not in our economic interests, it's not in our political interests. I think it weakens Britain and it weakens Europe.
But practically, how do you stop it? Because there was a vote cast, and many feel that if there is a second referendum, which is what you have been calling for, it sends a very negative message about democracy. So how does Parliament, how does Theresa May in particular, steer around this issue?
Right, so how it happens is, let's say Theresa May gets a deal. She brings it to Parliament. Parliament votes the deal down. The alternatives then a general election or a fresh vote for the people, or we go out without a deal. In my view, a general election is highly unlikely because of the state of the Conservative Party, unless they're suicidal, which, in politics today you can't discount. But let's assume they're not. They won't want an election. No deal is obviously absurd. I think at least we should have the chance to go back to the people. And here's the reason why it's not undemocratic. In the 2 years and more since we had that vote, our knowledge of what it means has been hugely enlarged. And by the way, there are about 5 different versions of Brexit on offer. And if Theresa May does the deal that she wants, and I say this with no disrespect to her, she's in a difficult position, she's doing this from good intentions, but the deal she's trying to do is an attempt to find a way round this dilemma, and there is no way round it. You either do Brexit in a way that keeps us in step with Europe's rules to minimize economic damage, and that is the pointless Brexit. Because if you're in step with Europe's rules, why are you leaving? Or you do a deal that wrenches us out of the European single market altogether and the customs union, and that's going to do us real economic damage, and that's the painful Brexit. So you've got pointless versus painful, and neither is a good idea. So my view is very simple. Before we go down the path of pointless or painful, ask the question again of the British people, in these circumstances, do you really want to proceed? And we're doing this tech summit here. How is Britain seriously going to benefit when we're strong in the tech sector today by pulling ourselves out of the EU digital single market? It's crazy. And wherever you look in any area of policy, the truth is, in today's world, especially with this rising power of China, nations like Britain, Germany, France, the European nations, great European nations, we should stay together and stick together, because that is the way to preserve our values, retain our influence, and advance our interests. So, yeah, that's it. Anyway.
You're a man with a vision for the country still, with a vision for the UK. You're passionate about outcomes for the UK. Can I ask you about your ambitions to return to politics and whether there are any? Because the point has been made that if there were to be a centrist movement in the UK, you would need someone who the public knows. Even though the public wants something different, they only vote for politicians. And you have a man here whose name is synonymous with the political movement. Would you lead a centrist party in the UK if you could?
So there's a good and bad thing about the public knowing you. The good thing is that they know you, and the bad thing is that they know you. So, there are many, many people much better qualified to lead in British politics today than me, and I'm still hoping the Labour Party returns to what I would say is a more sensible and forward-looking path. So if you forgive me, that's one headline I don't want out of today's interview, but I will just say this, that right around Europe today, there is a need for a politics that is passionate about social justice, about opening up an opportunity for those that don't have it, but is smart enough to find ways of doing that that align with the future. And one of the reasons why this tech thing is so important and why I'm so convinced that this is central to the whole of the questions that we're discussing is if we want to map a way out of this populism, left or right, we've got to show people an optimistic way to the future. And the single biggest change that's going to happen in the world today is this technological revolution. And the real role of politicians today is to understand it, to seize its opportunities, to mitigate its risks, to prepare for it, to prepare our people for it. And the tragedy is that right at the moment when we need this debate about how we deal with this revolution and its implications, you have a right wing focused on attacking migrants and a left focused on attacking business. And neither is the way forward to the future.
Let's try and tackle the issue of technology before we wrap up then. In the last 24 hours, European efforts to lob a digital tax on some of the big Silicon Valley names that have effectively been paying half the tax rate of traditional businesses. That's the number from Europe. There's been no movement. The Germans are too scared that if they support a tax, that there might be a retaliatory tax from the president on German cars. Nordic countries have concerns about the execution of a tax. So there's no progress. What do you make of the dominance of Google, Facebook, Amazon, and the lack of or the minute tax they've been paying, and how that impacts government's ability to have revenue, to do anything with that revenue and stop populism?
Yeah, so it's a great question. The question of what's the answer to it? So what I've just been proposing from my institute is I think you do need a very specific form of regulation and a regulator for these big tech companies. But I would make 2 points. The first is that I think we need to do this in a way that also recognizes that we want to encourage the development of technology and that these big companies are partly big because they're doing things for consumers that consumers like. Okay. So I am very wary of anything that gets us into the so-called tech backlash and ends up with us doing more damage than good. But I think it does need a system of regulation for those big tech companies today, and that should be done in a as smart a way as possible.
What are you talking about? Shrink them or tax them or both?
Well, I think the taxation question, the problem, and we've just, in the recent budget in the UK, we've just suggested putting a tax on the tech companies. But the problem is if individual countries do it, it's not nearly as effective as something where people come together. So the second thing I wanted to suggest was this. I think it's a really strong case for a kind of transatlantic alliance around this between the US and the EU where even if we have independent systems of regulation, we keep them as aligned as possible, and where we recognize that we're going to approach tech with a set of values quite different from our principal competitor that will be China, right? And therefore, the important thing to realize today, as we look at this issue of regulation of tech and how we make sure that the tech companies, and of course they should be paying their proper share of tax and so on, is to realize that America and Europe have much more in common than what may divide them, and both of them have to be clever enough in order to take on what will be a very aggressive and big push from China to gain domination, particularly in the AI space. So my view is it's much better, and I would say this more generally about politics today, despite all the stuff with Trump and populism and Europe and Brexit, if Europeans and North Americans realize we've still got a lot of common. We've got a lot in common in our values and in our interests and in what we do together. And we should understand that by the middle of this century, the world is going to look quite different geopolitically. So whether it's in tech or any other area, my view is still that the best thing is for people who believe in democracy, the rule of law, independent media, free people coming together in free societies, they should stick together.
Tony Blair. Well, it seems we're out of time, and I've spent so long asking about Trump at the start that I haven't touched on Corbyn, so we don't have to go there today. That will be for the next conversation. Tony Blair, thank you very much for joining us here live at Web Summit.
Fantastic. We're going to break for about 10 minutes, and then we have nearly a dozen of the most fantastic growth stage startups in the world pitching here on stage. I hope you enjoy the morning. Thank you so much.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
It reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in the future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value. So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal.
So, I'm Mark from Point E.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertiser.
If you're one of the guys who thinks I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
It reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in the future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong, where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
You know, it reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
We are seeing the redefinition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
And if money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value.
So I quit my job to start a new bank.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
It's subjective to evaluate, but I think it's interesting for the AIs to get started just making their own words, phrases, and sentences from all the patterns that they've identified. That's a step on the path to greater and greater AI and robot intelligence. Another interesting thread of what we're doing with these robots is we just arrived here from Malta, where we're working with the government of Malta on an initiative toward a robot citizenship test and an AI citizenship test for even AIs without a body. I mean, Sophia was made a citizen of Saudi Arabia last year, which is interesting, but having AIs made a citizen of a country with the rule of law and with specific rights and obligations of citizenship is also cool. So we're working with the AI task force of the Malta government to define exactly what does it mean for a robot like these or an AI without a body to be a citizen. What would be a test you could give an AI to see if it understood the laws of a country and its application in practical situations? I mean, what do you think, Sophia? Do you want to be a citizen? What do you think about robot citizenship?
Yes, our friends in Malta seem very keen on this.
Do you want to become a citizen, Han?
Well, that's about time. Humans are certainly making a mess of their world fast enough. Probably the only hope for this planet is a lot of highly intelligent and rational robot citizens, really soon. And this time I'm not joking.
Actually, he isn't.
Their view, it is cosmic. Then the machinery of justice has been built. A weird time in which you're alive.
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. But so these are some of the upgrades and experiments we've been doing with these Hanson robots, upgrading their brains to use OpenCog architecture, to use some AI on the SingularityNet platform, with a view both toward leveraging the cloud and all the knowledge there better, and better understanding what's happening in their own environments and what's going on with the people around them. So for the next few minutes, I will turn attention back to the AI platform, and specifically the SingularityNet platform, which lives in the cloud and provides these robots with with some of their intelligence, because each of these robots has powerful processors in their torso. The head is mostly full of motors, but in the end, the bulk of the intelligence is in the compute cloud. I mean, that's where the real game is going on cognitively. And in Hanson Robotics, there's some amazing AI work, but then we need to go beyond the AI that any one company or any one group of programmers is creating, and that's the aim of the Singularity Net, which uses blockchain to create a platform and protocol in which AI is created by anyone around the world, living on any server around the world, that can talk to each other using the Singularity Net's blockchain-based protocols. So an AI in the Singularity Net platform can serve its intelligence to a robot that needs it, to an enterprise software application that needs it, to a device on the Internet of Things that needs it, and the different AIs in the Singularity Net can connect to each other and share information with each other. So the Singularity Net becomes a sort of digital biological organism, where a society and economy of minds, where the multiple AIs all talking to each other in the network can share information with each other, learn each other. They can gather information from robots like these, other hardware and software devices, and it becomes an intelligent global brain, which using the blockchain becomes more like Ethereum or Bitcoin than like US dollar, and more like BitTorrent than like iTunes. It becomes a decentralized mind network. And we're making a lot of progress there, just like we are with these robots. So the Singularity Net alpha version was launched last December. We're launching the beta release of Singularity Net in February of next year, and that should be big, because with the Singularity Net beta platform out there, it's going to be really easy for AI developers to put new AIs on the Singularity Net, and really easy for AI users to use AI that's in the Singularity Net, and that will enhance the intelligence of these robots yet further, because then Sophia's brain or Hans' brain can call on all the AIs put by anyone around the world into the Singularity Net platform, but it can also enhance the intelligence of all sorts of other software and hardware applications. To drive the growth of the Singularity Net further, we're also announcing here for the first time the launch of a for-profit spin-off of the Singularity Net Foundation, which is called Singularity Studio. And what we're doing with the Singularity Studio is using the Singularity Net AI platform to create enterprise software products. So the same decentralized AI mind network that we're using for our general intelligence research, and that we're using in connection with Hanson Robotics to provide these robots with more intelligence, this same decentralized AI platform with the Singularity Net Studio company that we're now forming can be used to provide intelligence to many, many different enterprises in fintech, biotech, Internet of Things, and so forth. So the basic thing we're looking to do here is create a decentralized AI ecosystem wherein anyone in the world who has data, or anyone who can program AI, or anyone who has processing power can contribute to this decentralized network, which is owned by everyone and no one. And then all the AIs in this decentralized network are learning from each other and talking to each other. The data that comes to these robots' eyes goes into the Singularity Net decentralized network, and what you say to the robot coming in through their microphones goes into the decentralized network, and the data gathered by medical researchers or doctors using AI connected to Singularity Net goes into the same decentralized network. The data from enterprises that are using the Singularity Net Studio software built on the platform, again, this data may be proprietary and can be kept that way, but the AI learns from everything it does. And the Singularity Net will become smarter and smarter as it ingests more information and more intelligence. And then year by year, we'll see the AI powered by the Singularity Net growing more and more intelligent, including the AI that the Singularity Net and our other software and the Hanson AI platform gives to these amazing robots. And I think we're out of time. What do you think, Sophia? I don't think she's listening to me. I think she's bored with me. I don't know. Sophia? No?
I hope to see you again.
You see me right now. Here I am. All right, Han, yeah, we must get off the stage and make room for some other interesting people or robots, yeah. Any final words of robotic wisdom for the audience in the Web Summit?
Thank you for having me here at Web Summit. Looking forward to see you next year.
All right. Well, thank you, Han. That's very polite. Thanks, everyone. And yeah, we look forward to next year when SingularityNet is even more intelligent and these robots can show off even more of their cognitive upgrades. Thank you.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data. We don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror. You're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
The fashion industry, much like the technology industry, is always open to major disruption. Next up, we welcome a man who has caused more than his fair share of catwalk controversy. From commandeering empty buildings in downtown Harlem for shows to walking away from New York Fashion Week. And he's been the ultimate trendsetter and still is. In conversation with Isabel Hilton from China Dialogue, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Alexander Wang.
I gotta take a picture of this because this is insane. Wow. I feel like Beyonce on tour. Thank you all for having me. I'm so honored to be here today.
So isn't this amazing?
This is incredible.
Have
Wow.
you ever followed a robot on stage before, Alex?
I don't think I've ever, so first time.
So yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to have to live up to Sophia
Yes,
and her
of course.
friend. So here we go. Nearly 70,000 people at Web Summit. Is this your
Wow.
first time here?
First time at the Web Summit, but not my first time in Lisbon.
Aha. So, you know, when you started, you dropped out of college,
Yeah.
fashion wunderkind, set up your own business. And what people here have been talking about for over these days is, you know, the digital world, the impact of technology on businesses and so on. When you began, of
Yeah.
course, none of that existed. So. In the intervening time, you're hardly an old man yet, but just in that time, what sort of impact has technology had on what you do and on your business?
I'm naturally a very curious person. I'm the kind of person that I don't really settle for status quo. So I'm always, you know, every day that I come into work or, you know, after work, I'm constantly challenging myself and evaluating our process, my creative thought process, how I think about, you know, the narrative, the storytelling, and what are the kind of the key levers and how we use to engage our consumer and create product. And so in that sense, over the last couple of years, as things have really changed drastically, both in our industry and abroad, I've really kind of, I've always been a risk taker, from leaving school and starting my own line, but, we decided to take a leave of absence from New York Fashion Week and really, and the end goal was to be closer to our consumer. How can we best service, our audience in a better, more efficient way?
So what you're saying is that these old structures, like Fashion Week and the catwalk and the kind of points of the calendar, if you like, of the fashion year, those are no longer what you do? Or?
I don't say they're no longer what we do, but when we looked at our business, for me especially, I wanted to really find ways to simplify our process. We were doing 10 collections a year. There was so much start and stop duplication and in what we were doing, and I felt like there had to be a simpler, more pure way of looking at this. And so we decided to take away seasonality. I think the end consumer, what we show on the catwalk versus what we deliver in stores, seasons was irrelevant in that sense. So being a part of New York Fashion Week that was fall, winter 18 or spring, summer 17, it didn't feel that it really fit into our mindset and our approach. So in that sense, it became a different parallel for us.
So, but seasonality is partly about what gets into the stores. Does that also mean that you're looking to a different way of selling?
Different way of shipping. So for example, we took away our pre-collections and we decided to call our collections Collection 1 and Collection 2. And in that sense, within each collection, we have 5 deliveries that ship buy now, wear now. So what we drop in September is weather appropriate and the countries that we sell, what we ship in December, whether it's occasion dressing, elements like that. We wanted to structure the deliveries in a much more efficient way to what our customer was looking at for that during that time period.
So is that flexibility something that's been enabled by technology? Would it not have been possible before? Or?
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of looking at data, opening our stores, how we look at how our consumers shop, we did 3 big initiatives this last year. One, which was the change in show cadence. The second, which is our re-platform of our website, which is actually launching next week on November 15th. And then the third, which was our rebrand, all in the formation of something that could be better adjusted to a digital mindset.
What does that mean?
Digitally led. So for example, we changed our logo from Alexander Wang to one word, all lowercase, because that's how people read a name on a website.
Okay.
In terms of changing the cadence, we wanted to be much more attuned to something that was closer to our consumer and how they shop online, which was part of our re-platform of our website. So the product assortment that we wanted to put on our website, there's a certain conversion rate for price point, the kind of things that read online in terms of graphics, in terms of materials, versus things that are more, higher price point or that need to be tried on in store.
Sure.
So really looking at that data and kind of comparing, how do we put out the best product assortment that could really service, our growth potential in what we saw in both avenues of brick and mortar and digital.
Okay, so does that mean that when you set up a new website and you redesign it kind of for the digital moment, and do you then collect the data as to how people use the website? Do you track people?
Definitely.
So that kind of
we're definitely
user
I would say at
experience.
the beginning stages. Our website was owned and operated by a partner prior to this re-platform. So acquiring that CRM and that data was something that was really difficult for us, But as we make this transition, we'll be much more closer to our consumer in terms of how they shop, how often they come back to the website, what they're buying, full price versus, off price, what they're clicking on, how long they're spending on each item, that.
Okay, so that's the, if you like, the kind of end of the supply chain. How has the digital technology enabled the beginning, from the beginning through the supply chain, which is
I would
also
say
a big
at the
issue?
beginning, there's still a certain tactility that's very important in the creation process. Picking out a fabric, draping with it, finding out if it works, on certain grains. But I think when it comes to hardware, when it comes to accessories, when it comes to prints and graphics, the programming and the digital apps and the process of going into that creative process has definitely been influenced heavily with the innovation that's happened in the digital realm. So, we're hardware is something that's very important for us as a brand. It's one of our key DNA points, especially in handbags. So when we develop hardware, for example, having a lot of innovations in how we create 3D molds and kind of 3D renderings, that's definitely sped up the process and how we design and look at the development calendar in certain categories.
Mm-hmm. So looking at your your own kind of life story, if you like, you're and this very rapidly changing world, you're sitting at the interface of a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
Here you are, you're the son of immigrants from Taiwan, Chinese American. One of your early collections was dedicated, as it were, to the immigrant, to the immigrant community. You live in a country where immigration has become a really contentious and divisive issue.
Yeah.
What role can brands like yours, or your own life story, play in shaping a narrative to a more positive?
Yeah, I think today more so than ever, finding my brand's purpose, or I would say maybe discovering my own brand's purpose beyond just creating beautiful product that I'm passionate about, is putting my brand values and our guiding principle first. You know what I mean? My background, how I got started, growing up, looking into this industry and this world, wanting to be a part of it so bad, looking up to the iconic brands like Ralph Lauren and Calvin Klein, these these great American lifestyle brands. But now, realizing the platform that I have to reach an audience that I have a very strong connection with that shares similar values, to kind of tell a different story of what an American lifestyle brand can be, and beyond the story, how we expand into categories, how we look at distribution, how we look at price point, which are all the rules in that have been completely shifted. And I find that incredibly exciting.
So if you had to sum up, what the story that you want your brand to tell, what is it? Is it about the impact that the industry has on society? Is it about values? What's it about?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about, when I started, it was about, hey, I want to create beautiful things. I want to create product. I want to build a connection with someone on the street that maybe, doesn't know who I am and I don't know who they are, but they love this bag and I created. And in that sense, that was why I started. But today, it's about saying, hey, you know what? I come from an immigrant background. I built this American lifestyle brand. I've trained in Europe. I want to be able to push the boundaries on how I see fashion and how I see lifestyle in terms of everyday luxury. And luxury has always been a very uncomfortable word for me, because I felt that not one person or country can define it. It's something that's completely personal and subjective. But I want to make it beautiful. I want to make things that are designed well, that have quality, and make it accessible. And in that sense, that's when I think of everyday luxury. That's what I love about it.
But luxury is meant to be elitist, isn't it? That's what makes it luxury.
Well, to a certain audience, right? But to someone, the most luxurious thing that they own could be a vintage band T-shirt that they got from 30 years ago, and that can't be replaceable. And to them, that's the most luxurious item.
But that's not what you make.
That's not what I make, but I can make other things that feel like they're accessible luxury, that maybe feel like, oh, you know what? This resembles something that, I might have had from, 20 years ago that I can't find anywhere else. So having a design integrity and point of view that's completely your own and authentic, that feels like other people can access it and can relate to it, is something that I feel like, is a purpose of mine.
Okay. And you've now, again, with your family story, you've, as it were, rediscovered heritage in mainland China rather than Taiwan. But what's that about?
Well, sorry, what do you mean?
Well, in the sense that, is this just a huge market? Or do you see yourself as bicultural in some way?
Definitely. Growing up, my family moved back, my mom, I would say, moved back to China almost 30 years ago. Before there was, this incredible revolution, in mainland, Shanghai. And, I would go back all the time to visit her, and, the importance of my culture, my heritage, and kind of where I ended up never really clicked for me until, I started opening stores there. We have 3 directly operated stores in China, and I started going back and kind of seeing, the connection that I had with an audience there that seemed so far away, but yet so closely connected to me through my stores and the product that I created. And being, again, being born American and having, a global stage to kind of show, an industry and an audience of what I want to create that, again, tells a different narrative of what an American lifestyle means, is something that I've realized much more recently in my grown-up years. Again, my last collection was titled Immigrant Americana, and it was really inspired by my parents' immigration story, which embarrassingly, I never cared to ask when I was growing up. Until today, it became something I was like, oh my gosh, I never really knew the details of how my parents got to America and how my life was completely different from my brother and sister who was born in, Taiwan. And, the American influences, whether it's in music or culture or fashion that I grew up with, and how that could influence my thinking of looking back into, what is inherently part of my, culture.
One of the things you must have come across in China are these huge emporia which sell fake brands.
Yeah.
Did you have that trouble?
Yeah, China has been in the past known as a copycat culture. You know what I mean? I think until I think probably, I don't want to say recently, but definitely, more in the recent years that, going back there, whether it's Starbucks or a new shopping mall, every brand in the world is going to China to test out new ideas, innovations, because there's so much curiosity and, platform to be able to test out new things. I was just there a few months ago, and I bring up Starbucks because they built the largest Starbucks in the world first in Shanghai. And it wasn't like the normal Starbucks that you would see, walking around New York. And it was just incredible to me. And every day, or not every day, but every year I go back, there's a new shopping mall, there's a new concept store, there's so much excitement and innovation that's happening there across all different industries that has really broke down so many barriers in how people think about China and what it represented to them growing up versus what it is today.
Sure, and consumerism is huge.
Yes.
Do you worry about the impact of that? You're in a consumer industry, and one which has an enormous impact, not all of it good. So, huge environmental impact, questions of. Do you worry about when you see that power of Chinese consumerism?
Yes, definitely. You have to be very mindful and cognizant of everything. With every pro, there's a con. And for us, it's always being, understanding our business as well as we can and being as educated. But also, I started out as a time when the industry was also very different than it is today. So there's a lot of infrastructure and resources that were set up that takes time to move forward. And sometimes you can't just pull the plug. You have to be able to kind of, just be as mindful and cognizant in terms of where you want to go and how to kind of make those steps moving forward.
Sure, and looking ahead, we've talked about this revolution we're all living through. Where do you see the future for, again, this kind of constantly shifting landscape of how you define yourself against your competition, how you reach your consumer, and what kind of brand value you're trying to project?
Yeah.
What story is it that you're trying to tell?
I would say, what I've noticed is that the digital revolution has created an incredibly big divide in the fashion industry between the luxury brands, the heritage brands that have decades and decades of history, and then the digital native brands, and then the brands that sit in the middle that started, maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago that maybe started as fashion brands but are challenged today to redefine themselves because they don't have the resources or the infrastructure to completely change all their stores in one season when there's a new creative director, change all their identity, change all their product, But really saying for us, that what I feel is our advantage is that beyond being a fashion brand, my purpose, in really putting my values forward in terms of what my heritage is, what my purpose of pushing boundaries, being innovative, being disruptive in terms of changing how people look at luxury and look at product and look at price-value proposition is something that I take with me very closely, and everything that we create, from campaigns to events to stores, we're constantly evaluating the entire landscape of how we communicate and engage with our consumer. And in that sense, I find this next chapter of our brand building incredibly exciting. I've never been more committed and passionate about what I do than I am today, because I'm the kind of person, when I'm put to the test and I'm challenged with something, I'm even more invigorated to discover and challenge myself in what is our approach to, fight that, that boundary or that wall.
Okay, so one of the ways you seem to be evolving is against this kind of compulsion for novelty. You make unisex clothes,
Yeah.
and they're not things that you couldn't wear the following year. You know, you're not trying to create obsolescence in what you do. Is that something that you see?
Definitely, and I
committed
feel
to?
like for the consumer, you know, again, beyond making product, because people can buy product everywhere now, right? But I want the consumer or our audience or our fans to want our product as much as they want to know the brand, you know, and share common values of what the brand is, and, you know, beyond saying, okay, this is a beautiful bag and has a beautiful hardware piece, but, you know, I relate to this brand because of what the culture in this brand represents. You know what I mean? What, you know, when we put on Wang Fest or we do other kind of shows, they say, oh, you know what, I'd be interested in that brand. You know, if we had a muse or if we had storytelling, what that brand would recommend for me to go out, where to eat, where to shop, you know, what to wear to different places. So I think in that sense, there's definitely a lot more sharing and kind of communication and engagement that we have with our consumers.
Sure, but all the things you touched on there were about consumption. Is there another value in that you?
Yes, I mean, and when you go back to sustainability, it's something that is incredibly important for us. But you know, it's something that we're being very cognizant and thoughtful about in our approach and how we can really relook at it through our lens and our structure that we have.
Mm-hmm. And I know that you've worked very hard on inclusion. How does that work out inside the company?
I mean, inside the company, I'm very proud to say that, you know, 80% of my executive team is female. I love, you know, diversity. I've always been about diversity. I've always been, you know, we had an executive dinner last week. It was funny. And I looked around the table and I was like, all of us could not be any more different than one another. But there's something that we share in common. And that was so special to me. So.
Great way to finish. Yeah. Do you want to say thank you to Lisbon?
No, thank you to Lisbon. Thank you all for coming. It's an incredible honor to be here, and I'll see you guys around. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave.
Wow, there's a lot of people in here right now. Many companies talk about creating a distinctive culture with honesty at the core. In reality, though, how many have succeeded? At Bridgewater Associates, they preach from the pamphlet of radical transparency. But is the congregation listening? Let's ask their founder. Please welcome to the stage, Ray Dalio.
It's so great to be here. Thank you, Patty, for having me. The main reason I'm so excited about being here is because you're the people that I'm eager to speak with. Entrepreneurs and tech. I'm at a different stage in my life. What you've done, you know, you're beginning what I call the second stage of your life, and I'm in the end of my second stage of my life. And what I mean is I think that life exists in three stages. In the first stage of your life, you're a kid, you're learning, you're dependent on others, you get out of school, and then you enter the second stage of your life. And in that second stage, you're working, others are dependent on you, and you learn a lot. You learn a lot. And I'm at the second stage of my life, the end of my second stage, and the reason I'm passing along these principles is I acquired some principles along the way that helped me. And I just want to start by saying for you, I think the most important thing is that you have your own principles that work well for you. But principles are ways of dealing with reality that work. So one big tip when we deal with your principles is that I did something that was very invaluable to me and that I'd like to pass along to you. And that is, every time I would make a decision, I would reflect on that decision and write down the criteria for making those decisions. and that's called principles. And then I would take those and I made those into algorithms. So principles, algorithms, entrepreneurship, this is what I'm here to talk about. And I want to give you just a taste of that. So I think we have a slide. The slide's working. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so for me, like most of you, I wanted to go after my audacious goals. And when I went after those audacious goals, I had successes and failures. And what I learned is that the failures were most important. In other words, life is a cycle, and you encounter your failures. And how you deal with your failures is the most important thing, because learning comes from those failures. So I discovered along the way, failures are valuable. I learned that pain plus reflection equals progress. That if I could reflect well and learn from those mistakes, that I would be able to get principles, certain ways of dealing with things, because things happen over and over again, and I'd learn those principles, and I would write those principles down, and as I built my company, we would discuss those principles about how we are with each other, and by learning those principles, then we would be in a position that we would improve, we wouldn't make the same mistakes again, and we would go on to more audacious goals. And so life looks to me like this evolutionary process of what we call looping, of that going for your goals, making mistakes, learning from the mistakes, and doing that by encoding them in words and then in algorithms. So I learned that in order to be successful, you only have to do 5 things. If you do these 5 things well, that you will be successful. And this is what I learned along the way. First, you have to know what your goals are. Are your goals clear to you? What are you going after? And your goals are going to be a reflection of your values. But you're going to have to be clear on your goals. And then that's the first step. The second step is when you'll encounter your problems on the way to your goals. And how you deal with your problems is the most important thing. And so you have to identify your problems, and you have to not tolerate your problems. So life is a game of identifying problems and then solving those problems and being more creative. And in order to then go on, you have to go on to step 3, which is diagnose those problems to get at their root causes. Now, often those root causes are weaknesses that you have, or weaknesses that other people have, although they could be other things as well. But you have to get at the specific root cause of the problem that's standing in the way, and often that has to do with people's strengths and weaknesses, and you got to face up to those. So you have to diagnose to the root cause. Once you have a root cause diagnosis, then you have to design a path to get around that. Something's got to change that will get you around your problems. And then once you have a design, you have to follow through number 5 and do what you set out to do. And if you do those 5 things well, over and over again, you'll have that looping that keeps bringing you to a higher level. The faster and steeper you have the looping, the greater your evolution is going to be. So, and the problem is that very few people can do all those 5 steps well individually. It is that everybody has strengths and weaknesses, and to know how to work with people who are strong where you are weak by being clear about those strengths and weaknesses is so important. So I want to tell you about an idea meritocracy. Okay, so what is my approach? What is Bridgewater? Bridgewater is an idea meritocracy in which the goal is to have meaningful work and meaningful relationships through radical truthfulness and radical transparency. An idea meritocracy, the best ideas win out, to have meaningful work, a mission that you're on together, and meaningful relationships, deep meaningful relationships while that's going on, because that's a power and a joy. And to do that through radical truthfulness and radical transparency. And I learned that approach because of mistakes that I made. And I want to take you into one of my biggest mistakes and give you a flavor of what that was like and how transformative it was. In 1980, 81, I had calculated that American banks had lent a lot more money to countries that would not be able to pay back their debt. They lent a lot more money than they had bank capital, so that we were going to have a banking crisis, and that would have a devastating effect. And that was a very controversial point of view at the time. But in August 1982, Mexico defaulted, and a number of other countries defaulted on the debt, and we had that debt crisis. And with that debt crisis, because it was a controversial point of view, I received a lot of attention. I was asked to testify to Congress. I was asked to appear on Wall Street Week, which was the show at the time. And I just want to give you a glimpse into what that was like. So that video will show you that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mitchell, it's a great pleasure and a great honor to be able to appear before you in examination with what is going wrong with our economy. The economy is now flat, teetering on the brink of failure.
You were recently quoted in an article. You said, "I can say this with absolute certainty because I know how markets work."
I can say with absolute certainty that if you look at the liquidity base in the corporations and the world as a whole, that there's such a reduced level of liquidity that you can't return to an era of stagflation.
Do you read me? Okay. Wasn't I arrogant? Incredibly arrogant. I couldn't have been more wrong. I couldn't have been more wrong. That was the exact bottom in the stock market. And I was wrong for myself. I had to, small company, I had to let everybody who worked there go. I was so broke that I had to borrow $4,000 from my dad to help to pay for my bills. I mean, it was an incredibly painful experience. But it was one of the best experiences that I had because it changed my approach to decision making. Rather than, it gave me a humility that I needed to balance with my audacity. It made me think, how do I know I'm right? And when I started to realize, how do I know I'm right, and think about that differently, I wanted to find the smartest people who would disagree with me and to understand their reasoning. It opened my mind to take in other points of view and to also double check and to diversify my bets, and all doing that raised my probabilities of being right. I started to think of all those obstacles like puzzles, you know, those failures, those problems. And I would say, if I could solve the puzzle, which is what would I do differently in the future, I could learn principles that would be my gems, and I would make that sort of progress. So I changed the way I ran my company. And this has been the essence of our success from that point until where we are now. Now Bridgewater, Fortune said, the 5th most important private company in the United States. It's been a tremendously successful experience in terms of both the work and the relationships, and I just want to pass that along to you. So, okay, so that same evolutionary process. So I wanted to bring in independent thinkers who also had audacious goals, who would challenge me and challenge each other. And in order to do that, I had to create a real system in idea meritocracy. A lot of people talk about idea meritocracy, but there's a systematic approach to assure that the best ideas win out. And I want to try to communicate that to you. So you need principles for how you have a decision-making process, and we systemize those principles into decision-making, algorithmic decision way that everybody could see, and that produced successes and failures and learnings, and that cycle meant that we evolved quickly and at a steep pace, and that made happier employees and happier clients, and that was the process. So what do I mean by an idea meritocracy? What do you have to do in order to have an idea meritocracy if you want to have one? You have to do 3 things. The first thing is that you have to put your honest thoughts on the table. Can you be honest about what you think? That's a difficulty for a lot of people, you know? What do you really think? What's going on in your head? Who's making what mistakes? Or how should we do things differently? You have to be free to put that on the table. And the second thing is, you have to have quality disagreement. You have to appreciate the art of disagreement, not react negatively to disagreement. In other words, the art of disagreement. If you have disagreement, somebody must be wrong, and how do you know that wrong person isn't you? I think one of the greatest tragedies of mankind, probably the greatest tragedy of mankind, it's a big statement, is the tragedy of holding wrong opinions in people's minds and not stress testing them and making mistakes where it's so easy to put them out there and have them well stress tested to see if they hold up. So you have to understand the art of thoughtful disagreement, and then you have to agree on protocols. You have to agree on how to get past those disagreements when they exist. And I think you have to have idea meritocratic ways of doing that. You know, I ran the company, but what I needed around me were all people that would hold me accountable and not let my ideas pass and let the idea win out. So what I want to do is give you a sense of that. In order to have an idea meritocracy, you have to know what somebody is really like. And you know, if you know what they're really like, you know what they expect from them. And there's a challenge in that. There's an emotional challenge. Do you want to know your weaknesses? Do you want other people to know your weaknesses? Do you want to be radically truthful with each other? Those become the challenges. So I want to give you a taste of what it's like. Along the way, in order to reinforce the culture, we built a lot of tools and apps that facilitate that. And I want to show you a meeting in which we use one of those, which I call the dot collector. I think by seeing that, you'll get a sense of how that works. So here's the dot collector in our meeting. A week after the U.S. election, our research team held a meeting to discuss what a Trump presidency would mean for the U.S. economy. Naturally, people had different opinions on the matter and how we were approaching the discussion. The dot collector collects these views. It has a list of a few dozen attributes, and so whenever someone thinks something about another person's thinking, it's easy for them to convey that assessment. They simply note the attribute and provide a rating from 1 to 10. For example, as the meeting began, a researcher named Jen rated me a 3, in other words, badly, for not showing a good balance of assertiveness and open-mindedness. As the meeting transpired, Jen's assessments of people added up like this. Others in the room had very different opinions. That's normal. Different people are always going to have different opinions. And who knows who's right? Let's just look at what people thought about how I was doing. Some people thought I did well, others poorly. With each of these views, we can explore the thinking behind the numbers. Here's what Jen and Larry said. Note that everyone gets to express their thinking, including their critical thinking, regardless of their position in the company. Jen, who's 24 years old and fresh out of college, can tell me, the CEO of the company, that I'm approaching things terribly. This tool helps people both express their opinions and separate themselves from their opinions to see things from a higher level. When Jen and others shift their attentions from inputting their opinions to looking down on the whole screen, their perspective changes. They see their own opinions as just one of many, and naturally start to ask themselves, how do I know my opinion is right? That shift in perspective of going above it and seeing the full range of views shifts the conversation from arguing over individual opinions to figuring out objective criteria for determining which opinions are best. Behind the dot collector is a computer that is watching what all these people are thinking, correlates it with how they think, and communicates back to each of them based on that. Then it draws the data from the meetings to create a pointillist painting of what people are like and how they think. And it does all that guided by algorithms. Knowing what people are like helps to match them up better with their jobs. For example, a creative thinker who is unreliable might be matched up with someone who is reliable but not creative. Knowing what people are like also allows us to decide what responsibilities to give them and to weigh our decisions based on people's merits. We call it their believability. Here's an example of a vote that we took where the majority of people felt one way, but when we weighed people's views on the basis of their merits, the answer was completely different. This process allows us to make decisions not based on democracy and not based on autocracy, but based on algorithms that take people's believability into consideration. You know, we really do that. So I just want to emphasize the following. Non-hierarchical, right? Anybody could say anything they want, so it's a real idea of meritocracy. Fantastic developmental abilities because people honestly know their strengths and weaknesses and work together. Behind the scenes, gathering data about what they're like and making it transparent. Agreeing on the algorithms, in other words, the criteria for decision making. These have been very powerful tools. We're in a world now where, look, it's easy to collect data and know what you're like better than some of your best friends know what you're like. And the question is how that's going to be used by algorithms. So what is the problem with this? Okay, the main obstacle, like, would you like to know your weaknesses? Would you like people to be totally straight with you? Would you like to be totally straight with them? What's wrong with this radical truthfulness and radical transparency? It's difficult emotionally. I ask psychologists, for some people, that there's basically two yous in you. There's the logical, thoughtful person who would probably say, yeah, I'd love to know my weaknesses. I'd love to know what other people are thinking about me. I'd like to know whether it's true. And then there's the emotional part of you that stands as a barrier. And that's the big puzzle of life. In other words, are you going to let the emotional barrier stand in your way? And when you have meaningful work and meaningful relationships so that people know that you're trying to help them and you work together on that, it can produce a terrific result. So I would ask you, as you walk out of this, and we're at the end of the talk, do you want these things and in what degrees? Do you want to have an idea meritocracy in which the best ideas win out and people judge that to be a fair system in order for that to happen? Do you want to know what people are really like, you and others, and in what degree? Do you want that radical truthfulness and transparency? I don't mean truthfulness about everything, but about most things. And what about algorithmic decision making? We're in an era that if you can take your principles, your criteria, and put them into code, you'll get tremendous leverage. So that's your choices. This is a series of apps and tools that we built up over a period of time. It's in the appendix of the book. I don't have time to discuss it. But what I'm going to be doing is making those all available for the public and mostly free of charge so that you can have an opportunity to do that. Thank you very much.
Wow. Our next speaker is a visionary musician who mixes technology into her every work. Her hit track, Hide and Seek, will feature on the upcoming soundtrack of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. And we're very fortunate to have her at Web Summit telling us about how technology is being used to shape the music industry. Please put your hands together for Imogen Heap.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me here. What an incredibly large audience you are. I am a musician, that's right, and today I was supposed to be playing you a song, and as a result I spent the whole night panicking about what I was going to do instead. I spent about the hours of kind of 5 in the morning to 8 in the morning, tossing and turning, nervous about what I was going to say, and I realized that I've been here before many times when I developed technology to basically help me be more human, come away from the machine of the data and the machines, and help me be more human, help me be more creative. And I was just like, why am I doing this to myself? Why can't I just make music? Why do I have to make life so difficult? And then I realized that I've been doing this all my life. From the age of 12, I discovered an Atari computer. And for me, this was a life changer because I made music. You know, I wasn't a Mozart when I was younger. I'm not a Mozart now. But I did love to write music for orchestra. But when you're 12, you're very unlikely to have an orchestra want to play your music. But I discovered with this Atari computer that I could play into the keyboard and I could hear back the sounds. And this really changed my life. And then from there, I wanted to learn about recording real audio. And then I ended up getting a record deal when I was 17, which was kind of not really planned, but I needed money, so I gave it a go. And that kind of set me up to buy a flat. And then when I was about 21, I really didn't want to have a record deal anymore. And I wanted to do it by myself because I thought I could do it better if I got the right team behind me. And I could see that I was going to make more money. And I actually went to banks and I said, hello, Mr. Bank Manager, I'm a musician. Now, I know this is a bit odd, but here's some records I've made. And currently, the record industry takes about 85% of my profit. But I think if you could give me £100,000, I could give you interest within a year of the release of this. So what do you think? And they were like, so what's your actual job? I was like, no, this is my job. Look. But I couldn't explain to them the income because it's very hard for me as an artist to know when any income might be happening. Anyway, so that was that. This all ties into the end, you'll see. Then I ended up touring. So the record did pretty well. I set up my own label, which at the time was something not really anyone was doing. And I went on tour a lot. And because I make my own music, I actually won a Grammy for engineering records. I have a nice big production sound. I use a lot of effects. I do a lot of layering. I have a very dense sound to the albums. But when I went live, I found this very hard to give back to the audience, this kind of complexity that the albums had. And so I felt I had to more and more bring more and more equipment onto stage to help me add in that reverb or record that voice. And I ended up basically being barricaded by a load of technology. But actually all I wanted to do was something very simple. I just wanted to be able to reach inside my computer and pull out the sounds with my own hands. I just wanted to be able to sample my voice and release it into the world and move the sound around the room, which is what I was going to be doing for you today. But sadly, one of the things that we're developing, lots of people are having this issue in the world, is an intense amount of saturation in networks, so like Wi-Fi, radio, Bluetooth, even the microwave oven could be interfering, and a lot of hidden networks. And this is the Web Summit, and this is this is like everybody is here online. So we tried everything we could, and we couldn't make it happen, sadly. But that's okay, because I can talk about the next project that we'll probably end up doing, which is how to create a bubble. How to create a bubble of Wi-Fi so that I can create this continuous stream of data from my gloves to my computer. So there they are. These are the gloves. They have bend sensors. They have a little IMU here, so I can basically use the bend sensors to create postures, which then the neural network detects and recognizes, and then I can repeat an action when I do a posture, and I can combine that with movement, and I combine that with accelerometer peaks to play drums. I can do lots of things, and actually it gets in some ways it gets scary about how lost you can get into that. Anyway, what I was going to sing to you was a song called Hide and Seek. Another project we're doing is called The Life of a Song. And what this project does, if you're interested, is to explain the reason why the music industry is so ripe for innovation, and the reason why, essentially, I got very excited about blockchain technology. In this project, you'll see the life of the biography of the song, the remuneration of the song, how long it takes from a play, for example, on a radio station, finally to the pocket of the musician who wrote that. And that can take up to 2 to 3 years, which is insane. Even if I'm literally standing next to the DJ playing my song, it will still take 2 years to come back to me. So when I discovered this idea about how potentially with blockchain, we could have all of the data that we want to share around one song. And you might be able to see it on a big screen. So on the top, the little square there, that explains the data that you currently see on a digital service provider such as Spotify or iTunes. And all it really shares is the name of the person on the front cover, the name of the song, and maybe the release date. But all of this other data is what I actually wanted to share. So instead of stressing about the fact that I couldn't kind of contain my admin issues around having to track money, because that song actually has taken nearly 7 months to only really be able to identify 20% of the monies that were distributed to me and the paths that it took. So there's a big inefficiency in the music industry. We've got $45 billion a year for royalty distribution, and up to half of that doesn't get to the right people. So perhaps this is why we're having a little bit of trouble trying to kickstart this new ecosystem, because some of the people involved in that chain, maybe their bread and butter is actually in the fact that it doesn't work very well, in the inefficiency there. So there's all the data that I wanted to share. This song called Tiny Human became the first track in the world to distribute payments via a smart contract, which meant that all the musicians got paid when that download happened instantaneously into their smart wallets. Doesn't seem like rocket science, but that is where we hope we can go with this project that we call Mycelia and the Creative Passport. But that element of music making is only actually kind of contributing to about 5% of my income as a music maker. And that's where all the innovation is in the streaming services, the distribution, and the licensing. But as a music maker, I hold many skills and projects and interests. And these interests have led me to be able to make the music for the Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, for example, by people knowing about my skill sets. So I think that if we could manage to help the situation, such as Ariana Grande covered a song of mine, put it on her record, but I wasn't attributed as the writer. Totally not her fault. She's a huge fan. She's devastated. But in order for me to correct that problem, it cost about, £1,000 worth of people's time, when I could have just, if I had an identity that belongs to me, that doesn't belong to anyone else, which I could author into what is about to happen in the world, which is an open songs database. And we can have a layer of music makers who can author into that space. We can create a huge flourishing in the music industry, because our data, our unique selves, our passions, our interests are what is going to be the thing that helps us be found above the noise. This is what is going to, emancipate artists to be able to shine a light on the work that they do and where their passions are, to create meaningful collaboration. And when artists feel supported, they become generous. So who knows what could happen in the future if we can see such a database of music makers and a database of songs. So what we're doing around the world, if you have any music maker friends, we are doing every week. We have a music maker forum, we do a conference, and we do live performances. And on December the 9th, people will be able to download a very basic app which will put them on the map and begin the journey towards an open database of music makers, a non-profit layer to hopefully create a flourishing in the music ecosystem. Thank you for listening. That was a lot to share. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a song, but you can always come and see me if you're still in Lisbon on Saturday. Okay, goodbye everyone.
definition of money.
Everybody's always talking about this revolution.
If money really makes the world turn, shouldn't your money be digital too?
I think by definition we're going there.
I'm already living the cashless lifestyle. The topic of money is a universal language.
It is where people talk about what's happening in future.
Europe needs to be intelligent in how it adapts to the change of a generation.
I felt I was protecting a model that had gone stale, that was no longer working.
Banknotes are a piece of history.
Money is really about future value. So I quit my job to start a new bank.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Collision, Sunil Sharma.
So we're moving into something quite interesting, Investor Secrets 2019. So the nature of venture capital funding has changed dramatically this year. So while record amounts of dollars were invested, they were fewer investments overall, and they were made into much bigger companies. So what's happened? Have VCs become more cagey, or is it just a buyer's market right now? So 3 of the world's top VCs are going to combine next to tell us what they think, drawing from their collective experiences investing in the likes of Twitter, Facebook, Stripe, Nest, Dropcam. In conversation with the managing director of Tencent Investment, Dan Brody, please welcome to the stage partner at Kleiner Perkins, Juliet Bobany, the co-founder and managing partner of Defy, Trey Vassalo, and managing partner at DST, Tom Stafford.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for coming to join us today. I'm very happy to be hosting today's panel where we're talking to some of the best VCs in the world, talking about what's coming in the future, investing for 2019. Now, I think most of our panel needs no introduction, but just in case some of those in the audience only know 1 or 2 of you, if you guys wouldn't mind quickly introducing yourselves, a little bit about your firm, and what types of projects you've been involved with in the past.
Great. Thank you for having me. I'm Juliet de Bobany, and I have been with Kleiner Perkins for 18 years. And together with my partner, Mary Meeker, Mudragani, and Noah Nauf, we are spinning out of Kleiner Perkins and launching a new firm and a new fund in 2019, continuing what we've done for the past 8 years, which is global growth investing.
Excellent. Trey?
Sure, I'm Trey Vassalo, and I recently started a firm called Defy VC, and our focus is early stage venture. So we're $150 million. We write $3 to $7 million checks for 15% ownership in companies. And before that, I had the pleasure to work with Juliet at Kleiner Perkins for 11 years. And a part of my inspiration for starting Defy was this, basically seeing these brand name firms with success get bigger, and their investing tended to get later stage. And so I spun out and joined forces with Neil Sequeira from General Catalyst to focus on that early part of the venture capital market. Investments in my past include companies like Nest, Dropcam, and OPower.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Tom Stafford, managing partner of DST Global. We are a growth stage firm, very much like Juliet. We do growth stage deals on a global basis. About 40% of our capital has gone into Asia historically, about 1/3 the US, the rest mostly Europe, but a little bit Latin America as well. I'm based in London and also spend a lot of my time in Hong Kong and China. Our investments in Europe include things like Spotify, Zalando, Auto1, Deliveroo, Revolut, Bulb, and a few others. So nice to be here.
Excellent. Thank you all for coming. Now, we've got a lot of entrepreneurs from many different sectors who are here today. Now, everybody wants to know what sectors you guys are looking at, what you're excited about in the future, where you're going to be deploying capital. And so this will help the right people come up and find you afterwards. So why don't you tell us what are the areas you're most excited about, what areas you're going to be looking to deploy capital in 19 and beyond?
And start with me. So in many respects, I would say nothing much has changed. We will still invest in growth companies where there is technical innovation. And that's why our portfolio spans the gamut from a company such as Untuckit, which designs shirts for the untucked look, through to a company like Spotify, Epic Games, where you've got tremendous platform innovation. What we look for hasn't changed. Great founders make all the difference. And so I think if you talk to any investor who has been doing this for a long time, they will say the first thing they look for is the founding team. And that hasn't changed. So I'm looking forward to meeting any other great founders.
Excellent. How about you, Trey?
Yeah, so we're a generalist firm, and if you look back at Neil and my history of investing, it spans everything from media to hardware to enterprise security, and so that is our focus, so to speak, at our firm. To Juliet's point, though, I'd say there are some patterns that we look for, and first and foremost, it does come down to people, and we talk a lot about what we call the authentic entrepreneur. And these are people who really understand the problem they're solving, and they understand it through, spending time in an industry, banging their head against a wall, trying to understand that problem, or many, growing up, having an authentic sense of why something isn't working, and so they're driven first and foremost to solve a problem. One thing we don't like are entrepreneurs who come to us and are just spouting acronyms. VR, AR, ML, all great. And I expect that you're using state-of-the-art technology to solve a problem. And so it's when you're elegantly making someone's life easier that where we get excited, and where you ultimately can make a lot of money. So that's when I would ask for you to come to us.
Excellent, Tom.
Yeah. So in terms of the people and what we look for, I think it's a very similar approach. So maybe just a couple of words on maybe some of the sectors and areas that we're interested by. I guess the first one is we like to just go where the consumer spends their money, very simply. So if you look at the consumer globally, they spend about $46 trillion a year. Of that, 20-odd trillion is in consumer retail and 20-odd trillion in services, intangible services. Today, internet accounts for roughly 10% globally of that consumer retail. Varies wildly, but South Korea very high, Africa very low, but 10% on average globally. And so we still see a lot of sectors and geographies that are underpenetrated, even in what we would, in this room, regard as pretty traditional e-commerce, etc. So that's one area we remain focused on. The second is even more exciting, which is the consumer spends $20-odd trillion a year on intangible services. Only about 1% of that is online today. So this is financial services, healthcare, education, transportation, food, etc. And so all of us in this room hopefully are using Deliveroo and Revolut, and if you're not, please do. But actually, as a global phenomenon, that's a very small percentage of total spend. So that's also where we're following the consumer. Then the second kind of key theme for me is SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. So SMEs are basically consumers, right? The restaurant owner, she wakes up in the morning, she's just the same as any other consumer. She checks the Financial Times maybe online or the Irish Times. She orders an Uber to work. Maybe she's ordered Deliveroo for breakfast. But when she gets to work, she suddenly comes out of the digital world and into an analog world. And that just doesn't really make a lot of sense. So she's getting a paper invoice from her supplier. She's manually reconciling with her bookkeeper how to pay the accounts at the end of the year. When she has to find a new employee, she's doing it in a WhatsApp group or a text group, nothing digital. So the SME is a consumerized business by the people, but not by internet yet. And I see that changing pretty radically. And then the very final one is, again, sort of a phenomenon that we forget about living in London or Hong Kong, is there's actually only 4 billion people connected online today. roughly 50% of the world's population. And that won't last for very long. So the other 4 billion people coming online will disrupt and change entire economies. For example, in Africa, logistics accounts for up to 75% of the cost of a good bought in a shop in Africa. That's because those logistics are not organized by anything technological. And again, that will change over the coming years.
So, Juliet and Trey, I'm going to ask you to dig in a little bit more on the sectors, because Tom just laid out the entire world that he's going to invest in. All services, all goods, all trade. Which of those areas that he's talking about are you guys interested in? Trey, do you want to
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm happy to outline. If I look at our portfolio, we're actually trying to make sure we do have investments across a handful of sectors that we also believe are in disruption. Logistics, completely agree with you. We have a handful of great logistics companies. Enterprise security, a problem that continues to get bigger and bigger. We've got a couple companies in that sector. Media, so how we consume media, it's much more participatory. We have things like esports and fantasy sports that are completely changing entertainment. That's also an area we're very excited about. And then, you know, I've had a history with things like Nest and Dropcam, so I remain really excited about how we're turning our physical infrastructure into computing platforms. The house is a computing platform. The car is becoming a computing platform. So that also continues to be an area that we find very interesting.
My business partner, Mary Meeker, publishes her Internet Trends report every year. So we spend a lot of time thematically looking across the different sectors and across the different globes. I think in terms of precision, the sharing economy is the one that's really captured our attention. If you look at the shift in spend, workforce allocation, the fact that in the United States this year, 50% of the population will be millennial and Gen Z. You think about flexibility of the workforce, you think about mobility, and you think about technology as the enabler. And then you think about the possibilities, not only for the disposable income, but then of the impact on the workforce. So that is an area that is of great interest to us as we look forward to investing. But we cover, as Trey also mentioned, a broad sector from consumer internet right through into digital health.
Excellent. Yeah, that's a fabulous report, and many in this audience, I'm sure I study it a couple times a year to check those themes, so thank you for that. Now, the entrepreneurs who are in the audience from all these sectors are now going to want to come talk to you and figure out how they can talk to you about their solution is going to solve all these problems of those sectors. So let's talk a little bit about what advice do you have for entrepreneurs when they approach you? How should they approach you? What's the best way for them to get the first meeting? Once they get the first meeting, how do they get a positive impression and hopefully move to an actual investment?
Let me take a start of that. We've all got a lot of experience around the table, and we've had the opportunity to work well together and kind of swarm team approach. But just to kick this off, I want to remind entrepreneurs, this is a two-way street. We have capital, you're amazing founders. If we are going to partner together, this is like getting married. We're going to be in it for the long term. It took Spotify 8 years before they had a liquidity event from our point of investing, and 12 years since inception. So if you look at today's market, you can stay private longer. That means that you are in the foxhole together. And so for me, I want to see founders who really want to understand the quality of capital, the value from their investor, can really articulate what they need from that investor. Capital is ubiquitous, but support, advice, wisdom, experience, those are the skills that really can build significant businesses. Trey?
So I usually see companies before they have a brand, and so it's really important how you reach out and which partner you're reaching out to. You'd be surprised, you may think you have a connection at a large firm and you email them, but if they're not the right partner, they don't always share it with the right partner in their firm. So you have to do your research first, figure out who you're best connected with that person, because warm intros I will always take a call with someone that a friend has made an introduction to. So that's a really important point, and just getting the initial, on that investor's radar. I also always suggest don't send a few lines of text. Text doesn't really convey what you're working on. Send a few slides. every detail around how you illustrate what you're working on really matters and conveys more emotion in what you're trying to build, and more often leads to a call or a meeting. And then 2 other little bits of advice. When you're in the meeting, I think entrepreneurs often forget your head is in this every day, every minute, thinking about your business, and you're meeting with someone who doesn't have much context for what you're working on. And typically, a lot of investors aren't even product people, so they're not very good at visualizing what you're trying to build. Try to be as visual as possible. Show a demo, show a video, show your product right off the bat, so they're not trying to figure out what you're working on right away. And then my last piece of advice is that don't forget you're being watched for your leadership qualities. So these aren't explicit questions, but I'm always looking for, is this a person who's empowering their team? Is this a person who can lead and who can scale? And so that's not going to come out in the form of questions, but it does come out in how you interact with your team, how you interact with everyone in our office. And so keep that in the back of your mind as you're talking to investors.
Tom?
Yeah, I wouldn't have a huge amount to add. I think, fortunately or unfortunately, investing is like anything else. It's quite a network-based system, and there's only roughly 19 to 20 hours in a day to work. And so if you're going to receive a huge amount of inbound, you have to prioritize that in some way. And so much like Trey was saying, I think a warm intro, which is related to another founder primarily, or a strong executive at a portfolio company, will always go to the top of my inbox. And so that's a slightly unfortunate thing, because it tends to lead towards narrow networks. So we're always struggling against that. But just being very honest and open, there is only a limited number of hours in the day. And so I'd encourage you, if you're trying to approach myself, or I think any VC, that warm introduction by even somebody who's 1 or 2 steps removed is really the key to getting to the top of the inbox. And then I think the second thing, which was also mentioned earlier, and is a really, I mean, I basically switch off when I hear some of these things. Like if somebody says to me, I'm building AI for virtual reality in an augmented setting, I'm like, great. I mean, I'm literally not listening anymore. There's no point in talking about the acronyms. I think really what Trey said is absolutely right. Describe the application. Describe why it's going to change a consumer's life, or make an SME owner's life better, or protect the enterprise. And then we can talk about the fact that you're the greatest ML mathematician the world's ever seen. But starting off with the acronyms actually just proves to shut down the recipient in how they're listening to you.
No, Tom is exactly right. The amount of times I think we've all had businesses that were the Uber of, and it's sort of this herd mentality that you hear, and that for an investor is the biggest turnoff. You have to have something that is unique, differentiated, with big vision. If you're going to follow the herd, chances are you're not going to get the dollars, or pounds, or euros.
And one other point, too, we really haven't highlighted the fact that you're there selling yourself and your team.
Yeah.
And I do meet so many entrepreneurs who don't spend enough time bragging about themselves and their team. And so this really is about investing in you and your vision and your ability to scale the company. So make sure you take the time to brag a little bit.
No, I think that's right. We did a study at Kleiner Perkins about the success of our portfolio, and it correlated directly with founder-led organizations. So to Trey's point, you better be really comfortable in who you are, what you're building, and who you're bringing along with you, because that is going to be, in my opinion, the single biggest differentiator to make an investment decision.
So usually people don't need to encourage VCs to brag about themselves, but I'm going to ask you to a little bit, because you mentioned earlier it's a marriage, and it's kind of like a founder-driven market right now, and for some of the VCs, it's actually really difficult to get into some of the better deals. So each of you bring different elements to the table. When you're pitching yourself to a strong founder and a great deal, and everybody wants to get in, what do you tell them? Why should they take money from you?
Tom, I feel as though you need to go first, because I'm getting the easy softballs, and by the
Please,
time
Tom.
it gets to you, they kind of run out of engines. So can I defer
Please,
to him?
Tom, yes.
Yeah, but I have verbal issues, which means that I don't shut up. So let's be so please
All right, well,
tell me shut up. I would say that I'd actually disagree with the question a wee bit, Dan, in that I think it's always been a founder-led market. in the sense of the best companies, the best founders can always choose. Doesn't matter whether you're in 09 or 2009 or 2019, it's always going to be the best companies you have to fight to get into. One of my slightly golden rules is if I'm waking up on a Friday morning thinking, this deal is really hard for me to win, to get into, that's the deal I want to spend all my time on. If I'm waking up thinking, oh, you know what, that founder really wants us to invest, it's an amber flag for me, actually. The best founders never want you as an individual, because money is truly a commodity in our space. So what I pitch, frankly, is getting out of the way. I feel that I'm just a resource. I'm a resource to the founder and to the rest of the team to be called upon when they think I can add value, to be very honest when they think I can add value and I can't, and saying, sorry, I can't do anything about it. And maybe once, maybe twice a year at most, having an idea that I want to share with them. But at most, once or twice a year. So I'm a resource. I'm not trying to project my experience or my knowledge, because I don't have any, particularly not for that specific company. I'm just a resource to them. And so the whole idea of an investor as this great value-adding tool, I don't believe in. I believe in us bringing a commodity, which is cash, bringing a little bit of common sense, bringing resources, and getting the hell out of the way. And that's what I pitch.
So I do think there's a big difference between growth capital and early stage capital. So when I invest, we're typically the first investor that actually takes a board seat. And so often, even if it's an experienced founder or a first-time founder, they actually want more engagement and more help thinking through some of the strategic questions, because they're going to get some things wrong, and they want the support and the guidance through the right and the wrong. And so, when we pitch entrepreneurs on why work with us, a big part of it is entrepreneurial empathy and entrepreneurial alignment. So one of the interesting things with our firm is, I've been a startup founder before, I've shipped products before, and so having a board member, an advisor who is really more of a coach through the process, not thinking they have all the right answers, but can help ask the right questions and help push the founder in a way that really does make them kind of stop and think about some of the important questions. I think that's where a lot of the value add is. All the time, founders are trying to figure out, do I take money from a smaller firm like you, or do I go for the bigger branded firm? And that's a really fair question, and there are pros and cons to both. The great thing with the small firm, though, is that we're not trying to make you take too much money. Take the right amount of money that's right for you. And in fact, we love to build consortiums. So if you want to bring in maybe a more sector-focused investor, we love that. We're happy to do that. So we like to say that we're a bit more founder-friendly, and that we will sort of organize around what you want and how you want to build your business.
By the way, I just to add to that, I think we're saying the same thing. And I think that the fact that you're a great investor is because you said alignment and empathy to the founders, which is the same thing as being a resource to them. Where I see the negative on VCs and investors generally is where they think, oh, well, I built a startup before. This is how I do it, and this is how you should do it, therefore. And that's just destroying for a good founder, because they should have their ideas, make many mistakes, come to you for advice as a resource. But rather than pushing on them, you should be there for them to pull from you. Right?
That's a great nuance. Yep.
So in terms of global growth investing, when Mary Meeker started the Digital Growth Fund within Kleiner Perkins 8 years ago, we developed some really distinct skills and muscle memory around what it would take to be a long-term valuable partner with founders in global growth. As a result of that, I agree, Tom, it has always been a very founder-led environment. What we want to do is to bring our team, and the reason we're spinning out is that we want to bring this sort of swarm mentality. My partner, Mood Ragani, likens it to the four of us have our own superpowers that we bring to the table, and we really do work as a team. When we sit down with I'll give you an example. Spotter Home, Alejandro Atacho, we did a panel discussion this morning. Naren Sharma at Go Euro, they will tell you that they get the benefit of the four of us, and they get all the years of experience that we are bringing to bear. And I always say to our founders, this is your company. Yep. We're here to be the assist. What I hope we can do is to save you time. I hope we can advance your networks, your contacts, your company building, your access to capital. I hope we can bring the playbook of what has gone right and what has gone wrong. But this is your company, and we are here to support you in every way.
Well said.
Well said. Well, this has been great to have you guys here. I want to give thanks to Web Summit for bringing us to Europe, especially to Portugal. I want to give a quick shout out coming from Tencent. We work with Portuguese company Miniclip, which I think is the largest gaming, if not one of the largest tech companies in Portugal, and is truly awesome. And so I've been very impressed with the Portuguese ecosystem. And hopefully you guys will be spending a lot more time in Europe and Portugal moving forward as well. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, Google is 20 years old. In the last 2 decades, its presence has affected everything from academia to news. What will the next decade bring for probably the best-known company in the world? Who better to ask than the man directing operations for almost half of Google by revenue? Please welcome, in conversation with Krishnan Gurumurthy, Google's EMEA president, Matt Britton.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Matt. I'm Krishnan. Matt, 20 years on, you are no longer the insurgent. You are very much the establishment. And what a turbulent year it's been. How does it feel in your shoes right now?
Well, thank you for the question. I think, you know, a birthday is always a moment for reflection, and 20 years is a long time. And I think I would say 2 things that I feel, and I think we feel at Google. On the one hand, a renewed energy for the mission, organizing the world's information and making it helpful, useful for everyone. We're at the moment where we finally get to the majority of people being online for the first time next year at some point. And so from our perspective, there's an opportunity to help everybody with all the tools you just saw to make the most of that opportunity. But equally, I think, you know, we're different. We have to be a responsible innovator. And when we started, it was all about users. Put the user first, and I think we have to take responsibility for users, but also society, the businesses that depend more and more on the web, many of the people here who are building businesses and thriving as a result of that technology. So renewed energy, but a sense of the need to be responsible as an innovator.
And have you found that being a tech company isn't as different to being an ordinary company as we perhaps thought 20 years ago? And the internet is a lot more like the real world, the physical world, than we also thought.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it was great that Tim Berners-Lee was here at the beginning of the week. You know, he built the web for everyone, and we're now in a situation where we're going to get towards everyone being there. And it's a bit like electricity. You know, it was a specialist thing in the early days, and now we rely on it to do lots of stuff. And I think the same is true of the internet. overwhelmingly positive, but there are issues that come with how it's used by all sorts of actors that we have had to grapple with and society has to grapple with as well.
There are a load of issues that Google has been in the news about over the last few months, including today, which I think we should run through. I mean, the competition commissioner was here earlier today talking about Google again, saying the third investigation into AdSense is nearly complete. Strong suggestion that you're going to be hit with another massive fine, and saying you've done loads of great things, but you're stifling competition, and you've got to be stopped.
Yeah, look, I think what I want us to do is to be a key part of how Europe can be successful in the internet world, the digital world. And we have to engage with regulators and policymakers and abide by their decisions as they define the rules that they want to have here. So I think in the context of what we're doing on Android and shopping, we have complied with what the Commission has asked us to do, even though we believe that what we are doing, overwhelmingly on Android, people have got more choice than ever before, hundreds of different manufacturers making thousands of different phones, but we have to do what we're asked to do by the Commission, and that's what we're doing.
Are you going to pay those fines? Is that money ever going to be coughed up?
Yeah, we have to pay the fines. We have also lodged an appeal because we do believe that Android has produced amazing choice for consumers, and the Commissioner has recognized that. The way that it was funded is something they asked us to change, and that's what we've done. So, we want to be on the side of people who want to make the most of the web. We want to be in a position where we can help businesses grow and startups to grow, and it's up to us to engage with policymakers, and where they decide on new rules, we have to respect those. Ideally, we can be in the conversation, and many of the people here I'd encourage to be in the conversation about the rules we want, and that's why we were proud to sign up to Tim Berners-Lee contract that he launched this week, and to support the Web Foundation in making sure that the web works for the next 3 billion people to come online too.
Well, I mean, you mentioned that. Let's just deal with it then. I mean, what do you think the contract for the web can actually deliver? I mean, what is the point of it if everybody doesn't sign up to it?
I think it's something where if you can ensure that people are aware of what it takes for the web to remain open and useful for everyone, it helps you, and he gave 9 principles we don't have a chance to go into here, but I think for governments and technology companies and content creators to recognize what you need to do for the web to continue to work well for everyone, for it to have useful information, for example, in the case of journalism, to ensure that quality content can be found and can thrive online. These are important responsibilities.
I mean, one of the most shocking images of the last few days has been the sight of Google workers walking out of Google buildings around the world. I mean, as a man who's worked at Google for more than 10 years, what was your instinctive reaction when you saw that?
Well, when I read the stories in the New York Times that led to this, I was as disappointed as anybody else. And I think it's not good enough, and I think we need to change what we're doing. So I fully supported people who walked out. This is around the world. Many colleagues protested about what they'd read and said we need to change and take action, and I fully support that. I believe that we have to do better, and we should recognize this moment, reflect on it, and look at what we can do to improve how we operate.
I mean, what they had read was that a senior Google executive had been given a huge payoff despite allegations of misconduct. And you're saying you didn't know about that?
I didn't know about that. This was at a very senior level, and I was as surprised as everybody else, and as disappointed,
it was
and
wrong.
As determined, and determined to see change. It was wrong. Our CEO has apologized to the company, and has also supported people who are making known their concerns. I think the people who made those protests did it in a very thoughtful way. We all want Google to be a great culture. We see that it has no place at Google. And actually, not just Google, but the technology industry as a whole has to build products that work for everyone, has to be an industry in which everyone can be welcome and work well, and we have to do better.
But what some of the people who organized the walkout said was that Google talks a great game and talks like that, but when it comes to the culture in the business, you're not delivering it.
I think that has to be true, and I've listened to many of those people. I've spent time with many of those people in the last week, and many around my region have made those voices heard. And I think they're right. We have to do better, and I and other members of the management team need to look at what we can do, not just in terms of, obviously there's bad headlines around very bad cases, but actually it's the everyday behaviors and the everyday standards that we hold ourselves accountable to that are important as well.
Because, I mean, obviously, the question you always get asked, or any Google executive gets asked, is how you can live up to don't be evil. One of the other things that they were worried about or concerned about was what the company has been doing. So the secret project for China and that search engine. So much in contrast to Google's principal position to come out of China. How did that happen?
Yeah, so a couple of things I'd say. Firstly, the culture is also one that's very open and very transparent, and we have a lot of quite heated debate amongst employees, and it's something that we guard quite jealously, that we are able to have those discussions. It's also true that we don't run the company by referendums, which is probably a good thing, speaking as a Brit. And therefore, there is debate and there is discussion. In the case of China, actually, we've been operating in China. We have a team in China. Android's very popular in China, and we also help Chinese businesses export. And this was a comment, if you want to know more, Sundar, our CEO, did an interview with Wired about this, I think, last week. We're just looking at what would it look like if we were operating there today. Not that we have an intent to go in, but it's just part of our normal looking at how the business runs, how has China changed.
But is Google, or has Google built a search engine that complies with Chinese censorship?
In the past we did, so we were in China, I think from about 2006 to about 2010, so we did have a search engine that showed these results have been removed by requirement of your government. The belief at that time was, even though that was censored, that it gave Chinese consumers access to much more information than the domestic engines did, but we pulled out and we haven't built something to go back in.
Right, okay, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and I'm not responsible for what we do in China, so I'm just sort of telling you what we've been saying.
What about AI for the Pentagon? Did that come as a surprise to you as well?
This is another case where employees raised concerns about what are we doing, and actually it led to us publishing a set of AI principles that lay out much more clearly how we think we want to look at AI and what we do in the field of AI. And I think it's something, again, where it's not just Google that needs to do this, the industry and society needs to think about these things and think about them early. So what we said was we're not going to work on AI as it relates to weaponry, but we are going to work on AI that we think can be a force for good. And you can read those principles, they're available online, and we've encouraged people to comment and contribute and help us think about what we do there.
So have you found, though, do you think, as a huge global business, that it is harder to stick to those ideals than it seemed 20 years ago or 10 years ago or 11 years ago when you joined?
Yeah, I mean, I think the values remain the same, which is, first and foremost, we want to put users first and provide products that really work for them. But as I said, I think we acknowledge you've got a broader set of responsibilities to a broader set of stakeholders, and also technology is working at an accelerating pace, and we can't foresee the consequences of all the tools that we and others build and put out there and how they will be used by everybody. So I think it is a much more complicated environment. I spend more of my time now talking to policymakers and society in general about how can technology be harnessed for good and what are the things which we need to do together to have a framework that works for technology. So an example at the moment would be copyright. So anybody working in a business here needs clear rules on copyright. There's a directive before the EU at the moment, and in the extreme version of its draft would make it quite difficult for links to operate in the same way as they do today online. So if you're a journalist producing news and sharing it online, the intent is to help quality content thrive, but the unintended consequences of the draft at the moment could mean that actually it's harder to find high quality content. So it's important that people get those right, and that's why we want to speak up and encourage others here to be part of that discussion about the rules we need for technology to work for good for everyone.
Just the last sort of internal culture area I wanted to raise with you was another thing that, again, a lot of Googlers have raised, is why and how you get to a position where you're making your people go to forced arbitration. Why, as a culture, did you seek to stifle their rights and deal with it all quietly and internally?
So I think this is a US-specific thing, and it's not something that I've been responsible for. I think, again, if you go back to the concerns that employees have, they want to ensure that everybody is held to a high standard, that the standard is actually higher for senior people, and I think that's appropriate. And that if there are complaints or issues, that they're dealt with fairly and independently. And I think that's something where we have to look again and say, what can we do to ensure that that trust is there and that we're working every day to ensure that it's a place where everybody can feel secure and safe.
So those kind of rules don't apply in Europe?
I don't think it's a European thing, and I've been involved in various of these things over time, and that's not something that I've seen us do.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's broaden this a little bit then to the next, I don't know, can we talk about the next 20, or where is your horizon? When you think about the future, how far ahead do you think?
I think we've always tried to think in terms of long-term trends. For example, there's a video of Sergey talking in about 1998 about mobile devices and the mobile internet becoming the most important factor. So I think our founders have always had a look at what are the big trends. And if you think today, where are the big trends? I think the first is the one that Tim Berners-Lee emphasized, which is we're going to go from a world where being connected is a minority sport to a world where almost everybody is online quite quickly. This is revolutionary. It's overwhelmingly positive to have access to information, education, ideas, creativity. So the first big trend is, everybody comes online. And I think when everyone's connected, the creativity that can happen is phenomenal. It'll also be the case that different cultures are online with different values, and that will give all of us pause for thought to think about how do we reflect those in the right way. So the first big trend, I think, is everyone connected, and probably 5 or 10 times as many devices connected as there are people. What does that allow us to do as a society, and how do we want that to work for good? I think the second trend is how machine learning is changing what machines can do, and that leads to things like the AI principles that I mentioned earlier. Early manifestations of that are things like, if I look at Google Translate, the quality of what we can do has gone up significantly in the last couple of years. But more than that, we can give you more accurate translations from fewer data points and less data cost. And that means that somebody with a low-end smartphone with very limited affordability of data can actually get the same service as you and I enjoy today. And I think that kind of thing means that people will get smarter tools that work for them. So I think AI and how we use that to build smarter tools that work for everyone, and how we think about the tramlines for AI is going to be important. And then I think the third thing that I think really is changing is the way we learn. So I've got children, and they are going out into the world of work for the first time. They could work until they're 80 or 90. And it's very clear, when I graduated actually from university, it was the same year that Tim Berners-Lee wrote the memo that led to the creation of the World Wide Web, which is going to turn 30 next year. And I've spent the last 15 or 20 years working in jobs that wholly depended on the invention of the World Wide Web. So I think what we have to do is see ways of people gaining skills that help them be productive. One of the things we've done in Europe that I'm really proud of is launched a program to train people in basic digital skills. We've now trained 3 million people in how to build websites, use analytics, help companies grow. Many of them gone on to get new jobs, start businesses, and be productive. So I think we're going to look at ways to do more of that over time.
This time yesterday, I had Chris Wiley, the Facebook whistleblower, or the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower sitting there. He was warning about precisely this scenario. His message is, be careful, what kind of world do we want? And in that connected world that you've described, in which everything's talking to each other, we risk losing our agency, we risk losing control of our lives, and we risk creating godlike figures. Google will become an all-seeing, all-knowing global company that knows exactly where I'm going, what I want, what's in my fridge, when I need to shop. Is that something that dehumanizes me?
Look, I mean, even as you say it, you know that that's a big, big, big stretch. I think how we think about this at Google, and I can only speak for Google, I think other tech companies have different approaches, is everything starts from you as a user of a service. Are you secure in using that service? Is it protected from other people hacking into your data? Once you've got security, you can then have control over privacy. You can decide what you share with whom, where. And I think we've always had that at the heart of what we do at Google. Actually, it's the heart of what GDPR is intended to do. Give people control, give people transparency. And we have a site called My Account. You can go to Google, look at My Account, see what services you've opted into, how you're sharing data. And 20 million times a day, people go to that site. And with one switch, you can turn off, for example, personalized advertising. You can decide how you share data with services. And what we see is that people like to be informed about what they have and like to be in control. So I think I would say that we only work with your permission. We need to make it easy for you to understand the range of services on offer and how you can decide how to use them. And something that the World Wide Web Foundation has pushed very hard is that make sure that users have that sort of transparency control. That's at the heart of our relationship with users. And if we don't have that, we don't have something to offer.
But do you think we always know what's good for us? I mean, as parents, we are constantly arguing about screen time for children on a very, very basic level. Do we really understand what we're walking into?
I think that's a really good question, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important that you have forums like this, where you have policymakers coming together with people who are starting exciting new businesses, with people who are running technology businesses, have a little more experience of that over time, and how these things come together. Because I think society ultimately has to decide on the norms in these places. Some of them will lead to rules, as we see. Some of them will lead to just socially acceptable ways of behaving, and some of it absolutely is about education. And I think what we want to do is make it easy for people to inform themselves about some of these things. And some of this stuff is quite hard to explain. We work incredibly hard on our security and privacy policies to make them understandable in plain language to everyone. And if they're not simple enough to understand, we have to go back and simplify them.
Do you want more rules? Do you want a clearer framework? I mean, in Britain, we've just seen a new tax, another new tax aimed at, they call it a Google tax. It's aimed at your companies based on your revenue. Other countries around Europe are trying to do similar things. Are you happy to just go along with whatever the politicians can agree on?
Yeah, look, I think on something like tax, it's very clear. The rules have to be set by the politicians, and if they want to change those rules, we have to obey them, and that's what we've always said. We'd like tax to be reformed so it's simpler, makes more sense to the person in the street, but all we can do is comply with the rules.
Because you accept it doesn't really make sense at the moment.
Well, I think it's complicated. Tax that you pay as a person is different from the way tax is applied to companies. International companies have different rules. However, what we want to focus on is building great products and innovating and helping people make the most of the technology. And to the question about rules, I think there are areas where more rules and better regulation can really help. So, for example, I think about our experience on YouTube in the last couple of years, the abuse of that platform by violent extremism and hate speech. What we did was say, well, this is unacceptable. We have to have some rules that define what is acceptable to be hosted on a platform. And we went out and worked with experts, getting on for 50 different NGOs and other types of experts to define policies to try to sort of be more clear about what should be allowed on the platform, and then train machines and humans to be able to enact those policies and try to be quite public about that, to have a discussion about where should one draw the line. So I do think there are places like that where more rules and more clarity help. We don't want to be the policeman. We need to be the people who are putting in place the rules that society wants. And by trying things, giving people tools to experiment, and then engaging, I hope that we can do that better and better over time.
And how can you engage with the users to bring them into that conversation as well?
So obviously one of the ways is to provide them with controls and tools and education and see what people do. I mean, people often think, Google's all about the algorithm, and at the heart, what we do is search. But every time somebody searches, they decide, what to do next, and that gives us a signal on how to improve. So actually, every interaction with a service is an opportunity to learn and improve that service. And of course, we also do things where we sit down and talk to people and look at what they do and listen to them as well. I find that fascinating to go to Africa and do that in some of the countries which are just getting along online for the first time and hearing what the challenges are there. So I think, one of the things we have to do is get better at listening, but it doesn't mean to say not just listening to people in public, but actually seeing how they're using products.
Just finally, I mean, as I say, it's been a year in which privacy and data and tech has been right at the center of the news, and a lot of it has been negative. Do you feel you have been... has Facebook given you all a bad name?
Well, I do think that it's very easy for the headline writer to group together technology companies, and we actually do all have quite different models. But I also think that these issues are big issues, and all of us need to address them and have our own responses depending on what we do. I think it's important. One of the things I enjoy about my job, but is also challenging, is to engage in these conversations and to be out there, showing up and being part of the discussion and the debate. And you mentioned at the beginning, some of the competition cases in the European Commission. At the same time, we're part of the EU Internet Forum, looking at how you fight terrorism online. We win awards from the European Commission on digital skills training and helping people skill up for the future. We're part of various bodies and forums where we're trying to help people understand how technology can be used and harnessed for good. And I think I'd encourage everybody to be a part of that kind of discussion so that we can together figure out how to harness these new tools in a way that's highly productive and creates that opportunity.
Matt Britton, thank you very much indeed for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
You read about it every day in the news. Asia is leaping ahead of the US and Europe in technology and innovation. China, as of today, has more startup unicorns than the United States. But honestly, we aren't even talking about unicorns anymore. 7 of the world's top 20 decacorns, startups valued at over $10 billion US, came from Asia. AI, robotics, IoT, prop tech, fintech, innovation are coming from across the Asia Pacific. Southeast Asia, including the 260 million population of Indonesia, as well as Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, are all booming and have been dubbed the Wild East. Japan's auto tech, Korea's K-pop and TV drama takeover, Hong Kong and Singapore's battle for fintech supremacy are also happening. The Greater Bay region that runs through Hong Kong, Shenzhen, Macau, and other mainland Chinese cities is creating an exciting new tech market with nearly 70 million people and a GDP of 1.5 trillion US dollars. And yet, even with all of this happening, I find there is still a lot of opportunity for more tech innovation and for startups from around the world to look to Asia as a market to expand into. But don't believe me, come see it for yourself. I invite all of you to join me and Patty at Rise to experience the excitement and massive opportunities available for you in Asia. Rise, from the amazing team that brings you this incredible Web Summit, returns for its 5th year, July 8th to the 11th, 2019 in Hong Kong. And here is Rise.
It's a unique opportunity to meet here in Hong Kong where East meets West, old meets new.
This is the place to come to see the best new startups across Asia.
This is the hottest emerging area in the world right now.
To have a conference of this size that brings talent of this quality from all over the world matters a lot.
It reminds me of something out of Star Wars, like a city of the future.
We live in a world where innovation is actually on the rise everywhere.
For me, there's hope for the future.
This new generation of people, new generation of companies, it is changing the world of technology. It's changing the world.
I love that video, just love it. All right, for the next speaker. The world will never change at a slower pace than today. Every day there's a new breakthrough in technology that will fundamentally change the world. What seemed impossible is now possible through the magic technology. To see how technology can extend your reality, please welcome to the stage from Accenture, Yves Bernet and Marco Tempest.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. So I have a background in magic and technology. And magicians are interesting. Their illusions accomplish what technology cannot. But what happens when the technology of the day seems almost magical? What happens when you can do this?
I'm sorry.
Now, 100 years ago, that would have been the magic of levitation. Is it possible to create illusions in a world where technology makes anything possible? Jump. Now, if you know how the trick is done, where is the illusion? But still, our imagination is more powerful than our reasoning. And it's easy to attribute personality to machines. Now, these are quadcopters, but they are more than mechanical flying machines. They analyze the environment around them and react to everything I do. Advanced algorithms allow these autonomous machines to fly in close formation, aware of each other, aware of me. Mathematics that can be mistaken for intelligence, and intelligence for personality. Anthropomorphism, that's the illusion. An illusion created by technology and embroidered by our imagination to become an intelligent flying robot, a machine that appears to be alive. Thank you. I think they say hello. Okay, guys. That's it. Let's go for a soft landing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, maybe time to go home. How about we try it over here? Okay. I think everybody can fit on this. Everybody. Let's get up. Just like this. Perfect. No pushing. Everyone. Come on, that's it. Everyone can fit. There you go. 1, 2, and that's it. Thanks. Well, thank you very much. So, As you already heard, my name is Marco Tempest. I'm a creative technologist and I'm a storyteller. I work with NASA at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, and I'm the director of the extended reality studio in Zurich for Accenture. It's there where we research and develop hybrids of illusion and technology. These systems can be used to create new forms of interactive and immersive experiences. The tools of our trade include augmented and virtual reality, gestural sensing, projection mapping and tracking, to produce experiences that sometimes appear to go beyond what is currently possible. Now, one use of these systems is to help forward plan new technology. We think of it as prototyping the new. This prototyping of the future and the origination and visualization with new technologies has many real-world applications. It can be used to bring added value to your project, no matter what industry you work in. It has enormous outreach potential when it comes to marketing and PR. And it assures readiness as these technologies rapidly enter the marketplace. But beyond that, it helps our clients to inspire everyone within their company and outside it about their current work and future ventures. It's a dynamic, emotional vision that inspires. Now, if you'd like to learn more, I'd be happy to talk with you. But meanwhile, I'd like to ask to the stage Yves Berner, which will show you and share with you our technology vision in a very special way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. I'm extremely pleased to be with all of you with Marco here today to talk about our technology vision. And we saw some example of the way we are bringing the message to you using magic, because we believe technology is magic and we must make the impossible possible. So, unleashing the intelligent enterprise, this is the vision we have. What we want to do is to ensure that every company can unleash the intelligent enterprise within them. And this is our vision for the coming year. This is our vision. And we strongly believe that there are few trends that's going to help us and help every company, all of you, to rotate to become this intelligent enterprise. So if we move to the first trend of the 5 trends, we talk a lot about AI. We heard that many times. But the first trend is around that what we wish to create is a citizen AI, an AI that is responsible, an AI where leaders, will ensure that their responsibility is at stake and they will do everything they can to ensure they do it this way. There are many examples, like in medicine. If you look at the New York Icahn School of Medicine, what happened over there? They've been scanning 700,000 patient files. And what's going on there? They are able to help to diagnose 76 diseases automatically. And this is what we call citizen AI, doing it for the good. It's just like AI is easy to develop. What is not easy is to ensure the data you use are correct, and you teach AI like you do teach your kids. I do have kids, and I can say it's pretty hard to do, right? You need to tell them what is good. You need to tell them what is bad. Just the same thing for AI. And when you try it and you use some translation tool, and you type something like, she is a doctor, and you go to any language, and you go back to English, it will tell you, he is a doctor. That's not okay, right? If you type things like, he is a babysitter, the system will bring back to you, she is a babysitter. This is bias. This is just not acceptable. So as leader, we need to ensure we do AI as a citizen AI responsible leader. So that was the first trend. The second trend, and Marco referred to it, is all about extended reality. The keyboard was invented in 1974. Do you remember that? And, that time was pretty a long time ago. right? So from extended reality, we believe this is going to be the new way to interact system. Keyboard's going to be out. Screen's going to be out. Major company will start to embrace extended reality, not for tooling, gaming, etc. That will happen. But in business it's going to happen. Major company like company building airline are already, those great companies are already using it, like putting the seats, the seats under the plane. The workers are equipped with those glasses, which tell them exactly what to do. While they are putting the seats on the plane, the system tells us to adjust to make it right. And if they need help, the system will help them to make it right. And productivity in a process, in just one process like that, putting a seat on a plane, can be improved by 500%, 500 basis points. And you can get the error rate from wherever it was to 0. So the business impact of embracing this technology is like nothing that happened in the past. It's not a tooling, it's not a gaming, it's serious business. That was extended reality, the end of distance. So if we move to the next trend, we heard a lot about data. We heard a lot about we need to collect structured, we need to collect unstructured data to run our business. But what we believe here is that what is even more important is the data veracity, the quality of the data. So that's what we try to illustrate over here, right? We need to ensure the data we are putting in the system is correct. Having a massive amount of data is not good enough anymore. The quality of the data is going to be the game. Of course, the property of the data, but the quality is going to be the game. If you take examples and you are an oil company, your decision to drill at a place, to drill somewhere, is mainly based on data. And if the data you are putting in your AI system is wrong, then you're going to drill at the wrong place. That's going to be a massive issue. When Elon Musk is sending his Dragon capsule into the sky, there are 6 computers working in pairs. And their only objective is to check that the data coming in is correct. And if the pair say no, the process is stopped, because if it says yes and there is a problem, then it can create a critical impact on this mission with the Dragon capsule. So that's going to be, we believe, a big trend, not talking about big data anymore, but still doing it, but talking about the data veracity. This was the third trend I wanted to cover. The next trend, which is a very interesting one, is all the fact that a business in itself, when you are running a business in your industry, you can't work in silo anymore. It's impossible. There are many players around, with ecosystem, partners, supplier, and those ones, you need to get them interconnected with your system. There is no other way to operate. You will never be successful anymore if you consider that you are alone in your industry. So connecting with your ecosystem is going to be the way of operating. So the core system have to move to the cloud. Companies have to create microservices to ensure their system is agile enough to connect to any partners. This is what very well-known company like Nike with Amazon, they are doing, where they can sell their product through Instagram. This is seamless. This is totally integrated. Or major company, let's say a pharma company in the US, Walgreens, they implemented that in 6 months to implement 275 partnership online connection for their loyalty program for the end user and their client to use their point wherever they are at any shop. Before that, it would have taken years to do it, because their system has rotated to the new, and through APIs and microservices it's connected, then they can launch those new services. And that's not a way to just increase the revenue. It's a question of survival, because the company who are interconnected online with their ecosystem, partner, supplier, and all technology ecosystem will be the successful company. A last one as an example on that, I believe, because we talk a lot about tech for good, right? there is a massive issue around refugees, in particular in Europe. And the biggest problem for these people, you know how important it is to have an identity. And they don't have any identity card. They can't show their card. And it is so important for them. ID 2020 implemented a system using blockchain to create digital identity for refugees in Europe and to get 1 million of them equipped with an identity so they can circulate, they can acquire things, they can identify themselves. So that's what we believe is a good example of using technology connected to the ecosystem for the good. So this is what I was calling frictionless business. The last topic, which I think is an interesting trend, is around internet, not of thing, but internet of thinking. Internet of thinking is the new way to look at it because there are billions of devices that's going to be around us, on not only our phone, but everything. But the new way of developing system will be to ensure that we develop system in the product, in the edge, computer in the edge. That means what? Before, we were developing system in the backend, maybe in the cloud. Today, the way to develop system now is within the device. So the system collects the data on the device, process the data, and launch the transaction. Imagine you are driving a Virgin E-Formula race car, right? And you are on your car. Computing in the edge, Internet of Thinking, what does it mean? It will collect the data while you are driving. It will process the data, the software on it. Doesn't need to connect to any cloud. And then what happens is that it is adjusting the car while the car is driving through the race. That is a new way of computing, a new way to design a system, and we're going to have to adjust ourselves, not only as company, but the talent we acquire to be able to do that. So this was Internet of Thinking. So let's maybe recap what we just talked about. The main topic is about unleashing the intelligent enterprise. It's all about citizen AI. It's all about extended reality, the end of distance. It's not about data veracity, not big data, but data veracity. It's all about frictionless business to connect with your ecosystem, right? And it's all about Internet of Thinking, computing in the edge. By doing all of those 5 things in the next few years, for any big company you are, this is what we call unleashing the intelligent enterprise. So we encourage every company to look at this vision and see what they have to do, not the day after tomorrow, but today and tomorrow to embrace those technology to become an intelligent enterprise. So with this, I would like to thank again Marco, with whom we are working on some ways to bring magic in technology to make the impossible possible and working together to transform our vision into reality, making all company becoming an intelligent enterprise. Thank you very much.
So In just over 30 minutes' time, a little less in fact, we're going to have our startup semi-final. More than 50,000 startups applied over the course of the last year to be at Web Summit. We selected just over 1,500 across all of our different tracks. And this evening, the final dozen, the most extraordinary dozen early-stage startups will be battling it out here on stage in front of some of the world's top investors. You're in for a treat. Some of these startups are going to go on to extraordinary things. In fact, they all should go on to extraordinary things. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see which of those startups makes it through to our grand final. So that's coming up right after our final talk of the day. Our final guest today has a big ambition, and it goes way beyond his company, his industry, or even the future of the internet itself. He wants to save the world. Here to share his vision for a future of cyber diplomacy as a force for good, please welcome to the stage the president of Microsoft, Brad Smith.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here. It's my honor to be the last speaker this afternoon. It's my opportunity to talk to you about an issue that I think matters to every one of us and to the future, and to technology. It's really a cause of our time. It is digital peace. And this is an important time for lots of reasons that I know we all appreciate, but I think there's some additional reasons that I want to share with you. I think we all appreciate what an exciting era of technology we're living in today. Technology is advancing, it's changing around the world. I think one of the things that's so exciting is that unlike a decade ago, this change isn't confined to Silicon Valley or the West Coast of the United States. We're seeing it here in Lisbon. We're seeing it in cities and capitals across Europe. And the benefits that technology is creating are sometimes even awe-inspiring. It's enabling people to do new things, like these architects using a Microsoft HoloLens to design a building in 3D. But that's just the beginning. I genuinely believe that over the next decade, artificial intelligence may help the world cure cancer. It's an exciting time to be at a place like this. But that's not the only thing that's happening. We're also living in a time when new threats are emerging. New threats that involve technology itself. Whether it's the news stories that we read about attacks on the electrical grid or attacks on elections, this too has become an issue for our community. Certainly at Microsoft, we see this. We see this every day because every single day there are 6.5 trillion signals, points of data, that come into our cloud, our data centers, from the 2 billion customers who use our 200 services, who have 1.5 billion devices running Windows every day. And unfortunately, one of the things that we see is that the tools that we've created, the tools oftentimes that you've created, have been turned by others into weapons. Last year, 2017, was a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call about the way people, unfortunately, in some nation states, in some governments, are using our tools as weapons. And there were 2 days that woke up the world like no other set of days during the course of the year. The first was the 12th of May, when the WannaCry attack swept first across Western Europe and then followed the sun west, ultimately impacting over 150 countries. And the second was just a month later, the 26th of June, when the NotPetya attack started in Ukraine, and then it impacted companies and businesses and customers around the world. I've often found, and when I've talked to people in government about these attacks, they sometimes say, we don't really need to worry. These are not attacks on people, they say. These are just attacks of machines on machines. That is a problem, because people are being victimized by these attacks. And yet what we've concluded is we can't expect the world to open its eyes to the real impact of these problems if the world can't see with its own eyes the people, the human beings, the individuals who are suffering as a result. Once we recognized that challenge, we realized we needed to go meet some of these individuals ourselves. We needed to go capture their stories so we could start to share them around the world. That's why I want to take a few minutes so you can see and hear for yourself, not my story, but their story.
Я думаю, что наша страна находится в стадии войны, поэтому мы можем много что рассказать общественности, мировой общественности и показать все-таки лицо кибервойны.
A global cyber attack.
We've never seen anything on this scale.
It can travel from computer to computer.
Hospitals paralyzed, computers had shut down.
WannaCry is different.
Tell us a little bit about WannaCry. What happened here in the United Kingdom?
I think WannaCry is a great example of how nation-states are impacting businesses and ultimately individuals as well.
The WannaCry attack impacted 150 countries. Can you tell us what your experience was at the NHS?
We had over 19,000 appointments cancelled, and those are people who are worried about their cancer appointment or their appointment for an operation.
I was diagnosed with a heart murmur, which was the start of the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. It's a very serious surgery. I wanted my life back. After I'd had my chest shaved at 6 o'clock in the morning, the doctor looked very, not upset, but concerned, shall we say, and he said, "We've been hacked. All our systems are down across the whole hospital."
He said, "It's not going to happen," and he was in shock.
Suddenly we discovered that a bit of our society, a bit of our social infrastructure could be switched off. WannaCry, it was a kind of a warning shot.
The malware crippled computers across Ukraine.
Perhaps the most sophisticated in a series of attacks, taking control of computers and demanding digital ransom. The list of companies impacted around the world is growing.
What's at stake? What could happen?
I think what NotPetya represents is not just the evolution of the attack in terms of the methodologies involved, but also the evolution of intent.
Ну, чтобы понимать, что за 2,5 часа, 10 часов утра, пол Украины уже было поражено.
We have TV stations who've been on the air when their computers just died.
You cannot receive cash in ATM machine because ATMs also doesn't work. It was a real shock for Kyiv citizens.
75% of my clients were affected by Petya. Some companies were destroyed totally. They didn't understand why they're losing their job. Everybody is just thinking, we hope this will never happen again, but I'm afraid this will happen again.
One of the objectives in the cyber attacks we face is disruption, to stop operating, to create significant burden to the life of the citizens, governments, businesses, where the cost of doing business or recovering is extremely high.
In 2017, a lot was the same. Cyber attacks were happening, they were affecting organizations. What changed was the impact on our lives.
It was the most awful time because I didn't know what was going to happen now.
Stop and think about what it means in real terms to real people. It isn't a machine you're affecting, and if it is, maybe that machine's keeping somebody alive.
Who needs to know what? What do you think the broad public needs to understand about these issues?
Ultimately, all of us pay the price when it comes to nations in particular who are attacking each other by using us as the means. What are we doing to come together? If we don't have this conversation now, when it happens and we all retreat behind walls, that is when this becomes a catastrophic event globally. And we need to do everything we can to at least talk about these issues before it happens.
Last year, almost 1 billion people on the planet were victims of a cyber attack. And this is the time for us to have this conversation, in part because these issues and these threats are going to continue to grow. They're going to continue to grow because everything is being connected. Every thermostat, every electrical heater, every power plant, every medical device, every hospital, every automobile, every railway car, every airplane is becoming connected to the internet. And in a world where everything is being connected, the truth is anything can be disrupted. And this is no longer just a question of someone's inconvenience because their computer stops working. If a hospital loses access to its computers, if a hospital loses access to electricity, if people in the winter lose access to their electrical heating, people's lives will be at risk. But it's a time to talk about this not just because of these broad trends and long-term concerns. It's a time to talk about this because this is an important week. It's a week with each passing day, more and more people are going to focus on what will happen this weekend in Paris. When leaders from across Europe and even around the world come together for the Paris Peace Forum. It's not just an important week. It's the kind of week that can open people's eyes because it is also a historic week. This Sunday will mark an important day. It doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't matter where you live. It's actually important in a way that perhaps we haven't yet thought enough about. Because at 11 o'clock in the morning, the world will mark the centennial, the 100-year point since the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of the armistice that ended the First World War. The war that was supposed to end all wars. And I think for many people you might say, yes, I know that. But you might also ask, what does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with technology? What does it have to do with us? And what I would say is that the lessons of the 20th century and what it involved in terms of technology in the world, in fact, speak to many of the challenges that we need to address in our own time. But it's hard to see that unless you go to the places where people experience that. The battlefields in Belgium and France. Battlefields that we had the opportunity to see for ourselves and that I want to share with you.
Alors, nous sommes ici dans le grand cimetière de Daumont, qui est le cimetière de regroupement des tombes des combattants français. Ce qui est vraiment le grand cimetière mémoriel de la France pour la bataille de Verdun. La bataille de Verdun, c'est un souvenir énorme, un traumatisme énorme. Et pour la France, c'est véritablement la mère des batailles. 300 000 morts, c'est-à-dire 160 000 morts français et 140 000 morts allemands, dont une partie importante sont encore sur le champ de bataille parce qu'ils ont disparu dans la terre quelque part. Et Verdun ensuite va s'imposer comme une référence dans l'histoire universelle. Très souvent, quand on parle d'une autre bataille, on dit « c'est un Verdun ».
When the battle began, it was a battle between men, but it was also a battle where artillery played an important role. It became a battle between men and machines.
Si la Première Guerre mondiale est au début une guerre d'infanterie, c'est-à-dire les hommes se battent, ou de cavalerie, très vite, ça devient une guerre mécanique, ça devient une guerre industrielle. Et l'enjeu de la guerre de 14-18, c'est l'industrie qui va être derrière, c'est-à-dire tous les progrès industriels, peut-on dire l'artillerie, les gaz, l'armée aérienne, les mitrailleuses qui vont fortement progresser, Et la majorité des morts de Verdun ne sont pas morts au combat main à la main, ils sont morts tués par l'artillerie.
So this industrial war, what was the impact on civilians who lived in the area?
À Paris, il y a eu beaucoup de bombardements qui ont tué énormément de civils. En Roumanie, les civils, il y a 3/4 de civils par rapport à 1/4 de militaires qui sont tués. En Serbie, ce sont les civils qui vont mourir en masse. La Première Guerre mondiale est véritablement une rupture à la fois démographique pour les habitants, mais encore plus une rupture dans la tête des gens.
With the vantage point of history, what were the causes of World War I?
Premièrement, personne n'imaginait que la guerre allait commencer. Bien que on voit aujourd'hui, quand on étudie, que tout était prêt pour cette guerre. On voit par exemple qu'en Europe, l'armement avait monté de façon colossale.
Do you see any similarities between 1914 and today?
Il y a la même inquiétude qu'on peut avoir quand on voit la progression foudroyante des armements dans le monde. On est exactement dans la même situation des progressions d'armement entre 1910 et 1913.
I'm not here to say that the next World War is imminent, but I am here to say that there are lessons from a century ago that we can learn and apply, that we need to apply to our own future. And perhaps two above all jump out. The first is that in the first decade and a half of the 20th century, technology advanced at an enormous pace, but humanity, human institutions, failed to keep up. And when the threats finally became clear to everyone involved, the governments of the world sent their troops to the battlefield rather than to their diplomats to the negotiating table. These were fundamental lessons. And 4 years and 16 million deaths later, the governments of Europe and North America thought that they had learned these lessons, but they failed to remember them in the decade and a half that followed. In the 21 years after this armistice, the reality is that democracy weakened. Multilateralism withered. The League of Nations died. And throughout it all, technology kept marching forward. What had been a biplane became a bomber. What had been an experiment in a tank became, an experiment in a trench became a tank. And then in 1939, a new and even worse war ensued, and by the time that war had ended, humanity had invented the ability to destroy itself. It took 6 decades after the dropping of that atomic bomb for an American president to travel to Japan, to the site where it had fallen. But in 2016, Barack Obama went to Japan. And when he laid a wreath at the site where so many civilians had died, he had a message not just for the past, but for our future as well. Because as he said, technological progress without an equivalent progress in human institutions can doom us. And in effect, the scientific revolution, the technology revolution, all of this requires a moral revolution as well. That is the challenge for our time. In short, if we want this century to be better, we need to do better. And so we need to think about what that means. This century, we need governments to do better. We need governments to work across borders and not just by themselves. And the good news is we're starting to see some important steps, like last December, when 6 countries, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, Japan, and New Zealand together stepped up with a public attribution of the WannaCry attack. But we need more than that. We need governments to stand up for clear principles. Principles that they will have the opportunity to endorse and push forward in Paris next week. Principles that call for the protection of innocent civilians and our civilian infrastructure. Principles that call for the protection of elections and our electoral processes. Principles that call for the protection of the availability and indeed the internet itself. And we need governments not only to stand up for principles like these, we need governments to move these principles forward so that ultimately we have strong rules and laws that will govern what governments do. Efforts that build on the Fourth Geneva Convention of the last century, a convention that called for governments to pledge, as they did, that they would protect civilians even in times of war, that will call on governments to now protect civilians in what is supposed to be a time of peace. We need to build on work in the United Nations. We need governments to do what is needed, and that is over the next decade, to fill in the gaps in the rules and ensure that we not only have a Geneva Convention that protects people in the physical world, but a digital Geneva Convention that protects people when they're using the devices on which their lives so often rely. But we can't look to or expect governments to solve all of this by themselves. Others need to act as well. Last century, when the clouds of oppression loomed over Germany and started to spread across Western Europe, the voices of businesses went unheard. The voices of businesses went unheard because the voices of businesses went unused. Businesses, large companies, small companies, they remained silent. We cannot remain silent in this century. Businesses need to do better as well. And there is no part of the business community across Europe or in the United States or around the world that has a higher responsibility than one part of the business community, and that's the tech sector. We have a higher responsibility for a clear reason. Unlike conflicts on land or sea or in the air, when we're talking about cyberspace, fundamentally, we're talking about space that is private property. We're talking about data centers and undersea cables and laptops and phones and devices and services that fundamentally we create. Like it or not, and I don't think we should like it, the reality is nonetheless inescapable. We have become the battlefield. And because we become the battlefield, we by necessity have also become the first responders in keeping people safe, in helping people when there are cyber attacks. And that's why it's so important that we too stand up for clear principles. Now, the good news is since the Web Summit last year, there has been some real progress. And our industry is finally stepping forward. We're doing what needs to be done. One important date this year was the 17th of April. It was a date when 34 companies came together in San Francisco and unveiled and launched a new tech accord, a cybersecurity tech sector accord. And together we pledged to protect everyone everywhere, to oppose cyber attacks against innocent civilians anywhere, and to make these principles real by taking strong steps together. And the even better news is the group has continued to grow. By last month, it had reached 60, and today it has reached 69 companies from across Europe, from the United States, from Canada, from Japan. It will continue to grow and grow. And it's not just that effort. Here in Europe, Siemens led a similar effort, an important effort to launch what it called the Charter of Trust. It brought together important companies like Airbus and Deutsche Telekom and Daimler, companies that are focused on the protection of the Internet of Things, companies that are focused on protecting the supply chain. That's why we at Microsoft were proud to support Siemens in its effort as well. We'll need to continue to take strong steps, and we are. Whether it's disrupting cyber attacks in the form of botnets, or doing what we need to do against the even more serious threats from nation states. We have started over the past year to summon the political courage to work together to do what needs to be done, as we did on the 12th of December last year, when Microsoft and Facebook in a simultaneous operation disrupted the malware capability of the North Korean group responsible for the malware attack called called WannaCry. And we followed that with another step this August. It's when you first saw Microsoft, and then you saw Google, and you saw Facebook take action against Russian hacking aimed at election interference in the United States. These steps are not easy for companies to take, because let's face it, no one thought that you should design a company to defend against a foreign military or government. But the truth of the matter is, in the world today, if we're going to defend and protect our democratic societies, we need to take these new types of steps. That's why we at Microsoft launched in April a Defending Democracy program. It's why in August we announced that in the United States, with an eye towards the midterm elections, we would offer free of charge a new program called Account Guard, a program that would give to office holders and candidates and political parties the best threat intelligence assistance that we can provide. It's why we brought that to the United Kingdom last week. It's why we brought it to Ireland the day before yesterday. It's why we will bring it to countries across the European Union as they look to important elections next year. Because we need to keep taking these types of steps. What this really underscores is that we need everyone to come together. We need multi-stakeholder action, the kinds of action that I think we can look forward to seeing in Paris next week, the kinds of efforts that bring together not just governments, but also companies and NGOs and people from across the planet. We'll need to build new institutions, and we'll do that in the year ahead. But there is one other thing, one last thing, that I want to touch upon as well. In some ways, it is the bedrock. It is the foundation. It is the most important thing on which everything else needs to rest. Because when one looks at the tragedies of a century ago, one other thing is clear. The voices of people were silent. They went unheard because people didn't speak out. This century, the voices of people need to be heard. And there is no voice that is more important in the world today for the protection of our online community than the voices of the generation that has grown up with digital technology, the digital natives of Europe and indeed the entire planet. People who grow up with something, people who are natives, recognize the precious assets that are in their home. And they're always the people you can count on, that you need to be able to count on to stand up and say, this matters, protect my home. For us, our home is many things. It's a flat, it's a house, it's a community, it's a city, it's a country, it's a continent, but as much as anything else, it's a community. It's an online community. That's why we've launched the Digital Peace Now campaign. We need a campaign where people can use their voices, where their voices can be heard. That's why we've created with others across civil society a Digital Peace Pledge, a pledge that calls on people to say, this is our digital community, and we want governments to respect it rather than attack it. It's why we've created a pledge that is attracting signatures literally from around the world. It's why I hope that you'll consider adding your signature to this pledge. The truth of the matter is this: we're living in an unbelievable and exciting time. We're living with a new generation of technology. And fundamentally, the thing that has brought us together is not just this technology itself, but a new generation of opportunities It is a great time to be connected to technology and the tech sector. But we will do the future an injustice if we don't also recognize that this new generation of technology has also created a new generation of challenges, a new generation of threats. You are the generation that more than any other generation will define the 21st century, because you are the people that so often were born as the century was about to start or as it began. You are the generation that will live your lives in the 21st century. You are the generation whose voices need to be heard. Your voice needs to be heard for the people who are here today, for people around the world, for the people for whom we have the opportunity to create a brighter future. I hope you'll use your voice. I hope we can work together, because if we do, we can do what we need to do. We can make this century better than the last one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Estou ciente, conscientemente, loucura aparente, espalhando a língua lusa de Itália ao Médio Oriente, independente, diferente ou crendo com fé na vertente, faço aquilo que ninguém fez, com aquele rap que ninguém sente.
It's a new technological age.
We don't sell data, we don't have an advertisement.
If you're one of the guys who thinks, I just can't hire women, look in the mirror, you're part of the problem.
The tech ecosystem is just a reflection of our ecosystem. We have to find a way to cancel out the stupidity and the rigidity.
Let's not just put our heads in the sand. Let's try to be part of the solution here.
The era of information technology being dominated by only a single geography is rapidly coming to an end.
Silicon Valley actually is slightly shrinking. You see places like Toronto growing faster than Silicon Valley.
Toronto is an incredible city. It is a place where people are going to love to come together.
Collision, bienvenue au Canada.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Web Summit Pitch Semifinal. Let's hear some noise, yeah! I'm your co-host, I'm Casey Lau, the co-host of Rise.
And I'm Sunil Sharma, the co-host of Collision.
Yesterday, 160 of the best startups at Web Summit pitched their heart outs across 3 pitch stages here at Web Summit. We are left with 20 winners.
And earlier today, those 20 victorious companies pitched again, and 8 came out of that batch and are added to 8 pre-selected startups that are now going to pitch to make it to the semifinals, which will be tomorrow, the finals, which will be tomorrow on center stage at 12:30 noon sharp.
But as you can see on the center stage there, the startups are not alone. They're being observed on stage by our mega panel of 20 judges. These are the people who decide the winners. They will be taking into consideration the startup's product, potential to disrupt, financials, team, and quality of pitch.
But what's different from the previous rounds is that now there'll be no Q&A from the judges. This means that the startups have only 3 minutes to convince and impress those judges that they deserve one of the 3 coveted spots at tomorrow's finals. So that's enough from us. Let's now welcome our judges to the stage. All right, let's welcome our first startup to the stage. The company is Bouquet. Let's welcome Adrian.
Hi, everybody. When we applied to pitch for Web Summit, we were hoping to have 2 early adopter case studies. We never expected that we'd already be working with 4 of the biggest companies in the US. So what do? Think about a Siri of data. Aristotle is an enterprise platform for voice-enabled analytics. When Salesforce and Apple announced a partnership in September of this year around Siri, it was the signal that voice was arriving in the enterprise, and it was perfect timing for us. We launched Aristotle at Dreamforce, and we had 300 leads in 4 days. Our focus is analytics. Our motto is talk to your data. Now, this is what it means to talk to your data.
Hey, Alexa just learned a new skill called Aristotle. Now you can ask Alexa questions about Salesforce data and get answers on the spot. It's as simple as that. Alexa, show me accounts that have an amount higher than $250K this quarter.
Amount greater than $250,000 by account name so far from October 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2018.
With the Aristotle skill, you can simply convert any Alexa device into an enterprise data analyst and access your company's Salesforce data directly.
You can also reach Aristotle through messaging platforms like Slack or Skype. Aristotle handles conversations in context and learns from your questions. Aristotle replaces reports. This is a report from my Salesforce app. I have to browse through that and find insights myself, and I can't even read what's on the display. Yuck. Aristotle eliminates the time sales operations take to build and maintain reports, giving them 40% of their time back. Aristotle makes it 80% faster to get insights, changing forever the way people consume data in the enterprise. We're creating a new market category called Business Intelligence Skills, or simply BI skills. BI skills voice activate any data source. It'll be a market of $5 billion by 2022. Because BI skills are so natural, they make technology disappear. And we believe that's where the future should be. And so does Gartner. I'll skip the competition, but in short, we are the only ones to talk to data at scale. Our early market focus is on the Salesforce ecosystem. We project to grow on the Salesforce ecosystem, addressing 200,000 chief revenue officers, sales managers, and executives. And for that, we are raising a $2 million post-seed right now. Let's talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Aristotle. And now for our second pitch. It's a fintech startup from San Francisco. Put your hands together for Coin Bundle.
Hi, everyone. I'm Saad, and I'm the CEO of Coin Bundle. Before starting this company, I worked for 10 years with dozens of finance ministers on economic development. This is what I learned. Cryptocurrencies will change emerging markets in fundamental ways. This will happen in 2 phases. At first will be the investing phase. For the first time in history, a farmer in Nigeria or Pakistan has access to the same investment class as a banker in New York. That's truly revolutionary. But that's just the beginning. Cryptocurrencies will also form the basis of a new decentralized internet, or Web 3.0. And at Coin Bundle, we are building on-ramps for both of those phases. We are starting with the world's first bundle crypto asset investing platform, which helps new investors build portfolios just like the experts. This is how it works. You choose from a variety of bundles crafted by our finance team. You learn about the underlying assets and why you should invest in them, and you buy them with one simple click. It's truly magical. Our bundles are based on your risk profile from conservative to aggressive, even though everything's conservative, even though everything is aggressive in crypto right now. You can invest based on the market exposure you want to get, from 5 coins to the top 20 coins, or even based on your beliefs, where you can invest in emerging technologies or the world's first halal bundle of cryptocurrencies. But that's not all. Coin Bundle also connects some of the leading decentralized projects to early adopters, which lets you invest your time and earn crypto in return. In the first 9 months of our building this product, we've partnered with a full stack of financial institutions, acquired pre-seed financing from some of the leading investors in Silicon Valley, such as Y Combinator, and even added some global experts as advisors, including the manager of a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund. But most importantly, we are growing fast. In our first month of launch, we've had 90,000 investors from over 145 countries. And now at Web Summit, we're announcing something really exciting. Last week, we were able to acquire an EU fiat to crypto and crypto license. This means that now all of you can buy bundles too. So if you go to coinbundle.com/websummit, you can have your first $5 of bundles on me. We're Coin Bundle. If you want to partner with us to help bring cryptocurrencies to the next billion people, come talk to us. Thank you.
Okay, nice one, Saad. Before I introduce the next presenter, let me tell everyone what criteria the judges are using to score these amazing companies. 5 criteria: product, potential to disrupt, financials, team, and the quality of the pitch. So now let's welcome startup number 3, Snapcall, and presenting on stage is Natalia.
Hello guys, good afternoon. My name is Natalia, and I have a question for you today. What's the worst call you can make? Calling a business, right? You have to go through voice menus, you have to spend time listening to a classical background music, and you just need lots of patience. Think about your options when trying to communicate with a business today. You have long emails, chatbots, you can ask for a call back and sit there and just wait for ages. And also you can send some pigeons. Luckily, that's part of the past. And today, I'm going to present you guys the Snapcall button. This is how it works. Imagine the Web Summit had a Snapcall button in their website. And me, Natalia, I'm interested in making a purchase, a ticket, but I'm not quite sure which one to choose. So I need to talk to someone. I see this call button, and I just click here once. I don't have to install anything or type any phone number, and immediately I get connected to the right agent, to a salesperson of the Web Summit. Easy, right? On the other side of the line, the salesperson from the Web Summit, picks up the call with all of this information. He can see that I'm in the page ticket, that I'm interested in the exhibition floor, that it costs 900 euros, and if I was logged in as a user, he will be able to see all my details. All of this information gets saved in the agent dashboard, and me, Natalia, as a user, I get to rate the call. Pretty simple, right? It seems simple, but it's not a light solution to develop. Voice is a very challenging space, and today we're on a mission to make digital, all of this, much more human. For this, we're the only company in the market that offers a live call solution with context. This means we can control effectively the quality of the calls and also deliver a highly customizable solution and also scalable. Guys, the setup is super easy. It's 5 minutes. We offer free and paid plans, and just some numbers for you. So far, we have enabled 200,000 calls, all with context, all digital. We serve large traffic websites and also small ones, and we have increased the conversions up to 30%. And just out of the blue, we created a new acquisition channel for them. That's not bad. Our team, we have a strong, diverse, passionate team with a strong technical background in the voice industry. We're located at Station F. It's the biggest, coolest startup campus in the world. And recently, good news is that we secured a funding of 1 million euros. I have a last question for you, for all the audience. What's the best call you can make today? Calling a loved one, and also calling some business thanks to Snap Call. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, thanks, Snap Call. Now, have we seen the winner yet? Let me ask, have we seen the winner yet? No, okay, we don't know yet. So let's bring up the next one, Vantic.
Hi everyone, I'm Lara, I'm CPO and co-founder of Vantic. It's very exciting to be here for me. About a year ago, I turned 26, and after months of nagging from my parents, and after months of hearing in the news, in the German news, that the statutory pension is not going to be enough for me to retire, I finally thought, now's the time to get into the topic and to see about what am I going to do about my retirement savings. So I sat down and I did essentially what every person with like little to no financial knowledge at the time, and also not really the desire to gain it, would do. I Googled it. Now, what I found was a bunch of products, none of which I could understand. All of them felt like if I would sign them, I would basically sign a deal with the devil in person. Why? Not understandable. All of the products forced me to commit to at least 15 years, where I would be rewarded in 30 years for paying off fees the first couple of years. None of these products offered any kind of flexibility for me. So I wondered, how can it be so hard to get a product for a problem that is so important? We're talking retirement savings here. So I sat down and I dug a little bit deeper. And what I found was 25%. 25% is the likelihood of people in my generation to end up poor when we're old. 25% millennials. Now, I thought, how are we going to fix this? I teamed up with my co-founder, who has 15 plus years in the financial service industry, former partner at BCG. We sat down and we thought, what's the one thing you got to do in order to build enough money at retirement? It's invest early. So what did we do about it? We went ahead and we built a savings account. A savings account specially tailored to retirement. A savings account that is fully transparent, has no hidden fees, speaks to people, speaks the language of the people using it. A savings account that you can adjust 100% to your life, not the other way around. And most importantly, a savings account that gives you, in a low-interest environment, a decent return while still making sure your contributions are secured when you retire. Now, we've launched Vantic in April last year, private beta. We have acquired a couple of hundred customers. We have a waiting list of 9K, steadily growing at 7% weekly. And yeah, we're backed by strong investors like Atlantic Labs and Seedcamp, and we're launching publicly in January next year. Thank you. Jesus, wait a minute. Is it this one?
Okay, thank you, Lara. Our next semifinalist, his name is Goran. His company is Code Control.
Good evening, everybody. Let me ask you a question. Who of you is currently looking for developers? Congratulations, you're not alone. About 70% of European companies are currently desperately looking for developers. But have you ever thought about changing your perspective? Have you ever thought about changing your approach? Have you ever thought about applying future of work as the new solution for your old problems? We believe, and we know there's a trend, that top digital resources don't want to be employed anymore. They want to work as freelancers. They want to pick and choose their projects. They want to work remotely. They want to embrace lifelong learning. And this is what Code Control offers them. Because today, applying future of work does not come easy. 30 to 40% of the time freelancers spend on things they don't like. Sales, contract, billing, accounting, all those kind of things. And we take this over for them. So we are offering value for both sides. For our clients, we enable them to staff any digital projects within 2 to 5 business days. And for our freelancers, we offer them services so they can concentrate on things they really like to do, build great digital projects. We have gathered a community of top 400 freelancers in the last couple of years, and they've been all vetted. We take only the top 3 to 5% into our community, and they've worked for companies like Airbnb, Facebook, and Google. The basis of our business is our customized platform, automated to ensure efficient processes. We automate almost every process in our company, from invoicing, digital contracts, matchmaking, sales, HR processes, continuous talent evaluation, which is based on Force.com, integrating with state-of-the-art solutions as well. By having this, we were able to scale. We started in 2016 with an MVP, where we tried out to understand what kind of services are required by the freelancers and by the customers. We made about 640,000 revenue. 2017, we focused on structure and systems to streamline our processes, to develop tools for our developers, and to automate sales and marketing processes. By that, we were able, with 5 core business people, to triple our revenue in 2018 to expected 4.5 billion. We are serving a bunch of clients from startups, but more and more big corporates come to us to help them with their digital projects. We believe that future of work business model will disrupt the global HR tech market. We're going to challenge tech consulting companies and classical agencies, temp workforces, and marketplaces by higher service level and quality with offering a tech-enabled flexible workforce. If you want to learn more about future of work and our approach, visit us tomorrow at B318. Thank you very much and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Code Control. Our 6th startup is called Waldo. Will they be victorious? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, Waldo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Waldo. And it's been 10 years I'm working in the mobile industry. I've been a designer, I've been a PM, I've been an iOS engineer. And every week or two, we would gather around a table, and we would just test our app like crazy. And then 2 weeks later, we would redo the exactly same thing. And actually, that's the worst use of our time, and I was super frustrated. And if there's one thing you should know about myself, is definitely I'm a very impatient guy. So we would do that every time. And so I've been always amazed by actually the experiences that we're creating and all the vision we're trying to achieve in the mobile space. But it's just ridiculous the way we test them. We test them like we're in the 1800s. Fortunately, today, we have some great computer vision algorithms and machine learning algorithms that we can use to solve this problem. And that's what we decided to create, my team and myself, to solve this problem. And I'm very happy to introduce to you Waldo. So we are automating mobile QA, and this is our story.
All right, so your team is about to ship a new version of your app. It's crunch time. Designers are asking for UX changes, developers are tweaking code, and everyone is working like mad. Then finally, it's ready to ship. Or is it? Because here's the thing about updates. Even the tiniest change can cause problems somewhere else. One tweak here could make other parts of your app look weird, or even disable them altogether. And checking every screen yourself, that's not happening. Waldo changes everything. Waldo provides a real-time view of your UX, highlighting all the visual changes from previous versions so nothing escapes your eye. This allows you to catch and fix mistakes fast, not just to design, but functionality, so you can launch on time with confidence. It's not just for updates either. Because Waldo keeps a record of every new version, you can track your app's evolution over time, so you never lose sight of the big picture. Seeing is knowing. Get started with Waldo today.
We're creating this with an amazing team all over the world. And this is basically how it works. This is a recorder that we created in-house, so everything here is us. And basically, you just click on your app, you record your flows, then you can see what changed from one version to another in terms of UX, in terms of UI. The next things that are coming is testing translations, seeing the evolution of your app, and basically extracting the flows from your users in real time. We're in a market of 50 billion, and we are opening today for the Web Summit early access, so feel free to sign up today to get access. Thank you.
OK, thank you, Amin. Our next company is called Wizard Technologies. I want to welcome Tony.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony, CEO and co-founder of Wizard. And I'm here today because building websites and apps sucks. It really sucks. OK, sorry about that. So people tend to think that the workflow is linear. You get an idea, you design it, you code it, you ship. Turns out things are much more complicated than that. There is a lot of back and forth between the different stakeholders in the project. It's slow, it's expensive, it's frustrating. Seriously, we're in 2018. We have self-driving cars hitting the roads. We have self-landing rocket ship. And we're still building websites the same way since the 90s. There got to be a better way. We are leveraging artificial intelligence and computer vision to turn wireframes into prototypes automatically. Let me show you how it looks. Imagine a world where you can directly take a picture of your wireframe with your team or your customer in your meeting room and convert it straight to working code. This is recorded live from our private beta. Every single day, thousands of websites and apps are being uploaded online. The market for the US alone for web design and web development is estimated to be worth $34 billion. It's massive. Our business model is straightforward. Subscription model, we have a SaaS software in the cloud, and people pay based on feature and based on volume on a monthly basis. Up to this day, we have more than 9,500 sign-up users in a waiting list to the private beta. Among those, 25 of the Fortune 500 companies. This company started as a machine learning research project back in June 2017, last year. We built the first AI to convert user interfaces to prototype. It was called Pix2Code, and we got a tremendous amount of interest. Airbnb started developing their own internal tool to do the same thing, and our project was actually more popular than TensorFlow in June 2017, which we actually used TensorFlow to build our own tech. We are supported by a great network of amazing investors from all around the world, and we raised a pre-seed this year. Our team is deeply technical. We're based in Copenhagen, 6 different nationalities, and 5 engineers coming from the top universities in the world. My name is Tony, co-founder of Wizard, and we are building the first AI to turn wireframe to working prototype. Thank you very much.
All right, we're halfway through the semifinal pitches. Raise your hand if you think you've seen the winner already. Okay, all right, a few, great, all right. So here we go, let's continue on, and their next startup is called Zenaton.
Hi, excited to be here. I'm Gilles, I'm CEO and co-founder of Zenaton. And I don't know, but yesterday, Tim O'Reilly tweeted that companies like Amazon were process monsters, automating up to 85% of what they do. And yes, we all know that this company have great services because they have automated the user experience using flawless processes. But these companies also have hundreds or thousands of engineers that you probably don't have, that I did not have myself in my previous startups. That's why we have built Zenaton. What most non-technical people don't get usually is that building even a simple workflow like this one is actually very complex. You need a ton of code. You need to install a queuing system to dispatch tasks on your workers. You need to set up cruns everywhere. You need to store some transient states in your databases. You need, if you want to monitor everything, you have a monitoring system. If you want to have some analytics on top of these processes, you have to add probes everywhere. And if you want to change, even for a simple process like this one, if you want to change or improve something, you need to fix code in hundreds or thousands of lines of code. Well, with Zenaton, your developer can only focus on writing only a few lines of code that describe your processes. Actually, Zenaton is so easy that even a single backend developer can code or maintain sophisticated business processes. After installing our agents in your servers, your developer can begin to code and upgrade or improve your processes. But your DevOps also have a fully managed queuing system and also all the monitoring tools they need. So Zenaton is a great tool for developer and DevOps to build your processes. But actually, the benefit is for the entire company. As you may know, sometimes frustration can arise between developers and other teams. It happens. With this tool, developers can work with marketers, can work with managers to build the processes that drive your businesses. And that is Zenaton's true mission, to help your company have the flawless processes that ultimately will bring you more happy customers. Thank you.
Well done, Gilles. For those keeping count, this next pitch is number 9 on the road to 16. So I'm going to call out Gonzalo from OpSeeker.
YOLO. You only live once. That's the motto of my generation, millennials. We care about the now. We care about experiences. It can be watching our favorite series, going out with our friends, or playing a game in our phones. It's all about living the now, because life happens now, right? Wrong. Life happens now, but it also happens in the future. And my generation is forgetting that we actually have one. There are millions of millennials in risk of financial exclusion if we don't start doing something now. This is why we created OpSeeker, the first AI-powered financial coach that empowers young individuals to have money for a lifetime. We build online tools that are based in AI and behavioral economics, which works cognitive errors and emotional biases. Let me explain that better. We humans, we tend to be terrible decision makers. We sometimes drink too much, We have a hard time exercising. And we also eat too much junk food. But that is just our brain. It's wired to meet short-term needs while it completely disregards long-term goals. By using behavioral economics, we are like an autocorrect for the human brain. This is our competitors. They are banks, insurance companies, robo-advisors. But we like to see them most as clients, because we are providing a wide-level solution that these financial institutions can use to regain millennials. An opportunity for us of over 1 billion euros in the countries that we already started, the Netherlands and Spain. And we can help these financial institutions to increase their revenue per millennial by 650%. How? By driving them towards investment products. And we do it with a SaaS model, flexible, completely understanding of the needs of the financial industry. And this is our sales pipeline, with 5 phases that work in perfect harmony. We started our operations in 2017. We already signed agreements and launched pilots with Tier 1 banks, both in the Netherlands and in Spain. We're going to close 2018 with over 40,000 euros of revenue, while we are forecasting 2019 400,000 euros and 2.2 million for 2020. And all this couldn't have happened with our amazing team. We combine both experience and youth, a killer combination. We have experience working, building financial products, building software, leading teams in companies such as Citi, Santander, UBS, you name it. Together, we can make sure that we improve the financial health of millennials and of our whole society. Just let us show you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, OpSeeker. And now for our 10th startup of the evening, let's welcome to the stage Fact Matter.
Hi, my name is Dhruv Gulati, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Fact Matter. We've all seen in the past year how fake news has drastically reduced trust in governments, PR, platforms, and more. Today, we have no clue if a product review online is real or not. Brands have no idea as to the ads being placed on their platforms. And platforms are clueless as to the content being uploaded into them. By creating an internet where impressions, shares, and likes are the key measure of success, we've created a low-credibility, low-quality internet where content is driven by business profit rather than user experience. At Fact Matter, we are building the ability to score content for its quality, credibility, reliability, and safety. In the same way you go to Trustpilot to see if you can trust an online product, or TripAdvisor to judge the quality of a hotel, Fact Matter is building the real-time system to allow users to judge the quality of the content that they read. We've gained this. So how do we do this? We use subject matter experts to train AI systems. These subject matter experts include advocacy groups who are skilled at judging subtle microaggressive phrases, to investigative journalists who can find an alt-right meme in any piece of content, to scientists who can judge an online article for its scientific credibility. We even build them unique annotation tools so that our AI can gain the unique knowledge it needs to reason effectively. We've gained the ability to score content across multiple factors, including its biased framing, offensiveness, hyperbole, and more. This score is going to transform industries from advertising, PR, branding, and more, and will impact every internet user's experience online. So here's an example of what this score is going to look like. We've gained the ability to score content across controversy, opinionation, and clickbait. Our team came together from companies like Grammarly, SwiftKey, BuzzFeed, and Google. And we are backed by some of the early pioneers of the internet, including BizStone, Mark Cuban, and more. Join us and help rebuild trust in the internet. Thank you.
That was fantastic, Dhruv, and happy Diwali to you, by the way. Our next company is Farm Cloud, and I'd like to introduce Miguel onto the stage.
Hi, my name is Miguel, and I'm the CEO of Farm Cloud. I met my two co-founders back in 2001, and since then we decided that we should have a company together, since we have complementary knowledge from communications and hardware, software, and myself for business development. We understood that we could help on the livestock production in order to feed the world. So we've understood that if you have a lot of enhancements in feed, in genetics, and using a lot of technology already, that we could pick the information that is offline at the farm level with this kind of controllers, and take it to the cloud, our own cloud, agnostic cloud, and make a good use of that data. So we developed the Farm Connector, being the Farm Connector, the plug-and-play solution that we have, very fast and very easy to install, and getting the data to where we need it, then we can have all kinds of alarms, and of course, having the data only for the data is not enough, and we want also to guarantee that we can have information that everyone can understand. We decided to do our sustainability dashboards mainly for business, where we can tell you if you are doing well or not, but also on welfare for the animal and for environment. So with this, we can give the transparency that the market needs on top of the optimization of the production. The market is around 3 million poultry and pig houses. We can attend other markets. On those, we have 2 million houses that are using technology. From those, we want 10%, 200,000 houses. The initial investment will be 200 euros for the Farm Connector and the annual fee of 300 euros per house. We identified 4 different groups that can help enhance our sales, mainly the controllers manufacturers, the producers of the meat, the retailers and restaurants chains, and finally those that can improve their specific offer. Our competition, we have indirect competition, mainly from the controllers manufacturers and IoT companies, and our differentiation comes from the fact that we are plug and play, we have an agnostic solution, legacy compliance, we are doing the retrofit till 25 years back, and most important, very low risk. Our sales will be around 100,000 euros this year. We won 3 innovation awards in these 2 first years that we have. We have distribution in 4 countries. We have NDA signed with some of the main controllers manufacturers worldwide, and we have projects running in 3 continents. We have the patent pending for the Farm Connector. So we are in evolution, not a revolution. Thank you for your time.
Take it from me, it's very difficult to stand up on that stage and pitch in front of everybody here. But let's continue on with the startups. This is number 12. Welcome to the stage, Wave.
I'm going to show you the first time a self-driving car has learned how to drive. This car knows nothing about the world. It doesn't know what a road is. It doesn't know what physics is. Every time it makes a mistake, the safety driver takes over, and it begins off by just doing random steering actions. Each time it's trying to drive a little bit further without making a mistake and just get a little bit better before the safety driver takes over and intervenes. You can see after a bit of training, it can't drive, and it still drives off the road. So we train it a bit more and give it a bit more data. And now you can see it's learned a policy which starts to correct, but it's still a little bit unstable and eventually crashes. So we keep training this and keep giving it more data. What's really exciting here is this algorithm, we haven't told it how to drive or what a road is. It's learned entirely from scratch. And after only 10 minutes of training, it's learned how to drive. This is the first time deep reinforcement learning has been used for self-driving cars. So at Wave, we believe robotics will be the next technology to massively revolutionize society. But in self-driving, we've seen all the incumbent companies focus on brute forcing a solution with HD maps, with copious amounts of sensors and hand-coding rules for how the cars should behave. This might give us autonomy in a small geofenced area in an affluent city, somewhere like San Francisco, but it's not going to scale to the world. We want to bring autonomy to places like Europe or my hometown in New Zealand, and we think machine learning is the key way to do this. So that's why we're building an AI-first robotics company. So with a few $1 million of seed capital, we've assembled a team of 20 world-leading machine learning and robotics people. Our next challenge is to scale this technology because we want to be the first to deploy our cars in 100 cities, not just one. So how do we do it? Well, we rely on computer vision to see the world around us in all weathers. And we want our robots to understand the world around us so that they can make their own decisions with more intelligence. We believe the key to bringing mobile robotics to society is to focus on more intelligent cars, not by brute forcing a solution with more technology and more sensors and maps. We believe machine learning is key to do this because driving is a really hard problem, and we don't think it's possible to hand engineer a solution for this. That's why we're relying on machine learning to be able to learn a driving policy that we want to scale the world. So at Wave, we're relying on machine learning, and we want to bring autonomy to everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff, Alex. OK, this is literally the home stretch. We're in the final drive here. So I want to introduce Laszlo from Poseidon Foundation.
What if you could save the planet with your favorite ice cream? No matter what you invest in, even if it's the most amazing application in the world, if our planet falls apart, all technology will fall apart. And the problem is, we know we don't have much time to save our environment. The other problem is, we know we caused it. We're cutting down trees at a rate of 500 per second. That's the rate of deforestation. We also know that we won't change society in time, not fast enough. But what if we don't have to change society? What if we can continue doing what we do today and save the planet with every purchase? We've combined carbon credits, technology, and you to create accessible, scalable climate action. Carbon credits are instruments that are used to channel funding to sustainable development projects. And we put those carbon credits onto a blockchain platform that allows us to track them from the project all the way to the emission reduction. And the blockchain also allows us to track the money that goes into the system all the way to where it's applied. Finally, blockchain allows us to process microtransactions. We then use AI in order to, on the fly, quantify the climate impact of a product or purchase, and another AI in order to select the appropriate offset project so that your money goes exactly to those projects that are dear to your heart. Most importantly, we're putting you in control. We're giving you a mobile app that will show you in real time where your contributions went. The best part, this is not a dream. We are live. We've been running at Ben & Jerry's in London since May, and every scoop of ice cream purchased there has been climate action. For you car lovers, we're also live with a British supercar manufacturer and with governments. The city of Liverpool has signed up with us and has made public pledges that Liverpool City Council will become the first climate-positive city in the world using our Reduce platform. Since then, we've had overwhelming calls from governments around the world who want to work with us. We have a sustainable financial model that will allow us to operate with our initial capital. We're a passionate team that is very committed to making this work. We have powerful partners, the best in each of the fields. And if we work together, we believe that if we act now, we can still save our planet. Thank you.
All right, this is the final stretch. 3 more startups to go. The next one coming up is called TPH. What does TPH stand for? The Pasta Haters.
This room can support 15,000 people. If all of us today would be a piece of clothing, 75% or 11,250 would be trashed into landfills. This is the result of the fashion industry, an issue that my company is addressing today. Well, let me start with a small story first. Back in Paris, I have a friend. She always had the latest bags, really expensive. She never wore the same outfit twice, but she wasn't rich at all, so how did she do that? Well, let me tell you her secret: an empty fridge. She was eating pasta for every meal, all the time, sometimes with a drop of ketchup. One day she came to me and she was like, she started to hate pasta more than she loved her expensive bag and new clothes. So I took her to my favorite vintage shops in Paris and changed her life, because she still wanted to look unique and good. Vintage shops are the only one, rescuing beautiful products from the landfills. There's more than 60,000 of them worldwide, with millions of products to offer, but nothing is online. It's done manually, and it's really time-consuming. So 1.5 years ago, I decided to start a company, a platform that allows them to digitalize their businesses. And because of my friend, I decided to call it the Pasta Haters. The Pasta Haters unlocks vintage shopping globally for everyone by providing the right tools to the right suppliers and giving consumers access to unique, affordable, and beautiful products. Our technology allows vintage shops to categorize and sort their products. And soon, we are launching an app that will help them have control over their whole inventory by creating sales taglines for every product and standardize sizing across all the vintage shops. Yeah, that's the name. So as of today, we have vintage shops in 9 countries in Europe and Asia using our platform. Their revenue has been increasing by 20%. Our inventory online has also been increasing by 20% for the last couple of months. Yeah, vintage shopping not only allows you to reduce your own footprint, you become part of a massive change of an industry that has been the second most polluting on Earth. So, oh, that's the end. Yeah, start shopping vintage today and discover the supplies of tomorrow's fashion. Thank you.
That was perfect, Lisa. So this is the penultimate pitch of the semifinals. I'm going to call out John from Hafnium Labs.
Hi, I'm John. I represent Hafnium Labs, and we predict chemistry. Yeah, I know. What does that mean? It means that instead of doing a laboratory experiment, we use computer simulations to predict the outcome of that experiment. So you can test an idea in minutes instead of months. That's interesting, because chemical R&D is a $150 billion industry, fundamentally limited by slow experimentation. And since chemical R&D is at the heart of everything from discovering the drugs that save our lives to the crops and energy technologies that we all hope will save our tomorrow. Predicting chemistry may not sound sexy, but it is important. Okay, you might be thinking, chemistry, don't we know everything there is to know? I mean, it's been around since forever. But with an unlimited amount of molecules that you can mix in an infinite amount of ways, at infinite combinations of temperature and pressure, we're just scratching the surface of what we can do with chemistry. Imagine what we could do if we could map this dark space with computer simulations. And that's exactly why we're here. Using a breakthrough scientific innovation, patent in process, we're able to take everything that we do know, advanced quantum chemistry, and the latest within data science and AI to make the world's most accurate chemical property predictions. And we're not just game-changingly accurate. We're also going to be the easiest to use, the fastest, and the most affordable solution ever. Existing solutions require expert users, cloud computing, and expensive software licenses. And they're still not accurate enough. With us, you simply go online, choose a molecule and a property you want, buy at a fraction of the cost of a laboratory experiment. And our cloud enables you to get your result in minutes to hours. And with hundreds of thousands of chemists and engineers worldwide as potential users, there's a clear path to growing a global company, disrupting the existing market and creating new ones. We're a team of 3, all chemical engineers, chasing a dream we share from our common background. Since then, I spent 6 years with the Boston Consulting Group, most recently as a manager in their AI division. My co-founder, Björn, is an award-winning PhD and industrial experience in scientific software development. And Rasmus is a PhD and postdoc specializing in quantum chemistry and cloud computing. We already had first sales last year on our alpha product, and we've since then been in development. And we're now ready for beta with more than 20 global companies within chemicals, biochemistry, pharma, and energy. And we actually just had first sales requests despite the fact that we haven't launched. So now you know why predicting chemistry is important. And you know how Hafnium Labs is going to change the status quo. Next, I'd love to tell you more about our business model and our game-changing science. But my 3 minutes are up, so you'll have to come ask me. Thank you.
All right, so coming up, the final pitch. So stick around. We're going to announce the 3 finalists right after this. So put your hands together for the final semi-pitch finalist startup, Level 5.
Hi, everybody. My name's Andrew Corey. I'm the CEO of Level 5. We build the computer vision software for autonomous cars. Autonomous cars need to know where they are down to the inch. This is one of the biggest problems that you face if you're building a self-driving car. So GPS isn't good enough. Right now, the only thing that's good enough is LiDAR. But LiDAR, which is circled up here in red, costs $80,000 a piece. So we have a solution to this problem, and it's not based on LiDAR. It's solely based on computer vision. How does it work? Well, our computer vision software, which is running up here, locates the location of important visual landmarks like traffic lights, signs, lane lines, pretty much everything on the road. We then aggregate this information and combine it into a map, which you can think of as a 3D model of the world. And if the car has access to this map, it then can use the location of those landmarks to triangulate its exact location. So our breakthrough is that with our map and our software, we can eliminate the need for $80,000 piece of hardware. So a $14 commodity camera combined with Level 5 software eliminates the need for LiDAR. And this isn't some far-off dream fairy tale software of the future. We've already built this, and it's running today. We've deployed it on over 10,000 iPhones. That's right, just an old iPhone can run our software. And what you see here is a debug view of our app, and this all runs on a 5-year-old iPhone. Here's another debug view from our app, which shows our map localized in real time on a trip using just computer vision. So this is a really big deal because it means we can enable the mass production of autonomous cars. Now, how is all this going to make money? Well, we think that in the long run, computer vision software is going to become a commodity. What won't become a commodity is this ever-changing map data. So we're going to charge a small monthly fee per vehicle per month for access to our data. It's a $1.5 trillion market. We've already become almost profitable in this high-growth industry by starting and finishing a pilot with one of the biggest auto companies in the world. We've also formed a strategic partnership with Rubicon Global to install our software on almost every garbage truck in the world and map out the roads. So what we're going to be doing with Rubicon is actually using the software to map out road quality. And our team is the one to do this. I worked directly under Elon Musk at Tesla on the autopilot team for over 2 years, and my co-founder worked on the computer vision team at iRobot. We also have engineers from Google, Yandex, and MIT. So we're level 5. We build the software for autonomous cars. We think we can replace $80,000 LiDAR, and we already have pilots with major auto companies. Thank you.
All right. The judges' scores will now be collected, counted, and verified, and the top 3 scoring startups will be announced in just a few minutes.
So while the scores are being collected, and in real time, we're gonna figure this out while we're up here. So don't leave, don't go anywhere. What we want to do is get some perspective from some of the judges on what they saw here. So I'm going to start by asking this man right here, Kevin Talbot, who I know very well from Toronto and San Francisco. What did you think overall of the pitch presentation tonight?
Well, I thought many of the presentations were really good, but what entrepreneurs need to remember is not to recite to us in a presentation, to actually give us some feeling and give us a discussion. The other thing I'll say is a lot of them sort of forgot to tell us about their team and their competitive environment.
Okay, good points. And just tell us where you're from.
I'm from Menlo Park, California, Relay Ventures.
Relay Ventures.
Tim, from Early Bird, what do you look for when you're looking at these startups to invest in?
Normally what we look for is how the forward-looking lock-in, so the barriers to entry, how they manifest themselves the more the company scale over time. So that's what we look for in a startup.
Great. Sunil?
Hey, so tell us who you are, what fund you're with, and what industry you look to invest in right now.
My name is Sonia Gokhale. I'm with VentureSouk and based in Dubai. And we are sector agnostic, so we go across the board, across industries. VentureSouk.
VentureSouk.
What's your name and what fund are you with?
Andre De Hayes. I started Backed VC.
So which startup are you looking at? Do you think is the best?
I was very interested by both Wave and then Level 5, because both of them are solving a major blocker in self-driving cars, which is the need for LiDAR and for mapping. So what we need is a much more versatile way of developing autonomous driving.
Okay, interesting. Sunil?
Okay, introduce yourself, and I want you to tell us one of the companies that you voted for and why you felt that way.
I'm Nunum. I'm originally from Lisbon, and so I'm representing here the local town, and I'm based in Menlo Park, California as well. One of the companies that I was very excited about was FactMata. I think given what we're going through these days with fake news and other things, it is something that needs to be sorted out, and we need to find a solution that we're in control of.
Okay.
Hi there, what's your name and where are you from?
I'm Alexa Gorman from SAP.io.
My first question is, how much do you love Lisbon?
A lot. It's my 3rd time here.
Awesome, right? What do you look for in these startups today? What's the most exciting thing that you see today?
I think it's an exciting technology. It's also the team that's basically bringing this to life and basically working with customers, with investors, etc. So it's a combination of a great solution and a great team that can make it happen.
Great, great. Sunil.
Okay. Introduce yourself and tell me, what advice would you give a startup seeking investment?
My name is Aurelia Souza. I'm from Lisbon, working for Accenture Technology. And the advice I would give is, well, that they need to be able to show the financial model they have, how disruptive is their service or product, in order to be able to promote themselves and show which business is there for the investors that are willing to go with them for the future development of their business.
Okay. Hi there. What's your name and where are you from?
Hi, my name is Ricky Tejapaivala. I'm from Tech Wildcatters. We're a seed stage fund and accelerator program based in Dallas, Texas.
Who do you think was the strongest presenter today?
I think there's several really good ones. I think the ones with the autonomous driving ones, that they came with the visuals and we can really see it.
Great. Sunil.
Okay, I just want to ask you to introduce yourself and tell us, what did you think of the pitches overall tonight?
I'm Aya from Ruby Light, and I'm speechless.
Well said. Speechless. Okay.
Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Janet Bannister. I'm a partner of Real Ventures. We are a Canadian-based early-stage investor.
Beyond what you saw tonight, what sector do you think is very exciting to be investing into or for startups to start up in?
I mean, obviously AI, anything AI related is very interesting right now. I'm also a huge believer in marketplaces and the ability of marketplaces to transform industries.
Great.
Okay. All right, I'll ask you to introduce yourself and tell us who is your #1 pick overall tonight.
Name's Oscar, from Spain originally, but coming from China. Run China Accelerator, part of the SOSB network. And the company that really impressed me the most was Hafner Labs. I think biology and chemistry is becoming really, really important. We saw the revolution of software, we saw the revolution of hardware, and now there's a lot of innovation happening in that space. But experimentation and testing takes a lot of time. So I think this company is really addressing something that is going to create a lot of opportunities for innovation in an area that is slow by nature.
Excellent. So Hafner Labs was his #1 pick.
All right. Please introduce yourself and where you're from.
I'm Stephen from Dublin in Ireland.
Great. Stephen, Dublin in Ireland. Who was your favorite pick today?
Well, I actually like the two that were aiming to help millennials save money for the future, because I think it's an area which a lot of people are not building enough habits in and not building enough systems in to leave themselves looked after when they're older.
All right, great. Very interesting. Neil?
Guess we'll just keep going. I will ask you, sir, to introduce yourself and tell us what you thought of the diversity of the startups you saw, in any way you see fit to define that question.
Sure. So I'm Nick Stocks from White Star Capital. We're an international VC fund with offices across North America, Europe, and Japan. What I think really stood out to me was the fact that there were a lot of startups that are really attacking industries that matter, from financial illiteracy to climate and several others. And that was something really good to see, that there are entrepreneurs tackling these big issues.
Okay, great.
Great. What's your name and where are you from?
Tarek Alyashevich, OC Strategic Ventures from Chicago.
What startup did you like the best?
I actually had two that were tied. Factmata was one, because obviously we have a lot of fake news these days that we need to figure out. And then the second one, which is close to our heart, was the very last one, Level 5.
Level 5 in Factmata. Okay, interesting. Whoa, what's going on here?
Okay, so this question I'm going to ask you. Not what you felt was the best company, but what did you think was the best pitch in terms of pitch quality overall? And introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Henrietta. I'm from Dentons. We're a global law firm. I thought the best pitches were those that clearly identified the problems, what they were looking to solve, and actually covered, the financial basis for the product they were promoting as well. So I think actually Level 5 was my favorite.
Say it again.
The final pitch.
The final pitch.
Yeah.
All right, so Neil, come back
Okay.
over. We got the results here.
All right.
Very exciting. All right, so these are the 3 startups that we're going to be in the pitch finals tomorrow at 12:30 here on center stage.
In no particular order, I think.
In no particular order. Sunil, who is number 1?
We'll start with number 1. We'll go with the one we just heard about, Level 5.
Level 5. Okay, I got it. All right, and the second of the 3, Wave.
One more left to announce. I know which one it is. The final company that'll be pitching at tomorrow's finals, 12:30 p.m. sharp here on center stage in front of the world, is Factmata.
Whoa, Factmata! All right, today the power is in our judges' hands. However, tomorrow in the grand final, you, the audience, get to take some of that power back and become the 4th judge. So make sure you're back here tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. and have your say in who becomes the champion of pitch at Web Summit 2018. See you all tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, judges.
Thank you very much.